Testing, testing.
I'm in here. I can hear you.
I was gonna say my connection's kind of shit right now, so.
All right, we got a Hawaiian and a Delawarean.
Oh, we're screwed.
And an Illinoisian. Dano. Who's that? Who sounds like a mouse?
That's Dano.
Dano the remix.
Dano Chipmunk. Chipmunkin', bro.
So would he be Chip or Dale?
God. That's
Oh.
funny as shit.
Is it just me, or is there a chipmunk in here?
No, I hear that too.
Dano hasn't restarted or jumped out and jumped back in yet.
That's crazy.
Apparently the earphones were working though.
So you go get that island?
Get what? Oh, that. Am I gonna get that? I don't think so, man. Maybe that because it looks cool.
Clock Pud.
Can you turn down the high end?
Pud stop.
Says the gerbil.
Hey, I'm not a gerbil anymore.
Crawled your way out of that paper tube.
What's that?
It's windy, dude.
It's a Sharknado. Did any of you guys watch Sharknado?
No.
I watched
Nope.
the first and
Good
second.
movie. Third one's pretty good too, and they're already making a fourth one.
Oh,
There's a couple guys I work with that watch them, so when it came on, I guess the one guy, he always watched it with his brother, so he had it recorded for like 3 weeks before he finally watched it, and every day I'd come up to him, "You watch it yet? You watch it yet?" It's like, I gotta talk to someone about it, it's so crazy.
So
And he finally watched it the other day.
and you told him the ending?
No, I didn't ruin it for him.
That's one
Well-
way to make a friend.
The ending's a cliffhanger, and then they have a thing about, like, you can vote on something that will happen, and then they'll change Sharknado 4 based on how many people, like, voted on Twitter. Like, you use one hashtag or the other.
Yeah, I guess my local radio station got to be extras on part
So-
3.
Sounds very communist.
Huh?
No. Sounds like very
Voting?
communist.
Voting is communist? Voting.
If everybody has a collective input into the outcome, the collectivity of it, that is communism.
So you're saying that
sounds
our
a lot like
voting
voting.
process is voting?
You just blew my mind.
Versus
Yes.
totalitarianism, where only one guy makes up the decision.
So which are we in right now?
Oh,
We're
we're
in the
just fucked.
democratic communist system.
We are so hosed up.
Ah,
I mean, we're under the illusion that our vote counts.
There's 2 wolves and 1 sheep voting on what's for dinner.
Yep. And we're for dinner.
And I like lamb chops. Rack of lamb's pretty good too.
I just defrosted some pork chops, so I'll have those for dinner tomorrow. Pretty excited.
Are you gonna have applesauce?
You know, I don't have any applesauce, but I might pick some up on my way home from work, because that does go really good with pork chops.
Having
I guess
hamburgers
no,
on the
nobody in here is old enough to know where the pork chops and applesauce comes from.
I'm old enough, I just can't recall it.
Plus, I didn't do it justice either. Pork chops and applesauce.
Well, see, if you would have said it like that, I would have known it was from something. You just asked normal, hey, you going to have applesauce? Like that's-
1930s comic with the big nose and the tall hat. And what the hell was his name?
It was, what the fuck is his name? Peter Brady, when he was trying to learn how to talk
Yeah.
like a gangster. Like Edward G. Robinson, right? I don't know if that was the gangster he was trying to emulate, but that was like how he was trying to. Everything was like a gangster. So that was from the Brady Bunch. And that is your edge
Pork
moment.
chops and applesauce, see? Got the pork chops and applesauce.
I appreciate that. Because that was pretty good.
Where's your Messiah now, Flanders?
Did you see there's actually a band that's a Ned Flanders themed band called Oakley Dokley?
Is that
No, I'm
the
not saying that.
heavy metal band or the rock band or whatever?
Yes. It is.
I saw it in the feed, but I can't say that I checked it out.
I forgot where I saw it, if it was on here or somewhere else or what, but I was like, interesting.
Okay, it was W.C. Fields that I was thinking about. When you were
Go
doing
away, you bother me, son.
that, but that's what I was thinking about when you did that that applesauce and pork chops. I'd actually Google it to remember the guy's name, but even that was well before my time. That was like 1930s.
Yeah, that's why Peter Brady was trying to do it. I don't know if he was trying to do it for a play. I don't remember. I mean, fuck, I barely remember the quote.
I can barely remember the Brady Bunch.
Really? Marsha.
Well, no, I mean I remember it. I just don't necessarily have all the classic moments memorized.
Oh, well, that I understand.
Like, how come's Dad was gay and nobody talked about it?
Because Greg was banging the mom.
And how did he get those kids if he was gay?
You can adopt. You can be a, how shall I put it, a donor.
Well, it was an unsaid, two divorcees getting together with their kids.
Well, it's clear why Mr. Brady got divorced the first time, isn't it?
Yeah, but it don't make no sense why he got married the second.
Keep up appearances. Keep that good architect job going. Had to maintain
Hang on, he was
the
gay?
status quo. In real life.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's just like the husband of Bewitched, both of them. Daryl something or other. Remember the two husbands on Bewitched?
Dick York and Dick Sargent.
Yep. Both dick lovers.
Well,
Isn't
so was Elizabeth Montgomery then, technically, wasn't she?
Well, but she was a female. But isn't it ironic that your name is that and that's what you end up being? I just find it ironic.
No, I thought it was funny that you just said dick lovers, and technically that's what could have been. She could have had a T-shirt that said that, because she married to both of them.
did
Well-
you know that Bewitched had the most number of actresses playing a single character?
Huh?
The
Who was the
little
character?
girl. The little
Oh.
girl. When she was like a baby, she was played by triplets, and then when she was a little kid, she was played by twins, and when she got older, she was played by another set of twins.
So Mrs. Kravitz was the only married woman?
Well, wait a minute. Wasn't her mom still married?
No, her mom was because her father was dead or
No.
passed or something.
Nope. I'm gonna have to YouTube that. I'll be right back.
You mean Google it? But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I can't remember what the status of her father was. Now that I think of it, it was never clearly stated.
That was a good show. I used to watch that a lot when I was a kid.
So you think she could really wiggle her nose like that naturally, or was it computer enhanced?
No, she could do that.
That's way before then.
Because that was a pretty good wiggle of the nose. Because I remember as a kid trying to do it, it's like I couldn't wiggle my nose like that.
You think she can wiggle other stuff like that?
I was just about that age too.
Only thing that I caught like that was Hogan's Heroes and reruns, thankfully. I really missed that show.
That is a good show, Hogan's Heroes.
Sergeant Schultz would be out at some local bar, and then all of a sudden the waiter would come up, and it would be one of the guys from the prison with like a fake mustache on.
Yeah. Yeah, the other ones I skipped over, thankfully. I wasn't a Brady Bunch fan. Not even as...
You guys see that video of that fucking dump truck taking out that overpass sign?
Nope.
Oh man.
Did you see the one where the guy got robbed and like the two of the three guys that robbed him were walking down the street and he ran him over with his car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Poetic
was pretty
justice.
crazy. Except too bad that guy's gonna probably go to jail now.
Yeah.
Can't really claim self-defense when you're, using your vehicle to pretty much run somebody over.
Well, you could, just maybe not in that particular situation. I mean, if someone's in front of you and pointing a gun at you, hit the gas. I think that's totally legal.
Maybe then, I guess. I don't know. But, yeah, in this case where they're walking away from him and he's going full speed at him and it hit the one guy and he flipped, like, I don't know, like 3 times or something in the air.
There's that link to that truck taking out the sign on the highway.
Now we all got to go watch it.
It's only 13 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, it's pretty bad.
Did he not realize that he, I assume he didn't, well, obviously he must not have realized it, but I mean, I wonder if he realized it right before he hit it or not, that was happening, that was already up.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm sure he realized it shortly after.
No, yeah. So the people were driving behind him. Luckily, they kind of slowed down, and well, except the white truck. That's like,
yeah, he's like, focus.
I'm just gonna keep following him and see what happens. And it's like, oh
Well,
look.
what surprises me is on the on ramp, he should have noticed that the center of gravity of the truck was like way off.
Well, did it happen on the on ramp? I didn't see that. Did it? Or
No. He was going down the hallway, down the interstate, but when a truck is taking an on ramp, which is usually a pretty steep turn.
Here's my question: did that happen before he entered the highway or after? Could somehow the controls cause the dump to go up as he was driving and he just didn't realize it?
It's probably faulty equipment. I can't really make out the language on the board or the signs, but it doesn't look English. So probably don't have no inspections or anything on that stuff.
It says NYS Thruway near Batavia, New York.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I take that back. That's just the stupid video that I'm looking at. it went to play the next one, but it's playing the video that we were watching or something. I take it back. Crash into highways. Oh, Saudi Arabia. Truck crash into highway sign in Saudi Arabia on August 16th, 2015.
Where's the Department of Transportation there? And we can at least say it wasn't a woman driving because it's Saudi Arabia. That's crazy, though. To be on the highway seeing that, I'd be like, holy shit.
Yeah, well, like the people that were, probably filming, it seemed like they were slowing down, but that white truck just like, fuck it, just keep going.
Yeah, you could hear him honking, too.
Yeah, I can't hear the audio when I'm in the Google Hangouts. It just like cuts it all off.
Just think, all those, we get a lot of people from foreign countries, from Africa and the Middle East and everything, coming over here driving trucks now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they gotta pass their truck driving test and all that stuff, so that should be
I don't
okay.
know about that.
Well, they should have to get a different license for driving a big truck, don't they?
Well, they get CDLs, but
Yeah, so they're fine.
I know up until I think it was January, I could take a pickup truck with a trailer on it and go get my CDLs.
Because of that, did it count the axles or whatever?
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. I mean, it's, they changed it to where you actually have to take your CDLs in a actual semi now, but up until I think January, you could take a pickup truck with just a normal trailer on the back of it and take your CDL driving test.
What state is that?
Ohio.
Okay, because in Illinois, you've always had to be in a semi to get your CDL. That's why I'm kind of shocked.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
interesting.
there's no comparison between how a pickup with a trailer on it and an actual semi drives, let alone the transmission,
Exactly.
or the braking, or the steering.
And yet there's driver's license reciprocity across the whole country.
Exactly. And you got guys from Mexico driving up here. God knows how they got theirs.
You actually think half of them have driver's license?
Thank you, NAFTA and President Clinton. That's what Clinton #1 did. One of many things.
We get a bunch of them crazy Canadians coming across the border in my area. So who knows how they drive?
Yeah, because in my store we have, well, they outsource it now. The floor crew is all the crews are either Mexican or Russian or Czechoslovakian or something like that. And I know the one little Mexican girl that used to do our store. I mean, she didn't have a driver's license. I don't know how many times she got picked up coming down to do our store. But yep, she never had a driver's license. We kept telling her, it's like, go get your driver's license. And yeah, it's real easy. She's like, don't need them.
Yeah.
I know how to drive. Don't need them.
So did all of you guys watch Matt's Walking Dead chat?
I missed it. Now, was it just on the end of last season, or was it on the summertime show?
Oh, they started with previewing the next show that's coming on this weekend, but then they played a trivia game.
Oh, okay.
It was kind of a little neat format.
Well, I thought maybe I had missed the first summer filler show.
No, that's this weekend is the first episode.
The one that takes place in what, LA or outside of LA? The spin-off?
Right. It's kind of a prequel or something. Like, it's supposed to kind of show it before society was all messed up. Like when the disease first hit.
I thought it was just well, even The Walking Dead started just before things, the very first episode, as things were starting to roll out.
No, it didn't. The first
Yeah, because I mean, he woke up and everyone was already pretty much gone.
Yeah, but you saw him before when he was on patrol. And
actually, you saw him on patrol once, and then you see how he goes into a coma, and then he wakes up like I don't know how many days later after everything's kicked off. There's no before. There's just him, coma, and then the show starts basically.
Well, there's not a lot of before, but there is a before. You see him with him and his wife. You see him on patrol. You see him pull over a guy.
You're splitting
Right. Well, this is going to be more as it's first starting to happen. So before society crumbles, but they're starting to get attacked by zombies. At least
With
that's it.
restricted magazines from California. So I'm not gonna watch it. I'm boycotting the show, man. Fuck California.
Stop zombie, or you gotta, zombies stop. I gotta get my bullet button.
Well,
Oh my
at
god,
least,
my bullet button.
yeah, at least they can look at the micro stamping and figure out, who shot which zombies or whatever.
I got to go get my latte.
Yeah, I was gonna jump in that chat, but I have no fucking clue about The Walking Dead. Like, to me, it's like a show that was great at times, but just like a lot of just wasted potential at a lot of times. Like entire seasons or half seasons were just straight garbage.
Right.
So
There was a lot of filler or stretching out.
Yeah. It just got so like one season was entirely like farming or like something so boring it was hard to watch, man. And then they brought the governor back. I don't even know what season that was. And then it was like as soon as they brought the governor back, it was like, okay, this is interesting. But hopefully they don't drag this show on for years, because Matt said it today. When they got to the CDC in the season 1, you kind of thought, oh, well, you're going to get some answers or something. You know what I mean? Like some explanation. You don't get shit. I mean, I doubt this new series is going to give you shit, like answers. It's just going to be like, okay, here's what happened.
It doesn't matter though. They can tell you where it came from, but what does it matter? It doesn't matter.
Well, at the
there's no end game. Like, is there a place where
survival? I mean, every zombie movie, okay, not every, but all the classic zombie movies, you really don't know where it came from because it doesn't really matter. Because you're just a regular guy walking around. How the fuck are you gonna find out? B, you're just a regular guy walking around trying to survive. What the fuck are you gonna do about it?
It's not about what you're gonna do about it. It's just natural human curiosity.
Well, there's this thing called imagination. That's also a natural
right.
Human. Just make it up. Fuck.
And at the CDC, they did add some to the backstory in regards to it was not just there. It was not just in the United States. It was not just. It was everywhere on all continents.
Yeah, it doesn't. But in the grand scheme of things, if you were in their shoes, would you really give a fuck where it came from? No, you'd
you'd want a reason to live, because there's really no reason to live if that's the case. Like, everyone will give up eventually. Like
if there's a safe area, I want to know where that is. That's the reason for asking.
But see, that has nothing to do with where the disease came from. Is there a safe area? It's probably a much more likely concern that you would have rather than, I wonder where this disease came from. Did somebody fuck a chimpanzee or something? You know, like, who cares? It doesn't matter. Like, that's like where your next can of beans or your next box of bullets is coming from is probably a much more like, and that's why these shows don't, or that's why all the good zombie movies don't really explore where it comes from. The only one I can think of was 28 Days Later, and I don't know. It was
The Road. I like if you want to see what life is like when shit hits the fan and it's really hopeless, watch The Road, because it's a fucking, I guess it was a great book, but it's an awesome movie. And at the end of that movie, you're like, what the fuck, dude? Like, there's really no point in fighting. Like, you're fighting, and it's just horrible, man. You're down to one bullet, and your son's gonna get raped and eaten, and that's it. Like,
and that is why it's so good, is because it was unflinching. And even though let's face it, Walking Dead isn't perfect, but I mean, at least they're not going to that cliche route of like, oh, they're gonna cure the disease and save the day. Like, no, they're not. They're fucking a bunch of ragtag fuckers that can barely get along. And you know,
but that's what I liked was like when they were like, we're gonna go to DC. Like, this guy says there's a cure, and there's a point of fighting. Like, you're fighting for this. Like, you're fighting to get to point A or B or whatever. You know.
You know, something else that show's talked about is you know, sure, is that bullshit? And are you just gonna fucking walk into a herd of zombies and get eaten trying to get to DC for what could be like, I don't know. I think the show's better for not trying to explain where the disease came from, because it doesn't matter. Survival, when it comes down to survival, that's like the last thing you should be worried about.
Yeah, but at some point, I'm not sure because I never read the comics. They have to introduce a place where it's like, this is where we go, and it's happily ever after. Like, even fucking Road Warrior had, like, they were trying to get to the coast where they could live happily ever after. I mean, because otherwise, what the fuck is the point, man? Eventually, everyone's just going to be like, where they were now with that subdivision and that little, everyone had a little house of their own and shit. That's awesome. Like, let's fight to keep that. Let's just stay here.
Exactly, and that's
why leave.
And that's the thing. Like, it's, I don't know how much longer the show can go on. Let's be honest, but fuck, I don't know. I don't even know if they have an end game, because the comic books are still going, I think.
Yeah.
So you know, are they going to end it with the comics, or are they just going to give up? But right now, this is like AMC's like piggy bank, man. They're making shit tons of money off that show. So.
Oh, I thought it's To Halt and Catch Fire is not making. I mean, the bank.
There's only two things that matter to the network: are they making money off it, and can they get the actors continue to act?
Well, I'm pretty sure
those two things.
Well, one day I was walking out of a video store, and I saw Rick in a rented Hyundai or some shit at a red light with his window down. And I was like, Rick! And I stuck my thumb up, and I was like, at that point, I knew I'm a douchebag. And he nodded at me like, hey, man. So it's definitely good for where I live, you know, having that. Even though they're like far out of Atlanta at this point, they're far out of Georgia, aren't they? It doesn't matter. They're still filming it.
Or do you think it was just
I'm positive it was him, dude. Positive.
I think the new season's going to be filmed in Lorain, Ohio.
Okay, well that's fucked up for us.
You have to be
what do
on
we
the
care?
down low. You don't have to be in a Hyundai.
No, they had it was like a brand new car. But no, actually Hyundai is an official. Oh, Kia, my bad. Well, they're the same company, but Kia is the official car of Georgia or whatever, because they build a Sorento here. And, south of the airport, like down there. And the governor, when you see like the governor comes to town, he's driving around and shit. They have a fucking like a convoy of Kias. How embarrassing is that? Just want to fucking puke on yourself.
I also thought you meant like a real old one, not like a current one.
Oh no, but anyway, he nodded at me, dude. He gave me the thumbs up, like, hey man. Like I didn't kind of scream out. I was like, oh shit, Rick or whatever.
Hey, your story keeps changing now, man.
I didn't totally scream out.
First you gave him a thumbs up.
Yeah.
And then
Then
you,
he gave you the thumbs up.
and then you threw
Yeah,
your
he,
underwear.
he nodded at me, dude. I don't know.
Oh,
Dude,
now he's
it's
not.
not important. It's not important. One time I saw Chris Rock in the streets, and I was like, oh shit. The worst thing I
thought
ever
he was
did, I
giving
saw a
you
little.
look like, hey, now he's nodding.
One time I saw Dave Chappelle, and that's the God's honest truth. And I was like, I was gonna say something, but then these drunk frat boys walked by me, and they were like, "I'm Rick James, bitch," and I was like, "Oh, all right." They saved me from saying anything. No, dude, I'm saying it's a good thing, and I can't believe it. If they're not gonna film it here anymore, then fuck them, dude. I'm done. I'm done with them.
Oh, shut up. Jesus Christ.
Fuck them. Fuck them.
Yeah, and you're going to be... Fucking second episode out, you're going to be on that fucking chat with Never Enough Animal. Like,
dude, I haven't been in a Walking Dead chat in like 2 years, man. I swear to God. You've never seen me in a Walking Dead chat in the last couple years.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm serious, dude. Like tonight, I'm not going on to a Walking Dead chat. I don't know shit.
Aren't you cool for you guys?
I just hate the show. I just hate it. I don't really like it anymore. That's all.
But you like that money it brings to your state.
I do. That I do.
So
there's a local bar like down the street that they have like Walking Dead night, and I don't know if it's legal or not, but
no, yeah,
they,
every other bar in this fucking city does that.
Speaking of cities that are really doing well, every household in the city of Chicago, the city would be even financially if they each gave the city $62,500.
What?
Didn't that kill it yet?
No, that's awesome. I mean, because remember when the stimulus happened? Like
that's how broke the city of Chicago is.
The whole 2008 thing, where they were like dumping money into the economy with the stimulus packages and stuff. I remember reading something like this. They could have basically cut a check to every American household for like 30 grand or something, like 40. You know what I mean? Like they basically could have bought everyone out of debt with that stimulus package that they were doing back in the day. And the stimulus, it's helping the economy, the stimulus. Remember all that shit? That shit was hilarious.
Other than the three biggest by percentage per capita debtors in the United States is the federal government, the state of Illinois, and the city of Chicago in that order.
I'll tell you what, like, I'll pay off Chicago's debt if you come to Portland and make Fred Armisen leave our fucking city.
What? The pancakes there at that restaurant that you have to wait for like a month to get into?
Fuck.
For breakfast?
Will you make him leave? He's like fucking up my entire fucking city.
Dude, the first season of Portlandia had me throwing up. It was so funny. I was laughing so hard for hours.
He's like the smallest, like you know, when you see those like Godzilla, King Kong movies, you expect the monster to be much larger, but he's like the tiniest, like, fucking monster.
Dude, how could you even CCW in Portlandia? You should be DJing every night. Like, you know, everyone's a DJ. Everyone's into pancakes.
Yeah, like I said.
Artisan chicken.
Yeah, exactly. Can you make him leave? Or, like, this fucking...
Guys, everyone in this chat, anyone listening, if you have Netflix or anything, try to look at the first season of Portlandia. It is the funniest shit ever, dude.
The worst thing is, like, aside from a few things, that's like not Portland. That's like fucking Brooklyn, where he's actually from, or where, like, I don't know. Like,
what about the chick? Is she from there? Someone's got to be from there.
No, she's from fucking Seattle or some shit. No, they basically, like, that show single-handedly has destroyed my... I'd rather take Chicago's debt than have to deal with any more Portlandia, Fred Armisen, fucking... I saw him... Speaking of my fucking celebrity brush, I saw him once walking downtown, and, like, he's walking towards me with some fucking hot-ass fucking chick. I mean, like, half his age, fucking smoking hot. And I'm like, I look at her, of course, and I look at him, and then he looks at me... And he gave me that, like, uncomfortable Fred Armisen fucking face thing that he does every time in every fucking skit. And I'm like, oh, so you do that in real life? And I just kept walking.
Wasn't he Obama? He was like one of the best Obamas they had on Saturday Night Live, right?
I wish he would have never left. That way, Portlandia would never
My
happen.
favorite episode of
All these idiots wouldn't be moving here fucking like, oh, Portlandia,
No, that's like what happened first, man. The chicken or the egg. Were they moving there first, or was like Portlandia is because people like that were moving there? You know?
It's hard to tell. It felt like, yeah, that was happening, but then like that show happened, and it just fucking. It was like the little Dutch boy pulled his finger out of the fucking dike. You know what I mean? Like, it just.
Well,
are you talking about hipsters in Portland?
No, I'm just talking. Yeah, and Portlandia now. I was fucking Dano was talking about debt in Chicago, and I offered to trade him the debt if he'll take Portlandia out of Portland.
Yeah, you know how many Portlandia questions I got while I was in the Marine Corps? That and Oregon Trail questions.
Are you from there?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's awesome. So how are the pancakes on the corner of 4th Street and West Hempstead or whatever?
Shut up, DB.
Dude, like,
actually
that shit was
more
awesome.
fluffy, I'd say.
Yeah, my favorite episode was when he was like, where did this chicken live? And the waiter at the restaurant was like, here's a portfolio of the chicken that we're about to serve you, and these are photos of the chicken at the farm, and you don't remember that episode? The dude was like, I just want to make sure this chicken had a good life, man.
So I'm behind in the conversation here, but I don't know if you see what my shirt says.
Nice.
Anyway, we can change the subject anytime.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Let's talk about Dano's debt again.
I'm ready with the stimulus package. It's technically not in debt if you charged up $30,000 worth of credit card debt on handguns and AR-15s. It's not.
So how long
technically, it's not debt
until this country turns into a huge financial sinkhole and we all drown in debt.
Never. I just had the craziest argument with my best friend about world population, and he thinks the world population is going to destroy the Earth like within the next like 50 to 100 years. I found like a United Nations world population growth chart on my phone from the UN.org that has the world population all the way out to 2300. Okay.
So if it's on the internet, it must be true.
Well, it's the United Nations, and
exactly.
it is the people that.
Then it's really, really true.
It is the people that said we'd all be dead with Ebola by now. So I tried to tell him, like, look, that would be your best argument, because this is my best friend is the same guy who basically told me like 2 years ago we would all be dead with Ebola, because that's what the United Nations was saying. It was just going to like explode. Anyway, world population 2,300 is going to be like 30 billion, which is crazy. But anyway, having arguments about bullshit, man. That's what these chats are for. AR-15 chat is boring, you know. But I did want to ask you guys a serious question. Medium or large latch charging handle from BCM. Which one is the one to go with?
Small.
I tried both. Yeah, small, right? Because I have the large, and I'm like, this is retarded. It's so fucking stupid.
Why not get a Raptor charging handle?
Well,
a Raptor?
Are you gonna put a scope on it or something?
No, it's just a regular AR, but I have like a large.
You know why small? Because let's say you're not a fucking idiot, so you have a 2-point sling, and you're not wearing some fucking high-speed fucking bullshit chest rig or anything. You just have your rifle slung across your chest. You got the fucking extended latch. That fucking shit, unless you got big man tits, it's gonna be poking you in your fucking your breastbone or whatever your solar plexus. It's gonna be sitting there just fucking jabbing your ass like.
So will anyone here trade me a large for a small? That's the question. I have a large BCM charging handle. I don't want it anymore. It's brand new. It's pretty much brand new. Like new. I like that. That's the term. Like
so you just want a standard charging handle?
Yeah, I think standard.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a standard one.
What's wrong with standard?
Not standard. I want a BCM small.
Oh.
Because I think their charging handles are probably a better quality than the GI ones that come with the AR.
Charging handle is a charging handle is a charging handle.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand the beefed up ones. I get it. But
I mean, if I have a scope on mine, so I have to reach under the scope to try to grab the charging handle. So having a larger handle makes more sense because the scope is in the way.
yeah, okay.
But if you don't have a scope, I don't see it.
If you have it mounted on in some weird way that your scope would get in the way, then I get it. But if you just have like your average like a little red dot or something on there, or just iron sights, like if you can't get your fingers around that fucking latch, even if like sure I get the like a PRI like the small extension or the small BCM, but some of these fucking latches are like more complicated than the fucking rifle itself. I mean,
Yeah. The way I see it, if it's been working since fucking the rifle first came out, and people been fighting wars with it and all that.
It could happen. I guess you could bend your charging handle, but I've never seen anybody bend their charging handle.
I know G-Webs feels that he would bend his charging handle. It's like, well, they've been going with that standard charging handle since the 60s. Now all of a sudden, sometime in the 90s, they decided that after 30 years, it was too fragile.
I've never
I've never seen one break in my.
I've never seen one break either, but who am I?
You're Dano. You're just
Exactly.
Dano.
I've seen
Calling
firing
out a
pins
guy
break
that isn't
before.
even in the chat.
Yeah, well, me and millions of other guys that have used just the standard one that didn't bend or break them.
I say go for a nicer, more expensive one if you want, but like think about like how your rifle's set up, and don't go too far. Otherwise, it's just going to be something jamming in your chest or your side, or hanging up on some web gear, or it's just going to be one thing. I mean, I don't know.
And it's money that you could spend on something else.
Exactly.
One of my favorite things about the AR is the lack of a reciprocating charging handle. So last thing I would want is something like sticking out and being not reciprocating, but just sticking out and fucking jamming me.
If that thing reciprocated, it'd break everyone's nose.
Well, you know what I'm trying to say. I can get over the AK and its charging handle sticking out and whatever, but it also sits on the other side of the rifle. So if you're right-handed, I guess this all changes if you're left-handed, but if you're right-handed, as the rifle sits on your chest with a 2-point sling, it's not going to be jamming you in the sternum.
And thank you for mentioning the left-handed people of the world. We thank you.
Yeah, whatever. Freaks.
So reports of today of the Turkish army killing Kurds that were people who were fighting against ISIS on the other side of the border. Like the Turkish army is killing those people. So, props to you, mechanic buyers.
Yeah, that's one reason I won't buy one.
No, I don't want to buy one. Anyway.
I'll buy one.
But I don't have one yet.
$2.99. Actually, they're $2.99 now on Slick Guns. If you go in there and look, they're the single action only one with the kill you button or kill yourself button is $2.99.
If you they have this thing called Walther P99. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it, but it's like a Canic, but better.
Oh,
yeah,
so
I refuse to buy German anything because of the war.
Cost about probably at this point $50 more, maybe $100 more.
Yo, Slick Guns last night. I was on Slick Guns for like an hour, and M&Ps are like $3.99. What the fuck happened, dude? Brand new, new guns, $3.99. Like, that's awesome. I wish I was more of an M&P guy. I'd buy a fucking spare backup or something. The M&P 9 compacts, the full-size ones, not police trades, just regular ones, $3.99.
Okay, $500 for P99, whatever.
Wasn't $3.99 the price of the Shield as well?
I mean, the Shield when no one could get them in stock, they were like $5. I remember for at least a year there, I couldn't get one for like less than $5, right? MSRP was like $4, and I think Street you could basically get it for like 360, 370, 350. But the M&Ps were always $499. Like they were always right there, neck and neck with the Glock, like in terms of price. And for some reason, in the last year, like they've really dropped the prices, man.
Now, are you seeing that at different dealers or just one particular dealer?
Online, like if you go on Slick Guns, like Sportsman's, Outdoor Warehouse, Grab a Gun, all the usual suspects online. They've all lowered their price. Buds, you know, they're fucking cheap, man. Fucking cheap. It's awesome. I mean, 'cause like when people ask you, like, I want to buy a gun, but I can't afford a Glock. Like you can tell them get an M&P, right?
Yeah, if they've come down that much, that's a serious consideration.
Fucking
good shit.
Let's talk about some more Canik Kool-Aid while we're let's go back to Caniks.
Canik 8. I don't know. I've never seen any spare mags.
Let's mix up a
Purple Source Rex. That's the best Kool-Aid.
What about those
Purple
Turkish
Source.
MP5 clones?
Turkish MP. I thought the best ones were from Pakistan, which
No.
isn't a great friend of us either, right?
Apparently, on Military Arms Channel, he says that the Turkey company got the stamp molds from
Dude,
H&K.
that guy's a fucking spy, dude. He's a Turkish spy, dude. Come on, man. Like, he's bought and paid for by the Turkish.
No,
He's awesome. I love his channel, man, but I thought the little MP5 pistols were like Pakistan. I saw them on his channel. I thought they were
Yeah, he has two
Pakistani.
videos. There's the Pakistani ones and more recently the Turkish ones.
So two countries that can't stand us. That's awesome.
I'd rather have the SIG.
Yeah, the new MP, whatever. Their 9mm AR.
Well, Turkey may not love us, but they are a NATO country where Pakistan is not.
That is true. But Turkey's pushing their own agenda while lying about another agenda. So, but I mean, I guess
Well,
everybody
that's a
does
good-
it.
That's a good question for the panel. What's the best 9mm subgun that we can buy as civilians, like in America? Like, if you needed to buy one. I don't even know if there's a reason for one. But
All I know is I'm not spending fucking $1,500 on a fucking 9mm pistol. Where's Moon? How much he spent? Like half that on his freaking CZ.
the CZ. Yeah, that might be the best one to get.
I don't know.
On a Scorpion?
I played with the SIG, and I know the SIG is expensive, but I don't think it's as it can be. Oh shit, I don't know. Let's look it up. What is it called? The SIG MPX?
MPX or something.
MPA.
How much does this motherfucker cost?
Too goddamn high.
At least 1,000 on Slick.
Oh
Guns.
yeah, I'm sure it does, but
I thought it was $800 or $700 or $800.
That's the CZ is around there.
well, let's see what Cabela's wants for a SIG MPX. So, oh, never mind. Holy balls.
Cabela's though. You got to go to Slick Guns.
1,700, but that's Cabela's. Let's go to Bud's because Hickok told me to go here.
So why would you want to spend that much money unless you're doing? Why would you want to spend that much money on a handgun?
I don't know.
With all the other handguns that are available that are very good and excellent for less.
All right, 13, basically 1,400. So it looks like the SIG and the that fake MP5 are comparable in price.
But it's still.
One thing I could say about it is it feels robust. Like it does not feel like the Scorpion.
But one pull per trigger equals one bullet, so who cares? That's the part that I don't get. It's not like you're paying $1,600 and getting a real submachine.
Cool factor. That's all there is
Maybe
to it.
that's why I like Glock.
Well, you're not cool. We all know that. So.
I mean, I can understand if you're getting the real deal, absolutely. But to get a one-shot, knockoff of the real thing is, first of all, not the real thing.
I had a Colt for a little while, and it didn't even cost that much. Let's see if they have my. I forgot how much I paid for my Colt. It wasn't that much though. It was like,
I mean, if so, it should be appropriately priced. Like an AR is not, a select fire, and it's not priced like one. That's why it's reasonable to get an AR, because it's not an M16, nor priced like an M16.
oh, that's weird. See how much.
I think it's more just like the cool factor.
Yeah.
It all looks cool.
I think I paid 9 something for my Colt 9mm when I had it, and it was very, very fun to shoot. But like, that's about as much as I could justify paying for a little carbine like that.
For a single fire gun.
Yeah. 1600s is a bit much.
Yeah, those POF or Pakistani fucking MP5s are like $2,000, right? 2,500 or something. Some fucking outrageous price. Why don't I just buy you the fucking chemical weapons to attack us? You know what I mean? Why don't I just send them to you? Evil fuckers. It's like, want to buy the gun from the company that like helped hide Bin Laden for fucking 10 years? Money goes directly to ISI, fucking crooked fuckers. You know?
Only half of them are crooked.
Only, I think it's like 80%. It's like they're like fucking rogue CIA of Pakistan. Fuckers, man. Unbelievable.
Holy shit, yeah, the MPX is like 1700, so I guess it's not. It's heavy though. It feels like a real fucking gun. It doesn't feel like some rinky-dink piece of shit. I'll give it that much. I mean, I'd rather just buy a Tavor and get the conversion kit or something at that point.
That would be cool. I was thinking like the Beretta, like whatever the Beretta is.
The little rifle, that little carbine?
Yeah, the ARX or whatever. It's like, what, $600?
Huh?
I think it's $600. Little Beretta carbine that takes the 92 max.
The C, what is it called? It starts with C.
I think it's like the CX Storm or CX4, maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
I'll just stick with a PS90.
Like a Moon out there, like, defending his stupid little Scorpion. Just talking shit right now for the sake of talking shit. I don't even...
Well, he could come in here and defend it, or babysitting the girls. Well, it's not really babysitting when they're their girls, when they're your girls.
Girls? What does that mean? That sounds like fun.
Kids, children, that sort of thing.
Yeah, never mind.
What's fucked up is when you're buying from the Czech Republic, at least you're not buying from like the, real cocksuckers that hate us. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that CZ looks pretty cool.
I agree. I mean, I don't have any. I'm not gonna buy one of those stupid fucking Canics or whatever they're called. What is it? The Canic? Is that the pistol?
We're just gonna call it the handguns from Turkey.
Is that the P99?
POF. I'm talking about the POF. The clone HK pistol. Like that's like $2,000. And
No,
I think
it's the P99 ripoff. Is that the?
Oh,
Canic?
That's the Canic. That's Turkey. Yeah.
I'm sensing a little hypocrisy here, though. I mean, AKs are okay, but
Well, Bulgaria doesn't hate us.
Yeah.
Russia, even if you bought a Russian right now, I mean, Putin is bad. He's a bad guy. I will technically call him a bad guy. He does business with people who want to kill us.
Yeah, Bulgaria may have been like a hardcore communist state, but that's in the past.
Like right now, I have a relative that's going to go to Turkey for a vacation, and if you look it up, like you're not like as an American, it could be dangerous to even travel there.
Yeah, there's people getting fucking killed. Shit.
Yeah, there's a State Department warning right now. So would you buy something from a country that's like not even safe to travel to? Like that's the kind of climate that's going on. Like, and like YouTube channels are like traveling there VIP, like fucking selling their bullshit ass fucking gear. It's fucking hilarious.
See in the background are like the big old fucking thug dudes with like fucking bodyguards that are watching their back.
So like Such will go there like to do a factory tour.
Yeah, Bulgaria's been part of it. Bulgaria's been a part of NATO since 2004.
Yeah, honestly, the Bulgarians make. I think they were saying like that some of the best AKs ever. Like,
but realistically, they're on the B team of NATO.
Whatever.
Well, they're definitely the A team of AKs. Like if you can get the Bulgarian AK, you're a step ahead.
Well, I don't know.
I could think of another NATO country that, let's see, they were invaded just recently, and they're a NATO country, and what did we do? Nothing. We just let the Russians take them.
Who are you talking about?
The Crimea.
They're not. Ukraine is not NATO. Look it up.
Russia wanted to be NATO. Didn't they want to be NATO like 2 years ago? Like Putin was all pissed or something? And let us in NATO?
Was Georgia NATO when Russia went through there?
Nope.
Even though they're like one of the biggest contributors to the coalition forces, but that don't matter.
I don't know. I mean, we can split hairs about who belongs to what and whatever, but I mean, what DB's right. What you can say is like right now, like Turkey is like shaky at best, and the fucking we're basically just giving money to Pakistan so they don't nuke India. I mean, really, that's all we're doing.
Well, we've been doing that for a long time.
Yep.
That's not like it's the same thing with Saudi Arabia. Why do they have all those F-15s?
Because they're an ally.
Yeah, India can take care of themselves. Like they're not victims. I mean, they have the nuke too. It's like, I guess.
Well, we basically give Pakistan money to try to stabilize Pakistan, and.
But it's a proxy state.
Yeah, I'm not defending it.
Oh.
So did you guys see that repost that I posted right there?
No, I didn't see
right
it.
Right now I'm trying to make reservations for breakfast at this place in Portland 2 years from now.
Oh, wow.
It's a 2-year wait list. They have like real huckleberry jam that's like super.
Oh God, you gotta do better if you're gonna troll, man.
The artisan. We have artisan bacon.
Are you sitting there like eating ice cream off your belly while you're fucking making shitty jokes?
I'm trying to troll you. I mean, it's horrible,
You're just
man.
like just not even trying. You're just like, eh.
Nah, yeah. Right now I'm trying to vacation in Portland.
Oh.
It's hard though.
Why?
I'm renting a little lot of land to put my tent up there.
Oh, shut up.
Near a goat farm.
What's in Portland that's of any attraction for you?
Really, Chicago?
Chicks that don't shave their armpits
I'm
are
talking
cool.
Chicago. This is where we're going. This is where we're going.
Parking lots of newsstands. What are you talking about?
I think it's where they opened up the first American Apparel. So I'm trying to go there.
I don't go to Chicago ever for that exact reason.
Okay, suburbs of Chicago.
I don't live in the suburbs or close to them for a fucking reason.
See what you're doing, DB? You're making Dano try to call me out, and that's just embarrassing.
Nah,
So wait,
dude,
what's
it's
wrong with
cool.
the Chicagoland suburbs?
Nothing wrong with Portland, dude. It's fucking awesome. I'll go there in a heartbeat. I live there.
So,
I mean,
so
shit,
what's wrong with the Chicagoland suburbs though?
I'm just
Nothing.
giving you a hard time.
It's just gangsters, man. It's gangsters.
Let's see.
Even the suburbs of Chicago are gangsters.
Cook
man.
County,
Uh,
dirtiest county in the state. City of Chicago, dirty and in debt almost as much as the state of Illinois.
yeah, I don't care about Cook County or Chicago. That's fine.
See,
Well, but you
now-
live in Illinois, don't you?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
So
I'm
we're
outside of
tied
it.
to it whether we like it or not.
Oh, I agree with you in that sense, definitely. But I mean, you can say what you want about them. I think they suck. Yeah, and
But it's because of Cook County and Chicago that you and I have to live with the gun laws we do.
that's right. But you still
Why
have to
we
fight
can't
'em.
have any NFA items at all, period.
That's not true. We can actually have short barrel rifles now.
DB, go to look at the lobby and take notes. That's how you troll me by G-Webs. That's how you troll somebody. Not that fucking half-ass shit you just did.
Okay, well, I have a question. When were we allowed to get short-barreled rifles?
Not all that long ago. I think it was like last year or something. What we have to do is you have to have a CNR license.
You have to have a what?
A CNR license, a Curio and Relic license. And once you have the Curio Relic license, you can actually file the forms, but you have to have like your local law enforcement, your chief local law enforcement officer sign off on the forms.
What?
Depending on where you live, it can be very hard, but if you're trying to get one, I can put you in contact with someone that can help you with that.
So you think the chief law enforcement, Chief Dart, in the city in Cook County, is going to sign off on a short-barreled rifle?
No, not for you. Yeah, you're fucked. But if
No,
you're
I don't live there. I'm just saying. I mean, but in order for it to be legal here, it has to be practical here, and it's not practical. It's not. It won't just because it's written in law doesn't mean it'll actually happen.
No, people have them. I know people that actually have them.
What does the CNR have to do with SBRs?
There's a loop. Well, I hate using the word loophole, but there is a provision in it. I guess the better way to word it, that will allow you, if you have a CNR license, to actually get an SBR. I can't explain the exact details of it, but that's the basic requirement to get one, is to have the CNR license and then to have your law enforcement sign off on the proper forms with the ATF. And of course, you file it with ATF and pay a $200 tax stamp, and you can, at that point, you can get one. But it doesn't have to necessarily be like, if your local village or whatever, chief law enforcement doesn't want to sign off on it, you can go to your county, I believe. There's a whole step to it. Like if the first person won't do it, you go to the next one. And if you run out of people, then yeah, you're gonna have to fight it because it's not right.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I will definitely research it. Because I've been a member of Illinois Carry for a long time, and I have never heard of what you're saying. I'm not saying it's not true.
It's on Illinois Carry. If you're on Illinois Carry, it's on Illinois Carry.
I will, like I said, I will check it out.
Yeah, there's a whole thread about it actually. I'll post the link for you.
There's a tiger on the loose in Detroit.
What?
I love the fact that Detroit has gotten so shitty that there's now a tiger on the loose in Detroit.
Where?
Do you know of more than one Detroit that I don't know about?
I mean, where in Detroit? I don't want to go outside.
An actual tiger was caught roaming in Detroit's abandoned Packard plant.
Oh, by the Packard plant? Okay. I'm safe. That's pretty awesome. Detroit's badass. Don't fuck with us. We have tigers.
I want to move to Detroit. I think that's the play. We all move to Detroit.
Fuck yeah.
And we buy half of the city for the price of a car, and
Hell yeah. Dude,
Loft living.
it's
Loft
actually-
living. We
That's
turn it
my,
into the new Portlandia. We have artisan jams and
TV, shut the
chocolates.
fuck up.
Actually, you know what? It's funny you mentioned that. And I know you're just trolling, but it's really interesting. Is that downtown Detroit has actually gotten a big swing of like, yeah, Detroit pride, and it's all these hipsters, and there's all these local breweries and all this shit popping up. And the people, like the regular people in Detroit, at first they're like, oh, good, money coming into the city. Finally, like we won't be bankrupt anymore. And now they're like, I wish these fucking hipsters would leave. Like, we hate all of them. We want our shitty city back.
So why is that guy going after a tiger with a weed eater?
It's an NFA item.
An NFA weed eater? Short barrel weed eater?
That's some shit in New York. Like, why is that person defending his home with a lawnmower? Oh, I mean a lawnmower. It's like New York. I don't know why. I think Detroit's not so bad.
It looks like the tiger got let loose during some fucking hipstery ass photo shoot. They didn't tell anybody. They were bringing it and they got out. Oh man, fucking so funny.
And be like, hey, if you see lion, call Caleb. Call Caleb or Dylon at the hipster hotline. We lost a tiger. I don't know. That's fucking
I'm
weird.
on the lookout for the tiger right now, so if I disappear, I got eaten.
I just
So they
figured
got it. They coaxed it back into the cage with the weed eater.
What, was it actually a lion, or is it somebody's dog with their hair trimmed?
It was a tiger.
That's a fucking tiger.
I know, I'm just joking. Have you guys seen that, though, where someone actually called the police, like, oh, there's a tiger loose or whatever, a lion loose. And it was like their neighbor's golden retriever or something like that with a wig, or just like with its hair trimmed or whatever. It's like crazy.
People are special.
It's funny, though. I get it. I think it's pretty funny to do that to your dog, but it's also, but then you get the goofy people calling up and everything.
I think I was in Portland, wasn't it? That dog
I don't remember.
with the tiger haircut.
I don't know. For all those people who've never fucking seen a fucking lion, don't realize they weigh like 300 something fucking pounds.
It could be a lion cub.
It's baby
It's probably
lion.
the size of a dog.
Yeah, if a lion was the size of a golden retriever, they wouldn't be nearly as scary as they actually are.
If I found a tiger, I wouldn't know what to do with it because Michael Jackson's dead. I mean, who would you even sell it to? Mike Tyson or Michael Jackson?
So can you troll a tiger, DB?
Can you troll one?
Could you troll a tiger?
Yeah.
You sell them to Tony Montana. Who else?
Yep. I could definitely troll one. I'm the one who rented it to the fucking hipsters for the photo shoot. I mean,
nice.
In a sense, that's the troll. I'm sure it was like for like some beard oil or something like that, you know?
Who knows?
Like, we have an idea for a beard oil ad. It's like we're going to have a tiger and we're going to rub beard oil on its face. And just be like, that's it, man. Artisan pancakes all the way for everybody.
Meanwhile, DB's walking his two fucking chihuahuas, listening to fucking some fucking East Coast hip hop on his Beats fucking.
Yeah. Meanwhile, your roommate's burning some Nag Champa, having sex with his new boyfriend, and you're like, I don't care.
You burning Nag Champa over there, motherfucker.
Meanwhile, your roommates are fucking burning Nag Champa, making artisan pancakes,
Yep.
having an orgy in the bathroom.
Yep.
You're hiding in your room,
Mhm.
watching Mr. Robot.
Fuck yeah, that show's awesome. Meanwhile, DB's catching up on all this Mr. Robot.
Yeah, hell, there's a flea market about 2 counties away from me that they used to sell tigers and lions and everything.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Puerto Ricans, man, they'll sell you anything. They don't give a fuck.
A buddy of mine used to have a
Where's Marco
pet.
to defend? Where's Marco here to defend himself?
Buddy of mine used to have a, what was it? A timber wolf.
Put it like this: he's Puerto Rican. I mean, he's Dominican. My bad. Yankee, you said Marco was Mexican. That was fucked up.
Did I say that?
I think Yankee was like, "You're Mexican, dude." Trying to be black. You remember that? It was some funny chat. He's like, "You're just like a Mexican kid trying to be black, man."
He's Chilean.
Well, that's yeah. I don't know about that.
Whatever.
I don't know about that, dude. Chileans have class, unlike these fucking Dominicans.
Good lord, dude. By the way, anybody listening, he's dead serious, and you can find him at mrdbcooper.asshole.com.
I'm D's nuts. D'snuts.com. I got a new URL. Hipster.com. Portlandia.net.
Dude, I don't know how many, like, honestly, Huffington Post...
Appendix carry. Everyone who carries in Portlandia is appendix carrying right now. With a fucking, yeah, oh yeah, for sure. With a fucking lumberjack shirt, a flannel shirt, and a fucking beard.
Figured it'd be colon carry.
How do you fucking shut him up?
Horn rim glasses, neck beard, appendix carry.
I would never appendix carry.
I can. I'm not a hipster. I'm too fat for that.
Motherfucker.
I didn't know Hawaii was in this chat because I didn't hear a fucking windstorm. A windstorm going.
Why is not in the chat?
Why isn't the wind blowing?
It's just the Sharknado coming to get you.
It's not a tornado. I thought it was like a fucking. Where's Hawaii at? Did he have a chat tonight?
He got swept up by the flash flood.
I wish Moon was here. He had the crickets playing.
Actually, that's me with the crickets.
Are they real crickets? Or I thought like Moon Food was playing like a cricket recording or
No,
something.
everyone thinks that, but no, they are real crickets whenever I unmute. You want to hear them? I can go get them.
Do they only shut up when we're entertaining? Or just mute yourself? Okay.
Solar powered? That's a thing now?
My phone's solar powered.
But
It's dual powered. It's got a battery also.
Is that so? The panel recharges the battery. Is that the idea?
I don't know.
Huh.
Six String put me onto that one.
That's before he became a motorcycle channel. Right now he's having a motorcycle chat on motorcyclechannels.com. I watch his videos now, and I get like fucking crazy, man. It's like a roller coaster. Those GoPros, man, they're awesome.
Yeah, I was watching that one where he hit that little gravel patch.
That would have sucked, dude. Yeah, I saw that one. That's like a psych out. Like he named that chat he named that video like a close call or something.
Something like that.
Something where it's like, oh shit, I watched the whole fucking video. It's like, oh shit. 10 minutes of the dude riding a bike.
That's one thing you gotta watch out for. I know that. I know I've hit a couple. Especially where I go riding up in the hills where I go. Any rainstorm will wash gravel onto the road at any time.
That's around here we have potholes that will eat motorcycles.
I love the guys that are like on the highway. You'll see one guy just like flying, doing like 150. And cops can't even catch him. Like they don't even bother them. They're like, all right.
Yeah, they don't even try.
I forget who posted it on Instagram. I think it was today or yesterday. They had one guy filming another guy. Well, he wasn't paying attention in front of him and ran into back of an SUV.
Did you see that video of a motorcycle guy who hit a deer?
There's quite a few of them that hit deer around here.
I forget what chat that was. Someone was showing the video the other day. The guy like kept control and everything. Like it was pretty good.
I had to be a German Shepherd-sized deer then, because the deer around here will take a person out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they went back, they circled back around, and they showed the deer was on the road, but I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't see how big it was.
Yeah, we got one of the local police officers. I think he's still in the hospital. He was riding his bike to work and hit a deer. Fucked him up pretty bad.
It's up north. My cousin had this red truck that deer just loved to hit. Not he would hit the deer would hit his truck. Like his side door was all smashed in. His, the back half of his car was all dented, and I think he got hit by like 6 different deer in that truck. But it was good for his freezer.
Waste not, want not.
No, well, that's, he actually never buys, like, beef at the store. His family eats venison just about year-round. And, I mean, they do have a working farm, so sometimes they'll butcher their own cow. But most of the time, they just, like, raise them and sell them.
Yeah, I eat venison too.
Oh, there you go. Someone's got the crickets, not me. My one cricket must be sleeping. He wasn't making noise when I went outside to show the noise.
No, there's a fucking YouTube video. There's a YouTube video, cricket sounds for 10. It's a 10-hour video, dude. I don't know. It's fucking 10 hours of fucking cricket sound.
That could help somebody sleep, maybe.
It's pretty funny. I'm gonna put it on Gun Channels just in case anyone wants to listen to that. Who's running this chat? Ping?
No idea.
Someone's got to be.
I think it's Pink.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, it's me.
Yeah. Just in case. You need 10 hours of crickets.
It's only an 8-hour chat, so.
Middle-aged guys, middle-aged dudes who ride their bikes on the weekends call themselves bikers. I don't know about that. Never seen that before. Unless they're in a biker gang.
What, the Weekend Warriors?
Yeah, that's what they call themselves, like weekend warriors. I think they call themselves dentists, doctors, and lawyers.
What's that movie with Tim Allen where they're bikers or whatever? That shit was funny as hell.
I saw some of that. One dude was riding it without that is a helmet visor or something. He got hit, like Travolta got hit in his face with like a crazy amount of bugs.
Yeah. I just like the ending where, like, the one biker's dad or whatever comes back, and they're like, "Why are you doing this? They burned down our bar. That bar is a piece of shit. Get over it."
Oh, yeah, Wild Hogs.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Weekend chat. There's like weekend chat warriors. Man. These guys just come on the weekends. Not dedicated, you know. Not dedicated to this chat life.
Nice.
Like Dano.
I'm a lobby chat warrior.
Dano's a sometimey chatter.
A keyboard commando.
Yeah. Things haven't been the same since repeal all gun laws. Things kind of fell apart after that.
Was that it? That was the end?
That was the end of chats as we know it. I mean, 'cause that was chats with a purpose. You know what I mean? Like, straight up purposeful chats, man. There hasn't been a real chat with a purpose since repeal all gun laws. third meeting, third board meeting. Thought that was a good one. Also, when the first Asian takeover, or was that the Asian takeover, the second Asian takeover of the chats was a good time. It was a good time in chat history.
What? When was that?
You'd just show up and it would be like 7 Asian dudes talking. I'm just fucking trolling you guys. No one watches that shit. There's no one here anymore. Kassan, new Daniel, old Daniel, the other dude. Forgot his name.
Chris.
Oh, Chris. But there was another dude who's like a reloader.
G Lee.
G Lee.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was G Lee. That was a good time in chat history, man. Because that was like a global representation. That was real chat.
I must have missed some of those because I don't recognize most of those people.
Are you kidding? Oh, you're not. You're a newbie.
I've been around for a couple years.
Couple years, and you missed there would be like 6 Asian guys on the panel with like 1 white dude looking stupid.
It'd be Yankee. Yankee and 6 Asian dudes.
It was like Yankee.
How is that different from? How is that different from any other night for him?
Exactly. Any other night in Bangkok. It's just Yankee in Thailand, dude. Was there a song about that? About Bangkok or something like that? I don't know.
One night in Bangkok. Hard man humble.
The West End Boys or something like that?
That's not how it goes.
I don't remember who the fuck sang that song.
There is a song about like one night in Bangkok. Changed it all.
Yeah, West End Boys. That was it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think it was them.
Yeah, I remember this song. I don't know who sang it, but
Yeah, I can't. Obviously, I'm
probably
not
before my time. But it's been in many movies.
not gonna bang. It's like an '80s song.
Yes, it is.
One Night in Bangkok by Murray Head. That's the artist. Check it out on YouTube. Anyway, fuck it, dude. Those were the days, man. That's real chat history right there. Anyway, I'm like killing it. We're hemorrhaging panelists, man. Is it too late or like?
And then
Am I just super rude,
Monday.
dude?
No, I don't think. It's just
Am I
Monday.
being too trollish tonight?
I don't think so.
Because then I'm gonna start trolling people in the fucking on the chat.
Maybe not trollish
what
enough. that's the
exactly?
problem.
What exactly is the definition of trolling?
I don't know. Usually trolling to me would be like someone in a comment section like talking shit about you or your video or a chat.
Gotcha.
It's hard to troll when you're on here, but like I guess you can. You can be like ultra sarcastic.
Right, or like playing like super dumb. Like you say stuff just to piss people off is normally like a troll.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Like say something like Glocks are not reliable. Everyone knows that, or something. You know, like that.
Yeah,
Something
that's a
like
good
that.
example. Because then everyone just loses their shit.
Vice City. Okay, buddy. Vice City was a good GTA. I don't know what you're talking about. That was definitely awesome.
Absolutely. Broke the mold, man. Made everything else possible.
Yeah, it was next level.
Well, that game was the
first one was the
reason
best.
I bought the PlayStation 2 was Vice City. That was the reason I went in and bought one of those motherfuckers. That's
Yeah.
probably the I haven't bought one since. I don't have a Xbox One or a PlayStation 4 or whatever they're up to.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would think that
thought it was best.
the new Grand Theft Auto, the bird's eye view.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
I remember playing that and at my buddy's house, listening to that song, "Move, bitch, get out the way." You know that song?
Yeah, I've heard it.
We were just like listening to that CD. Whenever that song came on, we would just try and run over as many people as possible.
Yeah, the bird's eye one was fun. Was that PlayStation 2 or 1?
Which one? Vice City?
No, the one who he's talking about. I know Vice City was PlayStation 2.
I don't know. I had the first one too, though. I thought
It might have been the first one, like PlayStation 1.
I think it was PlayStation 2, though.
The first one with the bird's eye view. Whereas like everything was bird's eye view, like small car, you could get in and out of it, like no first person anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Over
I
the
think it
shoulder.
might have been 2. It might have been like the first version on 2.
I think, yeah.
Because it was a PC game. I think I played it first on a PC.
And it was like a scroller, a top-down, looking down scroller. I think the original one was.
I have the new one, and it's pretty fucking incredible, but it's just too massive, man.
I would imagine.
It
I
gets
just don't
too out of
want to.
hand.
I just don't want to put the investment in getting the platform in order to play it. That's the problem.
Yeah, because I have a PlayStation 3, but I never went out and got 4.
There was no need. There was no games that was like a must-have. But that new Grand Theft was awesome, and trying to think what else was great. Like, well, so they say the last great game on the 3 was Last of Us. All those Uncharted. If you had 3, PlayStation 3, the Uncharted's were great. The Last of Us was great.
Moon says that the PS1 had the top-down version, top-down GTA, which is probably Grand Theft Auto 1. Because what did it start out with? Was it Grand Theft Auto?
Oh, probably 1.
Was it just 2? I mean, PlayStation 2. What was the original Grand
awesome.
Theft Auto?
Right here. Fuck that. I'm not going downstairs.
Had to be 2.
Might have been 3. What was Vice City?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it might have been 4.
It's been a while.
No, 4 was New York, right? With the first New York, and then there was San Andreas.
That was after Vice City, though.
Yeah, Vice City might have been 5. I don't know. Or no, the Vice City was 3, I guess.
There you go. So then San Andreas would have been 4.
Mm-hmm. And then the one on the PlayStation 4 is 5.
Okay.
It's definitely just a V on the logo.
Yeah, I've got a PS2 in there, and I think I've only played 1 game on it, and that was it. It's been up in storage ever since.
Yeah, unfortunately. I don't play a lot of games anymore. But Last of Us was great. It was like one of the last games I played almost all the way through. I didn't even finish it.
Hell, I've still got all the Marvel games in there that are still wrapped up. I haven't even opened them yet.
The new shit that's fun is those Lego games. Like the Marvel Lego game was like the best. That shit was like playing Avengers. Tag team, like you could like select whoever was on screen and play as them for a second or two, and then go back to another character on the Marvel game. Yeah, but Uncharted was mind blowing. I haven't been an Xbox user in a long time, like 6 years, 7 years.
Yeah, the plastic just came off of this one, but yeah, still wrapped up in plastic.
There's a new Star Wars edition PS4, and if I didn't own one, that's the one I'd buy. It has fucking Darth Vader on there and on the console, like Vader etched in. New Battlefront game, new Star Wars game from EA. It's gonna be awesome.
Earth Defense Force was absolutely amazing.
I think the only game I played on that PS2 was Dragon Ball Z. That was it.
Pokemon. Anyone had a 64 or a GameCube?
I used to have every single system, except for Super Nintendo.
Yeah,
And the funny thing is, I never had them growing up. My wife bought me a Nintendo for Christmas one year. Not that I didn't play it when I wasn't a kid, but it took a while to actually get the systems.
Yeah, Nintendo really was awesome up until the GameCube. Like, even the GameCube was okay. But I never got a Wii. I was getting too old for that. GoldenEye on the 64 was awesome.
Hell yeah. Best game ever.
Star Fox or whatever the fuck. That was cool. Even the Wave game, the Wave Runner 64. I love Super Mario 64. There's so many good games on that. Hasn't been that many cool games on PS4.
Yeah,
or one. Like,
what one had
even
GoldenEye? Was that the
64?
Yeah.
That game was awesome.
Yeah.
And Dragon
know
Ball Z
one.
was awesome too on the PlayStation 2 as well. I'm with you, Pink.
There was a game after GoldenEye that was even better, and I think it was like it used the same engine and all that shit. It was called like Perfect Dark, and it was supposed to be the sequel, like to whatever the fuck GoldenEye was going to be, the Bond movies. But then they were like, I guess they had lost the license or something, so they're just like, fuck it, let's just make a game anyway with the same engine. You know, Perfect Dark, I think it was called. It was fucking great. That was way better than GoldenEye. It's better guns and shit. Better graphics.
What was Solid Snake? What was that one?
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
Yeah, that was. I don't think there was a Metal Gear on Nintendo. I
That
think
was
like a
PlayStation,
Sony.
I think.
Yeah, Sony only. A lot of creeping around in that game. With a lot of cool guns, though.
There wasn't a Metal Gear Solid on any Nintendo? You don't think?
I think the first Metal Gear might have been, right? Like way back, but like
Yeah.
when they started getting like real cool graphics and like it was like a Sony exclusive. It might have been Konami or something. I don't know.
That sounds about right. I just remember anytime you use the communication, it always came up like a green screen, like it was lots of dialogue.
Yeah, I never played the first ones, the first Metal Gears, but like I'm pretty sure it was Konami. It was the same guys who did like fucking Akari. What was it Akari Brothers or some shit like that? Akari Warriors.
Akari Warriors.
Yeah, I think that was Konami. They used to be the shit.
The Game Shark. Come on.
They were the shit, dude.
No, he just had the Game Shark. That's crazy.
Or Game Genie.
Yeah.
Actually, my neighbor's Nintendo got to the point where, like, the little circuit board was messed up in the Nintendo, but if you plug the Game Shark in and then plug the game in, it would work. So we just had to play every game with the Game Shark and just, like, not put in codes if we wanted to just play it regular.
Yeah, I used to use that PlayStation 1 and use my VCR and actually download all the little movie clips from like Final Fantasy VII and stuff like that.
Nice. I've played the shit out of that game.
Knights of the Round Table, set it up and go eat dinner. That was Final Fantasy VII, wasn't it?
I don't
I
think
never
so.
played those.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
It was like the one move where they, like, it was super damage, but it called up every single knight of the Round Table, and he like came up and did damage, and the next one would come up and do. The thing took like a half hour to play the little movie sequence, and you couldn't skip it. So you just be like, all right, it's round table. Let's go do something. We'll see if we won the battle in a minute.
I remember. I do remember that now. The summoner or something like that could call that, right?
Yeah, something. I wasn't really into it. I just remember that particular part of it. And racing the Chichulus or something. How are those things?
I love the crickets in the background. It's just awesome.
Is it a chocobo?
Chitterloo.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. You take them racing and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm so old. One of my favorite games was baseball on
I thought you were saying Pong.
the first Nintendo. That shit was the first Nintendo system had this game. I think it was like All-Star Baseball or something.
Yeah, I remember that game. My cousin had that one.
It was fucking awesome, dude. Like you could play that shit forever.
Blades of Steel, man.
Blades of Steel was fucking incredible.
That's how hockey should be. If you lose
Double
the fight,
dribble.
you go in the penalty box.
Yeah, that was Double Dribble and Blades of Steel were like must-haves. Mike
No
Tyson's
Double
Punch
Dragon
Out.
fans out there?
Double Dragon was awesome, but Mike Tyson's Punch Out was definitely top-notch. The gold Zelda game, the first one.
I remember that. My cousin had that same one too.
Yeah, it was badass.
Man, stop talking about Nintendo products. I only have Sega and the PlayStations.
Sega had awesome shit too.
I had to say that was I think the first video game that I bought myself was the Sega Genesis. Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ended up buying the little CD-ROM thing at one point. Had a
Yeah,
job.
Saturn.
Yeah.
What the heck was that little CD-ROM thing called again?
I don't remember, man.
Was it like Dream something or other?
No.
Not Dreamcast.
Dreamcast.
Not Dreamcast.
He's talking about Sega Saturn.
No, it was. It was.
The Sega Genesis had an add-on piece that was like
I remember the CD-ROM add-on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that.
But it was, the Saturn was after the Genesis.
I
and
think so.
What was the
Sega Saturn was
Dreamcast
in-
then?
The Dreamcast was right before PlayStation 2.
Yeah, but was it? Who made it?
Oh, it was Sega.
That was Sega.
Yeah, it came out in 1999. I remember like that ad was like 9999. It came out like September 2000.
This was like
1999.
This is like right after Sega Genesis. They came out with the Dreamcast to compete with the PlayStation.
They came out with a Dreamcast to basically take on the PS2, and they had a jump.
No, there
Like
wasn't. It had to have been a PS1.
No, PS1 had been out like for a long time, and then they were announcing like because they already lost like the PlayStation 1 and the Saturn like went head to head for a long time, like not even that long.
Not
and
even
then
close though.
yeah, they lost, and then
So Sega was trying
PlayStation-
to basically head off the
Yes.
PlayStation 2.
Dreamcast was way ahead of fucking PlayStation 1. I had one. Like you could play House of the Dead on there. The fucking Time Cop games, all the graphics were way better. It was fucking incredible. And then
Chrono Trigger or whatever. What was that
I don't know if
called?
it was a Chrono Trigger. It was there was a game called like fucking Time Cop or something that was in the arcade. It was like a Sega game with guns that like you'd go to the arcade and play it by shooting
That
the
sounds
screen.
familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, like all those games were on the Dreamcast. Plus, really cool games.
I think one of the things the PlayStation had going for it was the PlayStation 2 would play the PlayStation 1 games.
Well, that too, but then also, so when Dreamcast came out, it was like 1999, right? 999, I think it was.
And DVDs.
So then when PlayStation 2 came out, I think it was like 2000 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And then like it had DVDs, so you could play. So it killed the fucking Dreamcast like overnight. Like Dreamcast couldn't even compete. But the Dreamcast controller was the first controller that had like dual triggers. That was what was fucking cool. Like it had triggers. It had it basically looked like an Xbox controller. And then it had like a memory card you could stick in there that had like a LCD screen on it, like a tiny LCD screen. So like depending on what game you played, it would have like a fucking little screen that was like telling you points or whatever. It was cool. They were awesome, yeah. But not enough games, and then I think that was it, right? Like Sega never made a system after that.
You see that Moon's out in the external, just schooling us all, right?
No.
No, I'm gonna go away. Right now, I'm massaging my little dogs.
Okay then.
I'm getting them ready for their walk. I'm gonna walk both of them together. Now, what is Moon saying?
He answered every Sega question that we just put out. He's posted like 10 posts.
Yeah, Sega was cool.
Okay. Yeah, I like Sega. I remember when I got one. I think it was like, well, I had the Nintendo, and then my godfather, my godfather basically gave me that for Christmas. It was pretty awesome.
The Master System?
Just, I don't know if it was just basically like the actual just Sega Genesis, like when it first kind of came out.
Mm-hmm. It had to be like 92 or something.
Probably.
Because like the way I remember the original Nintendo went against the Sega Master System, right? Sega Master System. Then after that, it was Super Nintendo versus Genesis, and then after that, it was Nintendo 64 versus PlayStation. Like it was like Sega just fucked up somewhere after the Genesis. Like they just couldn't compete. And then I don't know. I had a Genesis, but I never bought any like the Saturn. Like I bought the PlayStation, and the PlayStation was so incredible. It was hard for anything to compete with it, really.
Right.
Even though you had to play it upside down. Remember, you had to fucking turn that shit upside down.
I think I got my PlayStation in probably like 2000, 99, 2000, right around there. I bought it as a display model. I actually worked for one of the big companies, and one of the box retail stores, and they were moving from one location to another. So basically, they were selling off a lot of their display models of things, and I bought one. They're basically selling them just like employees, pretty much like a little auction type thing or something.
Yeah. I had a GameCube, but there was like fucking no games on that thing. It was nowhere near as cool as the 64.
Right.
But yeah, man, I got a PS4 and I made a mistake buying that shit because I had a PS3 and I
what was the one that had Splatterhouse? It was around the time of like Nintendo or Super Nintendo and Sega Master System.
Like a shooting game or no?
It was smaller. No, like you were Jason almost. It was a pretty small console. It kind of took cards instead of like cartridges and stuff like that.
Might have been a Lynx. Like Atari tried to come back in for a minute.
Nah, and it wasn't a Jaguar. I'll look it up.
TurboGrafx 16.
Oh yeah, I remember
when it went from 8-bit to 16. That's right. Thank you. And it had a bunch of cool games, but it didn't have as many games as the other systems that it was competing with.
Yeah, TurboGrafx 16 was pretty cool. I remember that vaguely.
Namco. It's a Japanese company, and they made them. It was an arcade game. Yep, TurboGrafx PC game. Yeah, TurboGrafx 16 was like a sucker's bet.
I don't know, one of my friends had one of those, and it was pretty cool to play.
Yeah, but not for long. That was like going up against the Atari Lynx. I don't know what was that. That was like the in-between time between like Nintendo and Sega Master System and like Super Nintendo and the Genesis. It was like right
I think
there.
so.
Where they tried to get the jump on them, but once Genesis came out, that was it. You either had that or a fucking SNS. Fucking my girlfriend at the time, and I was a fucking teenager, so probably like 16 or whatever, 17. She bought me a fucking Super Nintendo, and I hated it. I wanted the Genesis.
Was that Altered Beast? Was that the one that came with the Genesis?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I remember all the cool games were on the fucking Genesis. Like their exclusives were definitely awesome. It's like either Super Mario World, you know. I was like, Donkey Kong Country and shit on the Super Nintendo. I was like, I don't want to play that shit no more. I'm a fucking teenager now. I want to play like Altered Beast.
Super Nintendo, didn't that have Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where you were a feudal lord in China? Do you remember that game?
Nah, that sounds awesome.
Oh, dude, it was. It definitely was. And then PlayStation 2 ended up coming out with a few newer versions of it. That was a long time ago, though.
I want to play Madden. Like when Madden's ass used to come out and talk to you, like, hey, this is '93 season and shit.
Yeah, Madden was definitely. I played the shit out of some Madden on almost every platform.
Yeah, me too.
The key to winning this game is to score more points than the other team.
Those were the fucking days, man. Nowadays, like next year when Madden comes out, he's not going to be talking to you. You know, he's not coming up.
What was nice about Madden is you could just go to like the used game store, and every time the new one came out, everyone traded in their old one and bought the new one. So you get those things for like $5 because they had so many of them.
The teams were fucking fucked up, though. I loved like back in the real back in the days.
Who cares?
When they would recommended play, like
Tecmo Bowl was before Madden. Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome too.
Mutant League Football. That was the best football game.
There was a cool game too, like back in the day. I think it was like NFL Zone or something, where you'd like, it was like 2 or 3 man. It was like 3-man football or something. Like it was, but it was like sanctioned by the NFL. It was kind of like NBA Jam, but for.
Was it Blitz?
Blitz, yeah, that's what it was. That was fun. It wasn't a full team, right?
No,
I don't think
that's
it
like
was.
you said. It was just a few guys.
It was definitely fucking awesome fun. It's like NBA Jam, which I love.
It must be the shoes. He's on fire.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Remember the
NBA
the
Jam.
monster basketball game where like they were like weird monster characters and shit? What game was that? It was like Monster Ball or something. It was in the arcade, and then it was definitely on the console.
Was that Rampage? Was the one where you could be King Kong, Godzilla, or something else?
Yeah, that was Rampage. They had a basketball kind of version of that. It was awesome. Yeah, Rampage was awesome fun.
Gauntlet. Put a few quarters in that.
No, I'm so fucking old now. It's like some of my favorite video games were like Dragon's Lair and Space Ace and shit like that. Like that was next level.
How old are you exactly?
39.
That's not that old.
Oh, it's old. Because I remember being at the arcade when Dragon's Lair, like, they opened it up out of the box. That's fucking old.
You're only 5 years older than me.
Okay. Well, you don't remember when they opened up Dragon's Lair and put it in the arcade? Like,
no.
Nah, that was, it was like Space Ace and Dragon's Lair, where it might have been the first 50-cent games. Like, that was like, oh, it's a 50 cent. It might have been 75.
Mach 3. You remember that
laser disc too.
Yeah, the
Mach
laser
3
disc
where
game.
you had to sit in it. And it was the chip fighting game.
That was a 75-cent game, right?
It was at least 50 to start. Like you paid for time almost. It seems like.
There were some really cool Laserdisc games. There was a fucking one of the best ones was like a helicopter game. It was like an Apache or something like that. And it was like Space Ace or Dragon's Lair, but it was like a fucking awesome. I think it was called Cobra Command. And then there was a fucking awesome Western game, like I think it was called Badlands. And it was just like fucking those other games where like we'd hit the button at the right time and shit and just blow someone's fucking brains out. It was fucking awesome. Badlands, I think it was called. Yeah, those were the fucking days.
And was it just like an action button and a joystick or something?
Pretty much, yeah. It was like move left or hit A or B in time or whatever. I had fucking. You can get all if you have a smartphone. I had like all those games on my phone like 5 years ago. Like, and it's fucking. The artwork was really fucking impressive. You know what I mean? I don't know who like the artists that did those games was like straight out of fucking movies at the time.
How cool would it have been to get one of these guns for the Nintendo?
Oh, that's cool.
Not happy with Duck Hunt?
That would have been pretty awesome.
Who actually made that, I wonder?
It was a Nintendo product. It's just this gun was Japan exclusive.
Oh, really?
I remember getting a video game system that you hooked to your VCR and you plugged in something into the VCR and it had a gun and it would play like basically a movie, but you'd shoot like the jets on the movie and it would keep score, or shoot the bad guys up basically on like the movie. Do you guys remember that one? That took VHS tapes?
No.
I do not.
No. I know like one of the first video
systems. Alley, though.
Yeah, one of the first video game systems I ever had was like some sort of box where it came with like a shotgun. It was probably like 82, maybe. I gassed somebody up to buy it for me. And there were a lot of game systems that like plugged into your TV back then that were just gun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I found it's called the Action Max.
Holy
I
shit!
had that when I was just a little kid. I posted the link there in the side. And
How much
that
was
thing,
that?
even though it was like the same video over and over, that thing kept me entertained for hours.
I wonder what the retail was on that thing. Because it had to be, because VHS was fucking super expensive, too.
If I remember right, I think the system was like $79 or something, and every game was like $10. But that was also back in the 80s.
Yeah. I'm looking at it right now. That is pretty fucking cool.
Is that the Super Nintendo rocket launcher?
Where? Oh, right there? Yeah. Super Scope 6.
I never had that, and I don't even know. I don't think I knew anybody that did. That was some high dollar shit.
My friend had one.
No, that would have been pretty entertaining.
Yep.
What are you talking about? Oh, the AR.
Look at.
I'm looking at Action Max They got Action Max videos on YouTube, dude.
Someone should make like a shoot, no shoot Nintendo game that uses the little laser gun and use it in CCW training.
I think there's stuff like that, but probably not Nintendo, but something like that.
Well, yeah, I think it'd be cheaper if you made it like for a system that already existed.
Look, I go to GameStop once in a while or whatever, and I don't see any gun games anymore. Like the last gun game I had that was fucking awesome was the Dreamcast. When I had that.
Using an actual gun.
It was House of the Dead, dude. It was like fucking awesome, dude.
Movie was terrible.
Was there a movie first? Maybe, I don't know.
No. It was based on the video game series.
Yeah, Sega House of the Dead game was fucking awesome. The Time Cop game was cool too, but
How come nobody mentioned Resident Evil yet?
yeah, that was a great game.
That took up some free time. Ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Are they still making Resident Evil games, or are they done?
Yeah.
No, there's a new one coming out soon.
There's a new
But they
movie
took a
coming
break.
out.
The games definitely took a break for like a while.
Yeah, I think they're finishing up the series because I think I read somewhere where there's this will be the last game and the last movie.
Wonder if the rights are up or something crazy.
I don't know.
I don't know about that Blue 357, but that would have been an entertaining controller.
Yeah.
And that other one's for the Wii, isn't it? Lethal Enforcers.
Which one? That one? He stuck the
Wii controllers in there, right?
Yep.
That might be one of the last gun games right there, then.
Yeah, right there it is.
Yeah, the Wii still has a lot of shit like that. They just had like a Yakuza game a couple of years ago. It was a sword and a gun.
Yep.
In the game. That looked cool.
Was that like when it came out? Like that was the big, semi-adult game that came out for the Wii or the Wii Plus or whatever it was.
Oh yeah.
Was G4 around still at that time?
The TV channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Because the Wii, I'm trying to think, the Wii came out in like 07, right? 08. So I was watching G4 up until when it went off or changed or whatever.
Yeah, until it changed.
I think that changed probably in 2010.
They got rid of Mun.
They got rid of Mun and the other annoying fucker. The guy from the
I
video
liked the
game.
Jack of the Show.
What about their video game channel? The video game show.
X-Play?
Yeah, X-Play. Like Adam or something?
Yeah.
Like, I want to say Adam Sandler.
I don't want to say the old dude, but the old dude.
Yeah. The old dude, Adam Kessler. That's his name. Adam.
I think so.
And then the chick that was on his partner was cute too.
Morgan Webb.
Oh yeah, what happened to her, man? She probably got married.
She was married. She was married at the time, even. They just didn't talk about it much.
Yeah, Morgan Webb.
Whether
Yeah,
that
I
was
miss
her
those
real name or not, I don't know.
Even had a shotgun thing for the Wii.
Who knew that? I do remember that, actually. You know what? I saw one of those not too long ago. In the store, of course.
2013.
Yeah.
This bitch is a trillionaire or something, dude. Morgan Webb. That says like
Yeah, but
when you
now
Google
you have
it.
Can you play as a dentist?
Do what?
Can you play as a dentist?
On what? That game?
The new Dangerous Hunts 2015.
Oh, I don't know.
Can I be from Minnesota? Play as the dentist.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're.
Yeah. It sucks.
Safari edition.
Go get my money, or go get my trophy edition. Yeah, that little single action would have been a pretty cool controller, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely Japanese. It says Famicom.
Yeah, you can see why they didn't market that over here. Hell, they'd be cutting a cord off and holding up every corner.
Every quick trip from here to
Right.
Dallas.
Yeah.
They were able to have it over there because they didn't actually have it over there.
Man, Morgan Webb married some like weird looking 50-year-old, man.
All right, so Moon's out there answering every question. You know, he said it was Virtua Cop and then Virtua Cop 2. Then he said about Time Crisis, and then he said the dude's name was Adam Sessler. Sessler, not Kessler, I guess. Kessler makes whiskey, don't they? Smooth as silk, Kessler.
Kessler. No, I don't know. Yeah, but no, he was on YouTube for a while.
You laughed. You do know, motherfucker.
He was on YouTube for a while, dude. He had a channel. They had like at least a couple hundred subs, and they fucking a couple hundred
No, I'm
thousand.
talking about Kessler's whiskey. Smooth
No,
as
yeah,
silk.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, you do.
I know about Thunderbird, bro. I'm on that Thunderbird. I'm on that Thunderbird, son. Who wanna be trolled by a Thunderbird junkie? I don't know, but I'm still looking at G4, dude. So they went off the air in 2013. I have no idea.
Well,
That's not
did they
even
go
that long
off
ago.
the air, or they just when they changed their format to we're only going to show either syndicated stuff or movie of the week stuff or just movies?
Yeah.
Like that's what it went to, pretty much. Like I don't think they kept any shows.
I still listen to for a while that guy was on radio from Screensavers.
Oh, wait a minute. What was who had like Most Extreme Elimination Challenge? I think was Spike, but Ninja Warrior wasn't that originally
G4, yeah.
G4?
10 years ago they had that shit.
Sasuke, the Sasuke tournament.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome shit right
But
there.
Most Extreme Elimination Challenge was the spoof they did on like Spike, where they would dub in, like, no offense to anybody out in the chat world, but like they were kind of redneck announcer type voices. But there was these two Japanese guys, and they were basically color commentating on kind of stuff like Ninja Warrior, but much more degrading. I'm gonna pull it up. I'll put a link in. It was some hilarious stuff. Most Extreme Elimination Challenge.
Yeah, there was some stupid like show on ABC where people it was like an obstacle course where people would run around and get fucking knocked off course, and like I was like, man, that's exactly like that old Japanese shit they used to play on G4. Man. Like, crazy fucking so fuck, man. Time Crisis, yeah, that's the game.
Smoke causes gum disease, which makes
Yeah, Moonfood's like answering every fucking question. Yeah, the Time Crisis was a shit because not only did you have a gun in the video game, you'd hit like a pedal on the floor to like jump it behind cover, you know?
they're running to the world's toughest competition in town. Tonight, it's the military defense workers versus the beauty pageant industry. It's bombs versus bombshells on MXC.
There you go. Check out that link.
We need a new game.
Nobody remembers that show?
Yeah. I wasn't that high.
Or you just don't happen to find that brand of humor funny?
Cake, 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 cake. What the hell is this guy doing? You dremeling your polymer gun or something?
Yeah, I
Damn
used
it,
to love
this
watching that
light's
show.
gonna fit. What's that, Pink? Sorry.
I said I used to love watching that show.
Yeah, that was some funny shit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
For a second, I thought I was alone there. I'm like, man, you weren't in on that?
Especially when the translation, you know damn well that's not what they were saying, but
Oh, well, exactly. Clearly. Yeah, that was not a dub job. That was just, I guess it was an overdub, but yeah. It was like 5 to 10 years after the fact, because that's actually, like the loose translation or whatever for the actual show is like Takeshi's Castle. And it takes place at like this kind of a theme park, which is where Takeshi's Castle is in Japan, or was. I don't know that it was like a Disneyland or anything like that. But the guy on the right, the commentator, he's like is or was like famous in Japan, whether like he was a movie star or something like that. He was the guy that was Zatoichi. He was yeah, man, I can't think of all the other movies that he was in, but he was in a ton of movies. So I don't know if like he owned his own amusement park type of thing or what, but there were so many seasons of Most Extreme Elimination Challenge because there were so many seasons of Takeshi's Castle back in the day. And then Ninja Warrior kind of changed the whole thing and made it more serious, or more athletically qualified, I guess. The physical stunts were not necessarily as gross, but way more physically tasking. With Mount Midoriyama.
What was the back in the day, the American Ninja? No, it wasn't Ninja. American Warriors or something like that.
No, they did. They still do it, I think, American Ninja Warrior. But that was definitely after the original.
Oh no, Gladiators. That's what I meant.
Oh, American Gladiators.
Yeah, that was old school. After midnight in the 80s.
And then didn't Hulk Hogan end up trying to bring him back, and he was like the announcer guy for him or something at one point?
Mm-hmm.
After he retired from wrestling.
They tried to bring him back like right around 2007 or whatever.
Okay, that would make sense. Brother.
I love the ending where they would shoot the tennis balls at him.
Yeah, that was shit.
That always looks so fun.
Oh, you always had to charge the field of battle, basically. You had the hand grenade at the end or whatever.
Right, like you would try and hit the target, which would like knock out the gladiator, but they were on like a machine gun tennis ball launcher.
Yeah. Yeah, who wouldn't want one of those? What was the name
I think
of
they're
that
illegal in California.
What was the name of that challenge?
The channel that was
always
on?
like the end one.
No, challenge.
Oh, I don't know.
No, the end one they always had to do like the gauntlet type ship, like run up the ramp or roll the ball up the ramp, then cross the pit, and then.
That's what it was called, was the gauntlet.
Okay, then the last one was called the gauntlet. What was the one where they had to charge the field with like the rocket launcher, the air pistol, the crossbow, and then the hand grenade, right? That was something different. The bungee cord where they had to put the balls in the bucket. American Gladiators was awesome when it came out, bro.
That the jousting where you're up on the pedestal and everything.
Oh, yeah, with pugil sticks, and they get the shit kicked out of them by those big gladiator dudes or chicks. That was the other thing that was cool. It was man, I just sounded terrible saying that. But with the ladies, you know, proving that they can be out there making it happen, and their chicks were pretty crazy. I can't think of any of Zap. What were the chicks' names? Was Lace one of them?
Yeah,
She
Lace.
was like the least buff, but she was she'd still fuck you up. Chicks like Sunny. I'm trying to remember. Again, it sounds terrible. Ladies. I should say ladies. Just in case.
Yeah, the stick fighting was the best, man. I like that a lot. Stick fighting.
I went to a graduation party where they had, it was kind of like a bouncy house kind of thing. Like it was puffed up, but it had like the couple of pedestals, and then there were the sticks with the foam on the end of it. And man, we beat the shit out of each other on that thing. Because like if you fell off, you were just in like more like bouncy house type stuff. But man, we just basically beat the crap out of each other. We had like 10 people in there at once. Just a huge battle royale.
Sounds like a good time.
What show was that on after? Anyone remember that show?
Well, you gotta give me more of a hint than that.
It was Showtime at the Apollo, man. That's where I lived. I mean, yeah, Showtime at the Apollo was on, and then after that came Gladiators.
Gladiators was on like Saturday mornings, wasn't it?
No, well, they played that shit. Like when I was a kid, it was like Showtime at the Apollo was like Saturday night at like midnight or something, and that shit would come on like right afterwards. At, like,
Saturday morning was the reruns.
Yeah.
Okay.
New episodes came out like at midnight.
Yeah, it was like midnight. It might have, yeah, well, yeah, so maybe it was on before Showtime at the Apollo? I'm pretty sure it was like right afterwards. Showtime at the Apollo would be like 11:30 to 12. Like, well, Saturday Night Live was on the same channel too, so Saturday Night Live would be what, 11:30 to 12:30? So then Showtime at the Apollo was right after Saturday Night Live, and then right after that was fucking American Gladiators. We used to stay up way late and watch that, and like that would be like when you knew you were really way up past your bedtime, you know what I mean? Be like 1:30, 2 in the morning.
Yeah. Sunny, Electra, Storm, Jazz, Gold.
He could crush a fucking walnut, no problem.
Jazz was a girl.
Way before
so it was Friday.
Nitro Girls or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying that the show you guys used to watch it on Saturday morning?
That's when I watched it. Yeah, I didn't know that it was on at night or whatever.
So it must have been Friday night with Showtime at the Apollo. You guys ever watch that shit? That shit was a great show. Yeah.
That's where I learned that the crowd could kill you.
Yeah, you come at Kiki Shepard and rubbing the little tree stump, the tree stump that was on stage. People would come out and rub it for good luck before they get booed off stage.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to Solid Gold. Wasn't that on Friday nights?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, you do.
Probably.
You laughed. You definitely know.
Solid Gold was like what was it? Well, way back when I was super young was USA Network used to have that fucking like all night late
up all night. Or,
up all night or something like that where they played videos.
Rhonda.
Yeah, USA up all night.
That was the shit, dude.
Dude, they played the cheesiest horror films on that. I used to watch like Food of the Gods and like Legend of Boggy Creek on that.
Yeah, it'd be like Fright Night was like the best horror movie ever. Yeah, Up All Night was awesome.
WKBD Fox 50 Creature Feature on Saturday afternoons was this shit, because it was after all the other cartoons were over. It was kind of like the Saturday matinee shit.
So fucking Gilbert Gottfried was the host or something after Rhonda Shear.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I remember
he wasn't
that.
as entertaining. He was not as entertaining as she was.
No.
You see this? Super Nintendo, American Gladiators.
Nice. We're full circle on that.
Ooh, Nelly.
The Wall, The Joust, Assault, Human Cannonball, Atmosphere, Powerball,
Jesus, dude.
and the Eliminator.
The Eliminator. It was Assault was the one where you had to use all the stuff, right? The rocket launcher and all that.
I think. Yeah.
I think so.
All I know is this bitch.
Atmosphere,
Rhonda
they
Shear.
were in the big hamster cages, hamster balls, you know?
Rhonda Shear from USA Up All Night. If you do a Google image search, right?
Yeah, right.
There's not one photo where her tits aren't like popping the fuck out of her shirt.
She had huge tits, man.
Yeah.
You remember that? That's half the reason you probably watched Up All
No,
Night.
I had no idea. And then it says Gilbert Gottfried was the host. Yeah, he was a co-host.
I don't know. I don't think USA has anything like that shit on anymore. They kind of went more, I don't want to say mainstream, but
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Suits and shit. Although,
I mean,
you know,
I remember
listen
the
to people-
USA Cartoon Express, and it had like all the B cartoons.
their shows sucked. I mean, remember there was like a Saturday Night Live skit about what was that show? Burn Notice. Like, remember the skit was like, could you tell me what Burn Notice was about?
I
like Burn Notice. Yeah, I watched it. I used to like it too. I watched like
What was
the
the
first
one that
season.
had silk stockings, though? Was that
That
USA?
was USA. Yeah, they're totally like B network shows, man.
Yeah.
I really like Psych. That was one of my favorite shows.
Oh, that was great. That was USA.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
What, Monk? Was that the other one that was semi-decent over there?
Yeah.
Monk was
That
like
was
their biggest one, man.
That was
Like,
when they started to
ratings-wise?
put the pinky out when they drink. You know, they
Oh, no
started
shit.
a little bit of clout with that.
I never would have watched Mr. Robot if it wasn't for PBR Street Gang, and that show is really fucking incredible. And that's
Really?
on right now,
Is
USA.
it really good?
I mean, really good.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, it's a
like,
pretty good show.
Like good. Like if I'd say Sopranos, Breaking Bad, True Detective, good. Like that level. But that's USA. I'm shocked. So
I want this gun that they used in American Gladiators.
I want that tennis ball cannon.
Yeah.
I might, because I'm moving to California next month, so I might actually need to.
That might be all your. That's your personal carry.
Yep, I'm selling everything.
Carry.
me
Excuse me.
and Hot Snazzy.
I'm rolling here.
I'm gonna carry a fucking paddle, like a paddle, like one of those ping pong paddles.
Well, you get the tennis ball gun, and then you cut a little slice in the tennis ball and fill it up with the heads of Strike Anywhere matches. So when you shoot them, they all rub together and it bursts into flames.
So seriously, I might be moving to California next month, and I'm thinking about my EDC being.
Can
a
I have your
small-
guns?
Well, I sold them all, but
Oh, you already did.
I have one left. I might be bringing with me. It's a 10-round gun, so it should be legal, and then my J-frame. That's all I'm down to, and my shotgun.
Now, are
A
you
double
moving
barrel.
there because you have to, or are you moving there because you just like that?
No,
kind
I
of
have
shit?
to. I have to for my job. And I'm thinking about getting a squirt bottle of bleach. So
Can they
the
even have
squirt-
pepper spray over there?
No, but a squirt bottle of bleach might be okay.
How about just some hot sauce? Just carry around a bottle of hot sauce in your pocket. Go, hold on a second.
Mm-mm.
Yeah! Here's hot
Yeah,
sauce.
lye. What about? Is there some sort of like liquid lye I could get, or Drano? Like Drano, no. Mace is illegal, like pepper spray, but you could carry around like a small bottle of Drano. It's a good topic for a chat. Would be like, what if you had to move to California tomorrow? Like, what could you bring with you, if anything?
Better be a high-paying job.
How are California's knife laws? Are they crappy like New York?
All right. I lived in California for 30 years. I actually just moved to Arizona last year. I'm born and raised in Ventura County all my life, so I can tell you everything you need to know about California, up to the dumbest shit.
Like knife laws.
Knife laws. Okay. All right. So, demonstration. The knife has to be like that. If it goes past the palm of your hand, it's illegal. So like if you're carrying like just a folder or anything like that it sticks out like that much, even if it's a folder and you're carrying it on your person, it's illegal. No
Is
grabbing.
it your hand?
Yeah.
Like specifically? So a
No,
small
it's the
person
cop,
has
it's
a
the
smaller
cop's
knife?
hand, dude. It's the cop's hand.
Yeah. So like if the officer like pulls you over and say like you have like I don't have any knife with me. So like you have like a folder like a Smith & Wesson SWAT, your generic Big 5, whatever, and he opens it up and it goes like this, and it's pretty much like that. Congratulations, you're going to jail. So yeah, anything that's you can have it in a sheath, but it has to be outside your person, and that's about it, man. Like the only knife you can really carry in California is like a Swiss Army knife, like one of those little pocket ones that you see like at Sears and stuff. So they pretty much they look at knives how they look at weapons. If it looks dangerous, then it probably is. So that's but people that are excluded from that is obviously like military personnel, EMTs, stuff like that. No switchblades under any condition, no gravity knives, no butterfly knives, no double serrated, no double-edged. So anything that you could think of what's legal on Arizona's list is illegal in California. So that pretty much just leaves you with like a Swiss Army knife and like a Gerber. Oh, I'm sorry, not a Gerber, Leatherman. Yep.
Damn, they don't have the first 2 episodes of Mr. Robot on demand.
On what?
You were talking about Mr. Robots. I said, what the fuck? I'll start watching it. They
Oh,
don't
it's
have
like
the
the
first
best
couple
shows.
episodes.
On
So
where?
how can I ever catch up?
On what? On your
Just
cable
like
company
on
pay-per-view?
demand.
Oh no, yeah, that's bullshit. Because my on demand has all of them. And
Well,
the pilot, the way those fucking episodes are titled, it's like one, like they're so strange, man. They're like file names, you know, for like
Yeah, I
hackers.
see that.
Yeah, so but the pilot, I think it's called Hello Friend, something like that. Dot Hello Friend dot whatever. Fucking really good show.
Well, this has episode 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 on demand, and then I think like 9 and 10 are coming up soon.
Yeah, 9 and 10 haven't aired yet.
I set it up to record, figuring I could catch up on demand and get there, but I'm gonna have to try and find the first couple episodes.
No, it's super fucking good. It's like Fight Club meets fucking The Matrix meets like the best hacker show, or like all those lame hacker movies and shows we've ever, you know, like Hackers and shit like that.
Oh, Hackers was a good movie.
Hackers was
This laptop
pretty
has
cool.
28.8.
Yeah.
28.8
It's like that,
on the
but it's-
master.
It's like fucking hacker. He's like hacker superhero or something. It's pretty fucking awesome. I'm waiting for like Morpheus to show up and be like, "Come on, you know, let's come with me. You're the one, Neo." It's sort of like a prequel to the Matrix almost. It's like what was Neo doing his entire life before they found him? You know,
But
to wake him up.
I am recording Feast 2. Never actually watched that one.
There, I just posted. Is that the link that you're going to, Smeggy?
Well, I was just on my
Oh.
TV.
Oh, if you go there, you can watch all the episodes, except for the latest ones, because on the website they won't show the latest ones until like a week after.
Well, that's fine, because I'm going to start recording the new one, so I just need to catch up to, like, right before the one that's about to air.
Yeah, if you scroll down the website, it'll show you all the episodes.
I will say this about California: if anybody has like any newer model handguns and they are considering moving to California, if you want to be legal about it, just ditch the magazines over 10 rounds. I mean, that's if you want to. But if you have like a Glock Gen 4, don't sell it before you get to California. When you get to California, sell it in California. You will triple your money that you paid for it. Just like if I moved back to California, I would not get rid of my Glock Gen 4. I would sell it in California for like $800, just because they can't get them in California. So it's legal to move into another state with off-roster handguns. However, you can't be in the state and import off-roster handguns. But you can if it's on your possession and in your packs and stuff like that, you can legally move back into that state. So yeah, these go for about $800-900 legally sold in California.
So could you just buy 2 houses and then keep switching your like primary residence to out of state, in state, out of state, in state, and just bring back a bunch of guns?
Hypothetically, now this is hypothetically.
I mean, I'm not endorsing being a gun runner. I'm just saying sometimes stupid laws are made to be broken.
Exactly. So hypothetically, like if I moved back to California and I bought I got like an apartment there, and then I moved. Let's say I went to visit a friend in Arizona, and I decided that maybe I wanted to rent a house from him, hypothetically speaking, of course. And I got a Arizona ID, and then bought some stuff over here, and then hypothetically moved back to California. Yeah, technicalities and stuff like that, but technically it's legal. I mean, you are a resident of the state of Arizona, but who's to say that you just didn't one day decide to pack up and move to California? But being that at the Arizona MVD, it only takes like 2 minutes to get a Arizona driver's license, and then as soon as you get that, you just move over to the the gun store and you buy whatever you want. Unlike California, where you need like hair follicle, stool sample, DNA, and all that. 3 forms of ID. So
they make you splooge in a cup to buy a gun.
Yeah, well, when you go to California, you need utilities, and you also need a second form of ID, like military, government, what have you, state. And then you also need like a second form of ID that basically says that you live in the state, like water, trash, cable, anything like that ties you to your residence.
So in other words, DB, you have to sell all your Spydercos.
No. I just can't carry them ever again.
Well, no. What you need to do is get a on-again, off-again girlfriend who lives in another state. That would explain why you keep moving and then moving back, then moving. Oh yeah, she went crazy. She kicked me out. Had to buy a house. Oh, she took me back. I moved back to Arizona. Oh, she kicked me out.
We make fun of California, but like California's gun laws are like really way better than any other anti-gun state, except maybe now with this new Los Angeles shit. But like, there's not a lot of states that are anti-gun that you can move to with your handguns at all. Like, at least in California, I could move to California tomorrow with my handguns. And I have I think it's 30 days. I looked into it. Like, I have 30 days to register them after moving. And that's nice of them. Because New York or something, like Massachusetts and shit like that, like, you can't fucking... Maryland, D.C., like, you can't move to your fucking house and have 30 days to register. It's like... You come to your new house here and you're a fucking felon, like over fucking night. You know what I mean? Like the second you get here. So California at least gives you a chance to like register your handguns that you bring in from another state. I give them credit for that.
I think the reason for that is a lot of people like about 10 years ago were moving into California, and people just own guns. I mean, it's a part of life. So they were thinking, my guess is that, well, we don't want to scare people from moving into California that may have firearms, so we want to make it a little easier for them, not to scare them away, because if people moving in, that means growth, that means money for a super, like 90% tax rate state. So I'm sure that's probably why they did it.
I always thought, that's a good point. I always thought it was because it was the fucking Wild West. And those are like Wild West law, like it's been like that for a long time, and like, I don't know, like New York and the East Coast stuff, it's just been fucked up for a long time. I mean, California wasn't always anti-gun, obviously, if they still got a law like that.
I remember when I was... What's up?
I'm just saying, like, I don't remember when they were, like, pro-gun, but, I mean, to me, it's still, like, more pro-gun than New York or Massachusetts or New Jersey or Maryland, D.C., Chicago, Illinois.
I remember when I used to go into the gun shops with my dad, and on the wall you would see legal M16s for sale in Los Angeles. Like, it was pretty cool. 80s were awesome. And then 86 came and everything went to hell. But no, California used to be very pro-gun. Like, it was a very, very, like, it was probably one of the most pro-gun states. Like, I mean, then just a lot happened. I don't know. I don't know what made it go anti-gun. I mean, obviously politicians, but
Well, yeah, because California has a lot of like rural areas, especially up in the north, right? Like hunting and stuff's actually still a big deal out there.
yeah, it's interesting. Like, so everywhere on the coast, you have, you know, the metropolitan areas like Los Angeles, San Francisco, covered in blue, like liberal blue. And then as soon as you go inland, it's all red state. It's all like, you know, conservative. So, but the only problem is that it's like I've always said, like, you know, the state according to San Francisco. San Francisco's laws speak for the rest of California, pretty much. Like, the people in the inland, like, you know, they don't really care. They do their own thing. But, you know, like, if you're in a city in a metropolitan area, like, it's a totally different world. It's amazing how that works.
So we like my state, because I can carry these right here all day long.
The Arizona loophole. I mean, like California and Arizona. Does California blame Arizona for all its fucking gun violence?
Yeah, they blame Nevada, they blame Oregon, they blame Arizona. Any state that doesn't have 1,000,001 gun laws, oh, it's Arizona's fault for mass shootings. It's friggin' Colorado's fault because they didn't push hard enough for gun control. It's everybody's fault.
Yeah, it's probably like, I think 500 million, at least 500 million guns in America or something, and California's probably got, what, 100 million of them, like, alone. So, let's be conservative, probably say like 50 million. Like, there's at least 50 million firearms in California, like, alone.
Well, if there's a whole bunch of guys that have 1,200 guns, like that one guy, then yeah, I can believe that.
Well, it's just like, you know, California is the poster child for enacting feel-good laws, you know, and they do it for votes. You know, they know it doesn't work, you know, but it's a weird state. Their laws are so weird there. I mean, you even talk about vehicle laws there, you know, and all their carcinogen like regulations and all that stuff, and EPA, and just it's I don't know, man. It's a goofy bunch of people out there, and I'm glad I live where I do now, because you never realize how restricted a state is until you move to a state that's not. And I thought, like, well, I mean, hey, I get to have 10 rounds in my magazine. That's more than New York. Well, you move to a place like Arizona, and you're just like, holy shit. Like, wow, where have I been? But what I find interesting in the states that are, because I was watching the whole what was it, the whole Texas Rising stuff, and then a couple other things in there talking about, like what was it, Sons of Liberty and all the History Channel stuff, and we're pretty much where our country was founded on, like, you know, Massachusetts and all the places that resisted tyranny are like the most liberal states now. Kind of interesting.
Well, that's because when they were more freedom-oriented, everyone moved there, then their population got so big that they had big cities, and then the liberals show up. I don't know what it is about cities being liberal. I don't get how that works. But apparently when you have a bunch of people living in a small area, they all turn liberal.
Right, that's the catalyst.
Well, it's got to be. I mean, you look at it, that's all big major cities are super, super liberal. I mean, that's just how it works. So even if you have states that are very good, you know, pro-gun and stuff, you go into one of their biggest cities, and, you know, you're going to have people fighting against that.
Yeah, it was a big push for us in California. I worked at a gun dealership out there, and we were under constant attack, man. Like, being a gun owner in California is really hard. I mean, we fought every year to keep our semi-automatic rifles, you know, the AR-15s and all that. And technically, we're not supposed to have them there, but because we have the bullet button thing, that was like the loophole in the law, because there was a law that passed that said any sort of magazine-fed rifle was illegal. When they came out with the bullet button, and that actually enabled us to buy magazine-fed rifles again.
Right, because it wasn't a removable magazine. You needed a tool, quote unquote, to remove the magazine.
And then there was that thing with that Leland Yee guy where he tried to ban the bullet button, and it's like, such a hypocrite. But
yeah, it was cutting into his profit margins for all his full automatics he was selling the Akuzo or whatever.
Exactly, yeah, and but yeah, man, like it was every year something different, you know, all these. And what was crazy is we were watching all this legislation that in any other state would have been shot dead, you know, like in, you know, no pun intended, but, you know, shot down like within 2 months, you know, would have passed one committee, then maybe it would have gone to appropriations where it would have died. But in California, any anti-gun bill, all the way to the governor's desk, and then he either vetoes it or he signs it. There was no dropping in appropriations. There was no held back in, like, you know, in the what do they call it? I can't think of the term, but you know, like how most bills would kind of make it to maybe like to a couple of legislations and then it'll kind of disappear or fade away or be put on hold. But any anti-gun bill in California makes it all the way to the governor's desk every time. So he either vetoes it or he signs it. And lately he's been doing a lot of signing. For instance, the roster bill that was just actually put in this year. So in California, as of last year, you could buy like new handguns, but they had to be single shot exempted. And I don't know if you're familiar with that, but if not, so you would take apart a Glock, right? You would take out the original barrel, and then you'd put an extended barrel in there that made it look like this. So then we would give it back to the customer in this form, and we would log it in on our DOJ sheets as a single shot weapon because you couldn't fire it in semi because it wouldn't work right. So then they would bring it back in with like walking outside of the parking lot, walk back in, hey, I want to change out the barrel, put the original Glock barrel in, bam, you now have an off-roster weapon legally. So that was the loophole that we had to go through because single-shot pistols were exempted from the California roster of handguns. Jerry Brown closed that loophole in January of this year. So now no more new handguns can be sold unless you come from out of state.
And that roster thing, you guys have the what's that? The micro stamping thing, right? So eventually, there will be no guns on that roster because every year more and more fall off, and none of them are added because none of them have micro stamping.
Right. Right now, the current pistols that are on the roster, either the company pays for it to, like, say Smith & Wesson, you know, like there's a couple of old ones on there. Like, say Smith & Wesson still wanted to keep their 5906 on there. Well, every year they would have to pay and then resubmit that model to stay on the roster. It's a very lengthy process, and it you know, it gets backed up because you have a bunch of manufacturers submitting all these models. So if the manufacturer decides, well, it's not really, you know, profitable for me to submit this model anymore, in which they do a lot, or they change something, like so they changed the say they submitted a 5906 as it sat, you know, with the regular checker grips and all that stuff, stainless steel. Well, they put night sights on it, then they'd have to resubmit it instead of just paying the annual fee. So if they change the grips, if they change the color, anything, regardless of how the mechanics worked, they consider it unsafe if they went from regular sights to night sights. So that's just California's way of weeding out handguns. But so anyways, if they stopped paying for it, it would fall off, and then if now resubmitting as of this year, if it doesn't have microstamping, you can't resubmit it regardless of what it was approved in the past. So say like a Beretta 92FS was approved last year, well now this year, because of microstamping, it's not going to be approved unless it has that microstamping technology, which doesn't exist right now, and manufacturers are not willing to do it.
So that's basically, you're saying within a year there will be no guns? Or just the one that changed something like night sights? Like if it's just a resubmittal, then it will still be on it. But if it's a new quote unquote, then it has to have the microstamp? Or are we looking at next year there will be no handguns?
So if it's currently on the roster right now and it's approved, they can resubmit the registration and the pay the annual extortion fee, if you will. But if they change something on it, then it has to be resubmitted for approval with microstamping, in which that will never happen, because I think the only people that thought about doing microstamping was that Armorex company or something, and I think Ruger tossed the idea around a little bit, but then they retracted that and then they moved out. So Smith & Wesson, Glock, all these companies already sent letters to California's DOJ saying we will not make weapons for California, because it doesn't make any sense to retool every machine just for one state when you can sell it in 49 others.
Right. I just hope that those letters backed up with, we're also not going to sell your cops any Glocks either.
Barrett and a couple other companies stopped doing that. LWRC, Barrett, and a couple others. They stopped. They wouldn't sell us any stuff because we could get certain stuff for law enforcement through our distributors, but they wouldn't sell it to the distributors to be shipped to California, so they cut us off.
And honestly, that's good. I think as soon as you get like SIG and Glock to also do that same thing, they're going to have to go, oh crap, we're not going to have any guns. Because I mean, it's good that they did that, but they're not really a huge supplier to the main regular patrol people.
Yeah, exactly. Now, if Glock did it, or if SIG, I mean, wow, that would turn heads. You'd have cops being so ticked off about that, because police officers, and how it works, it's funny, when you go into a gun store in California and you look at the gun case, you'll have a Glock 19 Gen 4, and then you'll have a Glock 19 Gen 3. And they'll be side by side in a case like this, and the Gen 4 will say law enforcement only sticker on the side, and then the Gen 3 will say, won't say anything. So a cop can come in and buy the Gen 4, but a civilian can't. So as it sits right now, like, they don't care.
I do truly think the way to break some of these crazy gun laws is to not exempt the cops. As soon as you do that, because liberals love cops, because they're the only ones who are allowed to have guns, and all of us shouldn't have them. So as soon as you do that, they'll be like, oh man, you can't take away the guns from the cops. They need them.
A lot of police, they just call Glock directly and go through what's called the Blue Label program. And Glock basically gives them, depending on what model, between 100 and 150 off every brand new Glock for law enforcement, firefighters.
Yeah. And Glock should say, what state are you a cop in? Oh, California? Yeah, go fuck off. That's what they should do.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. And I think smaller companies can maybe do that. It's because like maybe their base is not there or something like that. But and this is just me thinking out loud here. When you have a reputation like Glock that is so pro law enforcement, I don't think they want to do anything to tick off the main people that buy their weaponry. And it's also money to them too, because LAPD is a big, that's what their main weapon is. It went from the Beretta, and now they use the Glock 17. So I mean that's a lot of money. That's a huge department too.
Right. Well, hopefully though it would just, postpone that money. They could take the hit for a little bit and say, we're not going to sell it till the laws change. The cops would put pressure on the lawmakers. They'd change the law. Glock could sell back to them. That's my opinion. I do think it would work. I understand why they wouldn't want to, but I just wish that they would. Especially, you can use the gun control people's own language, right? Because they're saying, well, it has to be a safe gun. We're inspecting it for safety. So just say, well, don't you want the cops to be safe? I mean, they're the most important ones to be safe. So if it's not safe for a civilian, it's definitely not safe for a police officer.
Oh, exactly. And the crafter of the bill, Roger Dickerson, said that we invented AB 1969 to protect consumers from unsafe handguns so they wouldn't get hurt. And that's the story he pitched to the assembly. And everybody ate it up, man. And I was like, wait a second. So, when I was listening to this, it was on C-SPAN or something. And I was like, wait a second. You said that you're trying to keep unsafe handguns out of consumer hands because you want to make sure that they're safe handguns and approved for use, but yet you're going to let police use them on duty while in the field.
Right. You're going to let police use unsafe handguns. A Gen 4 is an unsafe handgun according to California, and yet the cops get them. That's just... that's what you got to do. You almost have to do super hyperbole and just use the same language they do. Be like, I'm only trying to protect the police officers. I can't sell you a Gen 4. It's unsafe. It's proven to just magically kill you, so I can't sell it to you.
Yeah, there was a couple of times when I did sell some Gen 4s to some local police officers. They came in, and it sucked. Like the guy next to me knew what it was, and he was... yeah, what did he say? Well, yeah, he's like, yeah, man. He's like, I wish I could buy one of those. He's like, why can they buy it? I'm like, dude, I don't know. I wish I could sell it to you. I have no problem selling it to you. Like, I don't see the difference in it other than the grip's better and I like the dual recoil spring. But, you know, it's crap. And we fought. I think Jerry Brown vetoed the first roster bill because he was going to ban the single shot exemption, and then he vetoed it. But then this year he didn't veto it and he signed it. And then California is getting a lot worse as far as gun laws. And what's crazy, though, is California, for me, is only 300 miles west from where I am. So if I go 300 miles that way, I lose all my Second Amendment privileges. Now, somebody might say, like, well, you know, the border of Arizona, whatever. But that's not to say that can't happen here. Like, there's stuff right now in our legislature that is going through that is pretty scary as well. Like, they want to do this whole Bloomberg background check thing, which... on paper sounds cool. Like, who would want a criminal to have a firearm, and I think that's where they get a lot of people, because I always hear this miscalculated percentage, like, oh, 90% of NRA members want background checks. Well, we already have background checks, but you say that to the general public and they don't understand what it is. But again, like 20 years ago, California was a pro-gun state. Now it's an anti-gun state. So that's not to say that this couldn't happen here in Arizona. So, I don't know, man. But yeah, DF2 just said that police are civilians. He's absolutely right. Growing up in California, man, you just get used to that whole thing, freaking cops or law enforcement, and then you have the civilians. But no, you're right. Actually, yes, police are civilians. They are not military personnel. They think so.
Right. Yeah. They think that they're like better class or something. Like they're a different type of person than the regular civilians.
And, I'm not anti-cop at all, and there's a lot of that going around right now. My father was a police officer, 40-year veteran, and in a very chaotic city. And, so I have a lot of support for cops. I was in the Explorers. I went through the academies and stuff like that. I just decided to go with the Coast Guard. But it's a tough job, man. Like, but again, there are some cops right now that I think are a little too high-strung. That calm down, dude. It's like you don't need the Marpat and Molly vest, and you're not jumping out of helicopters, and but again, Homeland Security, they give them all these all these grant money. They got to use this stuff somehow, so that Bearcat's got to come out of the garage and use to serve a warrant, So, but I guess they're taking away all that stuff now, so who knows. But again, like sometimes I feel that the police need the stuff that they have because the standard criminal has gone up too. Like there was this meme that I saw. That said, like, when did, cops go from this to this? And it had a picture of a couple of generic bad guys when they looked like, the ones from, like, the 30s, and then the other picture was them, like, robbing the Bank of America in 1994 with the auto AKs. And it said when criminals went from this to this. So, cops had to turn it up.
How often still, though, are full autos used in crime? It's extremely rare.
That's a good point. I guess they're thinking in those rare occurrences they'd rather not have or have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. But I get what you're saying, and but it's like I carry a firearm on me every day. Hopefully, I'll never use it, but it's kind of nice to know that I have one. Which is a lot more than I could say in California. Holy crap. It's a crazy feeling. Like, I went to go visit my parents in the beginning of the year, and as soon as I crossed the border, I had to pull over and take my gun off, lock it in the trunk, separate the magazine and the ammunition, and man, it just I feel naked. It's like not going out with your cell phone. Anybody gonna see that Fear of the Walking Dead?
Yeah, I plan to watch it. I hope it's good. I hope they don't draw it out and make it all boring.
I stopped.
Like
I
walking.
stopped. Exactly. Yeah, I almost stopped watching The Walking Dead because of that.
Yeah, I don't have cable, so I won't be able to.
I think it'll be on Netflix or something. But for a whole season, The Walking Dead. Carl, gotta be a man. Sorry, Dad.
Carl, Carl, come farm with me, Carl. Put the gun down, come farm.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know if you watched Never Enough Ammo did a Walking Dead chat earlier tonight, and he talked about the new one first, and then they played like a trivia game, which it was kind of fun to watch. But I made up a trivia question in the chat that they didn't read off, but it was, what do you need to shoot zombies in the head? A, sights. B, ACOG pointed the correct direction, or C, an eye? The answer is D, none of the above. Because at some point in Walking Dead, they've just railed off headshots with all of those things, missing.
Right, I mean, like, was it me or did Bob have that Knight's Armament with no front sight and no rear sight? Like, how did that work? And he was getting headshots from like 200 yards away. That was amazing.
Right. They did that again with when the zombies crashed the fence at the prison, and Rick like tosses Carl a rifle. There's no sights on it. He's just plowing away and nailing them all in the head. Like, damn, I wish I could get headshots like that.
Hey, but you have to give it up for Carl doing that awesome mag change.
Carl's the second best one now. I never liked him at first because he's just a pansy crybaby, but like once he killed his mom, he kind of turned into a badass.
Right, that was like his rite of passage. Like in The Walking Dead, you have to kill a family member in order to be a badass.
Well, because he finally got it. He's like, all right, we're not fucking around anymore. The world's changed. I can't just like, wish that it would go back to normal. This is how we have to live now.
And see, everybody hated Shane for saying that. Like, Shane was the guy that said, look, this is, we're different now. We have to be different. We have to be, vigilant, and we can't be like any of these pussies anymore. And everybody's like, oh, Shane, you're wrong. And then, like, he stabbed that dude and killed him. But, like, everything that everybody's become now is what Shane was in the first season. So.
Right. Yeah, Shane was taking care of business.
He was, man. TCG.
And taking care of Lori.
Yeah, everybody hated that guy. I was like, what? Dude, like the guy's best friend he thought died, and as any freaking cop would do for another cop, that if they were partners, take care of the family. You know, he wasn't doing anything
you
wrong.
gotta bang your dead friend's wife. I mean, that's like a rule.
Right? I mean, especially in the apocalypse. What else are they gonna do? I didn't think Lori's gonna hook up with Dale.
Yeah, actually, I saw a meme that was, what is that, like the Dish Network or whatever. They have those ads of, when your cable goes out, blah blah blah, whatever. So this was, it was something like when your cable goes out, you get bored and pick up a night shift. When you pick up a night shift, you end up getting shot and go into a coma. When you go into a coma, the zombie apocalypse happens. When the zombie apocalypse happens, your best friend hooks up with your wife. When your best friend hooks up with your wife, you have to kill him. Don't kill your best friend. Get Dish Network.
That's awesome. I didn't see it. I'll have to look that up.
I'll try and find that. Maybe I'll copy it to my phone and put it on Instagram or something.
That's too funny.
And there's this other one that's an ad for NyQuil, and it's the nighttime stop coughing so Carol doesn't kill you in your sleep medicine.
Fucking Carol, man, every time.
Hey, you can't be having these people with the flu infecting the whole village or the whole jail.
Right? Can you imagine if Carol was like a marshal back in like the 1910? She would have killed everybody that got a cold.
Good for her. Just kidding.
Carol's a badass. I like her character. I didn't like her in the beginning, but I like her now.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Walking Dead?
Oh, I gave up on that show in the 3rd season.
Man, you gotta get back into it. It got really good after 3rd season. 3rd season killed it, but 4th, yeah, brought it back.
How many are there? 4, 5, 6 seasons?
Yeah, and then we're coming out with a new one, I think. Season 7.
Dang.
Yeah, I stopped watching it too.
So what was season 3? Was that when they were in the prison?
Yeah, that's where they find the prison. I gave up on the 2nd episode, so.
Yeah, because that was, you probably gave up when they were dealing with like that flu, and that was like the really boring part of the prison.
Yeah, like the grass was freshly cut, even though it was a fucking apocalypse.
Yeah. That's another one I saw. There was a bunch of clips from like The Walking Dead showing like nice front lawns and the grass and everything. And I forget who it was. It was some guy who's in a bunch of memes, but he's got like this really like horrified look on his face. And he goes, "Who the fuck is mowing the lawn in the zombie apocalypse?"
It's the government, man.
God.
Here's another thing. Like, where are they finding like Silencer Co. suppressors? Like,
stores.
I can't even find one. I can't even find the freaking Tyrant at my own gun store. But yet, they find it in the apocalypse.
Oh, and the flashlight fucking suppressor that they have.
That rocked.
Yeah.
The end of the baseball bat.
Oh,
man.
did they do that?
Yeah, they took an aluminum baseball bat like right when it expands out.
I guess I was thinking of a wooden one. I was like, wow, that sounds really unlikely.
Oh, Carl's 92 had the aluminum baseball bat. If it can be suppressed, The Walking Dead will do it.
I just got irritated with the show because it was like they would make progress and then always one step backwards, and I would just get so irritated.
Well, what gets me is if you follow along with the timeline, they're at least like a couple years into the apocalypse.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't know exactly how many years have gone by, but it's at least a couple. And yet there's still people that are like, oh, I'm just going to walk around without any weapons. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Like,
Even
do you
though
not
seeing my whole
realize zombies
family
are trying
die.
to kill you?
Yeah.
And they're still finding shit in stores. That's what blows my mind. We had a really bad snowstorm, and the fucking grocery store ran out of food. I mean, how can you go 2 years and you're still like, I'm just going to go down to the store and all the shelves are stocked? That shit would be gone in the first day and a half.
Yeah, like I was in Northridge during the earthquake in California. We had a little freaking 7.0, and all of a sudden the world went to shit in 24 hours, and there was like not even top ramen at Lucky's. And all of a sudden everybody can find like everything from like suppressors and firearms, bottled Fiji.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Whoever stocks the zombie apocalypse in that show, I hope they freaking hook it up in here.
Were they in Georgia, right? In the show?
That's true. I know. I guess I didn't think about that because, like, what if, like, you know, I don't know, like, it happened in Los Angeles, like Fear of the Walking Dead. Like, it's probably gonna be a lot different.
Where's that one based out of?
Fear of the Walking Dead is supposed to be in Los Angeles, but The Walking Dead is in Georgia, I think, or Atlanta.
Shit, you want to see real life zombies? I guess LA is the best place to go.
Right? Walking to a Starbucks, man.
Everybody fucking staring at their phones walking down the street.
Yeah, I've seen people biff it so many times just walking down like Hollywood Boulevard. People will be like, "Oh," just like reading a text message or something.
The best thing I seen, I was in Vegas in March or February of this year, and I seen this. I don't know. She probably was like 21, you know, early 20s. She was taking like, she was one of those girls taking like 300 selfies. Just keeps moving the camera. This bitch hits a fucking like one of those like concrete things that stop cars from going on the sidewalk or whatever.
Yes.
They just fucking ass over end straight into that thing. I was like, I hope she had a picture right at the moment that she fucking.
Like she hit send to all her recipients right there.
Yeah. Like, I don't even like taking pictures of my vehicle when people are around, let alone myself. Like, who the fuck just walks down the street doing it?
That's pretty vain, man. But, you know, there's a lot of people out there like that. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I take selfies, but not, like, in front of people. Like, ugh.
Yeah. I feel like I got caught doing something, like, with my Peter out when I'm fucking taking a selfie.
The only time I take selfies is if I'm taking a picture for other people. Like, oh, can you take a picture of us? Like, okay, sure. They hand me their phone. I'll take a picture of them. Then I'll turn it towards me and make a really goofy face and take a picture. Be like, there you go. Have fun.
Don't forget me.
And what's funny is, okay, so I've been doing that for a while now. I went to see Penn and Teller in Vegas, and you know, after the show, they're outside. You get to meet them and stuff. And I'm walking up towards Penn. There's a big group around him and stuff, and everyone's taking pictures with him. And he's grabbing their phone and taking a bunch of goofy selfies. And like a lot of times, what he'd do, he'd hold the phone up and turn it so that the camera was like facing the people standing around waiting. And everyone would be like, no, Penn, you have it on the wrong camera. It's supposed to be facing us. And he would take like 5 pictures of the crowd and say, okay, have a good day. And then he's like, no, I'm just kidding, come here. And he would take a real one. But it's like people were correcting him. You really think Penn doesn't know how to fucking work a camera? Yeah. Like you can see on the screen it's not his face and he's still hitting the button.
This motherfucker can make you disappear in front of 1,000 people. You think he doesn't know how to use a camera?
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of good shows in Vegas, but it's really overpriced.
Yeah, but I'd recommend Penn and Teller, though. Those guys are awesome anyway, so...
Yeah, I like their show.
Even though I've seen all the stuff they do at their show, like I've seen on other of their specials or on YouTube or whatever, so like nothing was new for me, but the people I was with hadn't seen it before, so it was kind of cool to see that. And still, even though you've seen the trick before, I'm one of the guys that tries to figure out how it's done, so I'll watch it 100 times and still be like, okay, I'm still not quite sure how they do it. Yeah. Maybe this time I'll figure it out.
Well, the showmanship alone is fucking worth it. Yeah,
Have
I
you
remember.
seen?
I was there. And this cabbie like recommended me and my brother go see the Michael Jackson Experience. That shit's like $210 to see a hologram of him.
I was gonna say something, but never mind.
Yo, I don't want that experience.
Wait, is the cab ride free if I let you give me the Michael Jackson Experience?
You're right. Those motherfuckers will chase you down.
Cause you're pretty cute, I guess.
Thanks.
That's funny. I went to some freaking show out there, man. My girlfriend took me to go see that stupid Circus du Soleil. Oh my god. I
thought that was awesome. Maybe you saw a different one, because there's like 5 different versions.
Yeah, man, I saw this stupid show called Your Lion. I will never need to see 5 guys in thongs juggling in my life again. Like, I was just... I'm scarred. Like, I was like, oh, cool, giant caterpillars, whatever, you know, okay, winged women flying around, weird, all right. Did I take shrooms before I came in here? Like, because I felt like I should have. And so, like, and all of a sudden I'm like, all right, what are these guys doing? Oh, cool, they can all stand on top of each other. And all right, why are they in oh, God. And they start juggling, and I'm like, all right, I'm Game Boy. But it's just, maybe you guys got lucky and you saw a different show, man, but I didn't see anything good. Nothing I ever want to see again.
Yeah, I forget which version we saw, but it was pretty damn good. It was a lot more like acrobatic stuff. Like they had a bunch where, like, you know, the girls on the not rope, but like curtain kind of thing hanging down, where like they tie themselves up and then, you know, roll around as they fall and stuff.
Oh, like the it's like cloth aerobatics or some shit like that.
Right.
Yeah,
and
that's
they
cool.
like, wrap it around their legs in different places, so then when they let go, they like twirl as they're falling, then stop like right before the ground.
It's like more artistic stripping.
That's a good way of putting it.
Hey, babe, it's artistic. We'll
Yeah.
watch it. And aren't some of them nude? I've never seen
not
them,
in that one.
No.
They were damn near close to it, you know. You could see everything anyways, but they were wearing stuff. But yeah, we got our tickets upgraded, like, for no reason. Like, we bought cheap-ass seats, because, like, we went to a lot of different shows in Vegas, didn't have a lot of money for it. And we get there, and the dude's like, do you want different seats? And we're like, or, like, better seats? And we're like, well, you know, this is all we could afford. I was like, no, I'll just upgrade you. That's cool. So we were, like, 5 rows off the stage. No extra price or anything.
I've heard of places doing that when they're filming stuff.
So that was pretty awesome.
They'll move people to the front so it doesn't look like it's empty. I don't know if that was the case or whatever. But
Right. No, that is probably, yeah, that's probably what they were doing. But okay, I'll take my, whatever. It, like, even the cheap ones were still expensive. It's not like they were $5. I mean, they were probably still $50 each or something.
Yeah.
But to sit in the seats that are normally like $200 or $250 or something, like, okay, I'll take those seats.
Yeah, I never, I haven't gone to, like, I went for my birthday this year in May. I just never left the casino, man. I'm a gambler.
No, blackjack all the way for me.
Yep.
Yeah,
blackjack.
I gambled $50 the entire week.
I wish I could do that.
But I did bet on the Stanley Cup Finals. I've always wanted to bet on sports, like, legally.
How'd you do?
I know hockey, so I'm like, all right, I got this. Stupid ass Rangers. They lost game 1. I was mad.
Hey, at least you finally got to do it, though.
Yeah. What was nice, what I wanted to do is bet on them, and then, like, you can sit in the little lounge area and watch all the games and still drink for free because you're betting on the game. Well, I forget what we did during the day. We did something that took a lot longer than it was supposed to, so we ended up, like, not getting back to the hotel until the game was almost over.
Strip club?
No, I forget what we did.
You said it took a lot longer than it was supposed to. I was like, strip club?
No, it takes a lot shorter than you would think it would.
That's true. Money goes quick.
I just get tired of being asked if I want to dance, so I fucking get pissed off at them.
what about this? Hey, do you want to buy me a drink? It's like, really? Are you going to drink the whole Sprite? I highly doubt you keep your figure by drinking 190 calorie of soda like an hour. So, like, at least, man, at the strip club, like, back where I'm from, like, they would always, like, you know, you'd go in the back and they'd be like, hey, you want to buy me a drink? And it's like, okay, a $9 Sprite. You really think I want to spend $9 on a Sprite when I can just go to like, Bonds and
I guess you don't want a hand job then. Don't you know that's code? Come on.
Dude, one of my buddies so fucking stupid. There's a, what's that place called? There's an Air Force training base out there, and we would go out there to train in the desert environment with our helicopters or whatever. And oh, it's Creech Air Force Base. That's what it was. And you know, here we have, I'd say like 170 Marines, all fucking. You know, they put us up in this hotel. You know, it was $1,000 a night for, you know, every room or whatever. You know, each room was that. They had all of us. Fucking free drinks as long as we gambled, all this shit. Well, my buddy gets fucking hammered the first nights, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna get a fucking hooker, man, because it's legal here. So this idiot fucking calls some back of the newspaper ad, and you know, dude, he's like talking it up, like, yeah, I'm probably gonna do this. This motherfucker, I seen him in the morning. $400, got a hand job. That's it.
What?
I was like, you are the biggest fucking schmuck I've ever seen. It's like, I could probably do it better than the lady. Why would I pay?
That's what I've never understood about hand jobs. You have a girlfriend or something, be like, just stop. You're not doing it right. Either do something else or just go to sleep. I guess I'm tired now.
Yeah, that'll go over well.
Oh man, I want to say something, but I don't know if she'll watch this later. I don't know if she's on Gun Channel. You never know.
She's fucking watching you. She's everywhere, man.
Dude, that's truth be told, man. Yeah, no, like that is like no kidding. Like I remember I went one time with my buddy to a strip club and he brought like $100 in ones. And I'm like, were you expecting to get like top drawer? I mean, you went at 6 o'clock in the evening. That's like C-section specials. Like,
I knew a girl back in the day. She was going to school and then worked as a stripper and whatnot, and she was not that attractive. Her body was like okay, but nothing special. And she was making a shit ton of money working like Sunday mornings and Wednesday afternoons, and she never worked any like good nights, and she was still bringing in over $1,000 a week.
I believe it.
It's those freaking what do you call it? Those guys, the guys that go there all the time. I can't think of the word.
Like the regulars.
The regulars come in and they like build like a relationship with them and stuff, and just strippers don't care. They fucking take the money and run, but.
Dude, I was a gullible shit. Like when I was like 16 years old, my cousin was a bouncer at one of the strip clubs, so he let me in, and I built up this like I guess we call it rapport with one of the dancers there. Like she started calling me on the phone, like back then when like you know like so I was a kid, right? Like so the phones were about as big as my AR, but like man, like I was in love, dude. Like I was like, oh my god, this beautiful girl is calling me all the time, and like I was always hanging out at the strip club, and then I was like, wow, why am I broke this week? We're freaking 40 hours a week at the movie theater, and I got $5 a show for it.
Wait, you were 16 and she was 18?
Yeah.
Nice. I mean, that's illegal. Nice.
It was cool, though. I mean, she was hot, dude. I brought her out and showed her in front of my friends and everything. I was like, oh, look what I'm dating. Like, she was gorgeous. And
it's always better to be the jailbait than to date the jailbait.
Yeah.
Right? God. Like that one kid or something, he was on a dating app or something like that. He was like 17 or 18, and he was like, went out with like some chick that was like 16 or something like that, and like he got 25 years.
Fuck that.
She was younger than that, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah,
that's the part that gets me. Okay, I get it if it's like a 17-year-old, you know, says she's 18 or something. That's fine. But I mean, this chick was like 14. You should know better, dude. I'm sorry, you should know better. Not saying I would turn it down either. I'm just saying you should know better.
I would turn it down.
No, dude, in this day and age, you can't be too careful, man. You got to ID. Like, you got to be like freaking Rite Aid. because like it's like when I go to the mall sometimes and like even my girlfriend points it out. She's like, "How old do you think those girls are?" I'm like, I like why would you put me in that position? Like you want me to stare? Like oh god, like
it's a trap.
It's a trap, exactly. I'd be like, I don't know, like maybe 16, 17. Why the fuck are you looking? You know.
They're old enough to replace you.
Oh.
That's what you should say one time. That'd be funny.
Be funny for everybody else but him.
Yes.
Make sure you haven't been on gun channels in a year.
Make sure you're on a live chat when doing it, though.
Right. Like, guys, so you know, if she kidnaps me and dumps me somewhere, as well be. Oh, like especially here in Scottsdale, like I guess it's like rated some of the most beautiful women live in Scottsdale, Arizona, and there are some absolutely gorgeous women that live around here, and like they could be like Playboy models, like no kidding, and just like the girls around here, man, it's really hard to tell though, like it's really insane, like and they're crazy, dude, like the women around here are crazy, like.
Damn, sounds like I should move.
It is very hard for me to go anywhere and not stare because they're just gorgeous girls like all over the place, and man, sometimes I feel like I just maybe like got my eyes out or something like that. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't feel bad for staring. Like here's the thing, I don't care when she stares at guys. It's like, look, you know, I don't care, whatever. If you want me to be like, oh, stare. As long as you don't go home with them. And no, I'm not having relationship problems. I'm just venting. So what was this chat originally about? I think I missed it.
NWA. I don't know. I forget. I was in here too, and I forget.
Straight out of gun channels?
Oh, this is just a lobby, so it's whatever. There's never really a topic.
Oh, okay.
You should check out what's that, Hawaii Volcano Squad. He had a video about how to save up to 20% on ammo.
Yeah, that snowman dude in there is pretty awesome. I don't know who that guy is, but he really helped the chat. He added a lot of valuable information.
Who is that?
The guy with the snowman icon.
Oh. Are you an old man? I don't know. You can never tell by people's voice. I mean, I was told that I sound like I'm like 16, but I'm not.
People tell me I sound like Dano.
Dude, I was gonna say you sound like Dano. That's good.
We've ran the numbers, and age-wise, like he totally could be my dad. So it's just a matter if he ever like took a vacation to Michigan. So I'm starting to think maybe he is.
Right.
Yeah, he was all worried that he would just tell people how to do it and everybody would just fucking bounce from his chat. I was like, nah, be alright.
Right. Yeah, he really built that up, and then, you know, and that's why after he did the first thing, it was like, I brought up, hey, does anyone else have any ideas or whatever? Like, I was trying to kind of keep it going. Because I could see he already, like, repeated himself a couple times, and
yeah.
It's like, all right, let's get some other ideas. Because I'm always up for learning different stuff, too, if people know of a good website or, you know, a good trick or something.
Yeah, I just buy in bulk, so, but, I mean, that doesn't really get you specialty ammo, I guess.
Right. Well, and like he was saying, because he's on the island,
yeah,
he can't really buy from websites because the shipping is insane.
It's not worth it, yeah.
Who, Hawaii or was saying about the shipping?
It was Hawaii Volcano Squad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sucks, man. Like, he basically has the same rules that California does. But, no, they're a little more lenient there, actually.
Yeah, he was just saying that buying online isn't worth it because the price of shipping to Hawaii is outrageous.
Well, I can imagine. I was over there for vacation one time, and like a box of macadamia nuts was like $50.
Don't they grow them there?
Yeah. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty bad because you can't even use the shipping excuse. I mean, I get why everything else is, and that's one of those things, man. If you want to live there, you're going to deal with it.
Yeah.
Just like if you're in downtown New York, you go to McDonald's, you spend $20 on one person.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, all their stuff's way more expensive. It's just cost of living.
Yeah, one thing with fast food joints is it could be the same McDonald's, but across on each different side of town, and they could have totally different prices.
So here in Arizona, like, I think the minimum wage is like $9.50 an hour, but you can rent a 4-bedroom, like, beautiful home in North Scottsdale, which is like the desert version of Beverly Hills, for like $1,400 to $1,700 a month. California, you can maybe rent a studio for that, and it's in a bad area.
Yeah, I was stationed in California, and a 1-bedroom apartment right off base was $1,100.
Where were you stationed at?
Miramar, down right by San Diego.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was over at Coast Guard Station Channel Islands in Oxnard, California.
Okay,
And-
yeah, I know Oxnard.
Yep. Yeah, that's where I lived, man. There was like I lived in a studio apartment there, and it was like $1,400 a month. It was a small, little crappy thing, and like.
Yeah, not worth it either. Like the way they, I mean, like the quality is not worth it.
Nope.
It's all convenience pay.
It's like, oh, you live near the ocean. It's like, yeah, but I can't afford to go out on it. And the only time I ever did go out on it is when we went to a SARC hall. So.
Yeah. Yeah, now I'm up in Oregon with a 2-bedroom and a garage and front and backyard, $675.
I almost moved to Oregon, man. How is it up there? Like.
I love it. I used to, whenever I would go anywhere, like I've been all over the United States and all over Europe and Asia a little bit.
Good for you.
And everywhere I went, I would compare it to Oregon, and I would always be like, it's not as good as Oregon.
I heard they're like getting kind of crazy though with their like anti-gun shit.
I mean, there's always talks because apparently, like I'm not sure how it works on a state level because I lived in California for so long of my 20 through 25-year-old life. I didn't pay attention to state politics, more government or more federal politics.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, like the House is all Democrats now, and usually it's a good mix. So now it takes 0 Republican votes, or basically any law they pass is easier because they're all Democrats. So they just passed where you have to do a universal background check for private sales, which is fucking weird.
Now, how does that work? Do you just go to the FFL and you have to do like the paperwork right there? You can't just like I can't just go to your house and like buy a shotgun from you?
Yeah, you can't do that anymore. Basically, I would take my friend or whoever's buying it to the gun store. From what I understand is you transfer it to, somehow it goes into the gun store's ownership while they do the background check of both parties. Even the seller has to get a check.
That's stupid.
Yeah, and then whatever, if both people check out, then it transfers over. And some gun stores that I prefer not to go to anymore are trying to like make money off of this now and like charge a service fee. I'm like, man, that's not cool. We're all gun owners. I'm sure you don't like the law either. So
Right, but if you put it in their perspective, they're paying for a person to be there and do that for you.
Well,
So I mean, it doesn't have to be a bunch of money, but I can understand charging a fee for that. I mean,
Well,
that
yeah, but,
person
like-
could be doing something.
the place I go charges $15 and then $10 for the background check or whatever it is, 10 or 12. some places are like $40 or $50 plus background check.
Right.
Like they're definitely overstepping the service charge, you know.
Right, and there's a gun store near me that I really don't like that much. It's like a store and a range. Their range is really nice, and I used to go there a lot. But there's like one guy in there who I can't stand.
It's always
really
fun.
annoys me. And anyways, for a long time I was looking for a CZ75 SP01. I wanted the metal one. That's what I wanted. I wanted a full-size metal gun. I go in there, and I was just kind of asking him about it, and he had the polymer version. And he goes, well, I have this one, and it's better. So I'm like, okay, I'm always up for learning. That's fine. So I go,
Yeah.
well, why is it better? If he would have just said, well, you know, it's lighter, and, you know, it's a little bit cheaper, and da-da-da, okay, cool, maybe I'd consider it. Instead, his answer was, it just is. You don't want that other one. This one's better.
God.
And I said, okay, have a nice day. And I turned around and walked out. I was like, screw you.
Yeah, I've been in places too. You know, I'm 26, but I look young. Like, you know, I look and sound young still. And I've been in places. You know, I'm fresh out of the Marine Corps. You know, I saved up a shitload of money because I never bought any guns when I lived in California. So that was my plan to buy all the guns I ever wanted. You know. And so I get out, and, you know, I'm planning on spending like $2,000 that day. And this gun owner looks at me, watches me walk around the store for like 15 minutes. I'm browsing, you know, looks at me again, doesn't say anything. And I was like, well, you know, you're not gonna be friendly. I'm not gonna, you know, do my business here. So I just walked out. Like if I'm gonna put that much money into something, especially, you know, when there's other choices, you should probably, you know, work on your customer service. And
Right. The worst part about that, though, is he probably sat in his head and goes, see, I knew it. That kid's just looking. He's not going to buy nothing. I shouldn't waste my time.
It's his loss.
Like,
He can think
people,
that.
right, but people like that they reinforce their own, you know, thinking.
Yeah. I mean, I bought boxes of ammo from him, like 1,000 rounds at a time and all that shit. So he knows that I spend money in there.
Yeah. But so anyway, so I got sidetracked on my own damn story. But the point was, I went in there asking about like a transfer because I found some stuff online that I wanted to have shipped to an FFL, and I was asking about it, and they charged like $50 for a frickin' transfer. And I was like, yeah, no thanks. And then I ended up, I got the name of a guy. He just runs it out of like his basement or whatever.
Right, guys.
And he charges $20 for a transfer.
Yeah, that's what I'm familiar with is 20. I just hate people that try to get as much money as they can out of a service fee when we're all trying to support the gun and Second Amendment and all that stuff. Like, you know, help each other out.
Yeah, but yeah, I really like that guy. I had my wife at the time's gun sent there. Because that was the whole thing. That's why we had to get it shipped. It was a pink Ruger LC9, and like not a lot of gun stores had the pink one, but we found it online. So that shipped. And then when I built my AR, I had my lower shipped there, and he offered, like when I called him up, say, hey, I want to get this shipped to you. He's like, well, I have some in stock. You know, I could sell you a lower for $50. And I thought about it. I was like, you know, I'm kind of weird. I like my stuff being different, so I'm going to stick with what I found. So I got the Honey Badger from Spikes Tactical.
Right, yeah.
And I just think it's funny that it goes from, you know, no bullet, don't give a shit. That's like the full auto position.
Is that what it says on the?
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet. I like that Honey Badger.
Yeah, and then there's like a little, kind of like an outline of the Honey Badger face on the magwell.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Which I still need to color fill because it's kind of hard to see. Like I want to put the paint in there and, you know, make it stand out. But anyway, so then my dad, after I got mine going, my dad shot my rifle and he's like, well, shit, I want to build one of these. I said, all right, well, you buy the stuff and, you know, I'll teach you how to do it. So he called the guy up and said, hey, I'm looking for a lower. The guy's like, yeah, I got one. He goes, well, when are you around? Because I'm home right now. I said, okay, I'll be there in like 10 minutes. Dad drove over there, gave him $20, took 10 minutes, and he had his lower.
I think the fact that you can pay so little for a low receiver and then just sit at home and order all the rest of the stuff yourself makes it more appealing to people.
Right. Well, I didn't think of this at the time, but it was brought up sometime after. Is there's a tax, an extra tax on gun sales. Well, the thing is, because you're only buying the lower, there's that extra like 10% or whatever is only added to the price of the lower.
Right.
If you would have bought the whole rifle, you're adding 10% on that whole rifle.
Yeah.
So you end up saving money even just because of that, let alone the fact that when you get them piece by piece, it ends up being a little bit cheaper.
Yeah.
Like the way I look at it, I priced out, my rifle, I would have just bought it off the shelf, like as is. Probably would have been, about $1,000 or so, and I built it for $700.
Yep. That's what I tell all my friends. And then I built 2 myself and posted pictures on my Instagram and all that. And then my friends asked me. I help one friend build one, and now I get messaged like every other day for, "Hey man, what should I get? What should I get? Will you help me build it?" I was like, "Man, I'm about to start charging you motherfuckers."
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I really like doing all the research and figuring out not necessarily what's better, but like where's the point that it's worth it to spend a little bit more money, and then where's the point where it's like, okay, I don't need that.
Yeah.
Like I know there's $7,000 3-gun rifles. I'm not that good. I don't need to spend that because I'm not going to get that accuracy out of it. So, I like a little bit of upgrade, but not insane.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty minimal on mine. Just an optic, maybe a forward grip. That's it.
Right. Well, I just mean somewhat like I have a nickel boron coated bolt carrier group. I have a stainless steel barrel. That's just the little tiny upgrades that I feel make it a much better rifle. But I'm not going to then go above and beyond to get some like crazy thing that's a tiny bit better for an extra $200 or something.
Yeah. No.
Although I did just buy a new trigger. But that was only like $60.
I spent a lot of money on my trigger. I bought one of those CMC flat triggers. But that thing's fucking sweet. But
Yeah,
it came with a free lower parts kit too, so it was worth it.
Yeah, I just I don't know. I mean, I might build another one that's more like a bench rest, like super accurate one or something, and then maybe I'd go and spend the money on the trigger. But shit, I'm just poking holes in paper up north. I really don't care about being perfect with it. I like shooting a pop can at 50 yards or something. It's like I'm not going that far out. I can get to about where my range is set up. I can get to like 100 yards, and I'm like kind of standing in trees at that point. And I've been considering cutting down some trees, and then because it's like a big, long, skinny clearing that we have up there, but there's trees kind of in the middle. So if I just cut a shooting lane, I could go all the way to the other side of the clearing and have like a 300-yard shot. But I don't know if I want to do all that because I don't really shoot long range.
Yeah, the only thing I really shoot long range is my M1A, and that is 600 yards is the longest I've shot it.
Yeah, I'm much more. I have a lot more fun with handguns, like close quarters, and like doing IDPA kind of stuff where it just kind of hit the thing. You're not looking for a bullseye, just hit in the middle-ish, and you're happy.
Yeah, I mean that's probably going to be the most useful to you too in a real life situation.
Yep.
I don't have the patience to sit up on a hill and whatever. I'm pretty good up close.
Well, and I think that stuff's kind of cool. Like, I am kind of a nerd, so the idea of figuring out all of the long distance stuff is cool. Like, I like learning new skills.
Oh yeah, and especially hitting that fucking. I got steel targets, so hitting that shit at 600 yards was like a man boner. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn. It's like it's a sense of accomplishment.
Right. Well, and that's like Me and my buddy were up north, and we were just messing around with a little 22, and I nailed a quarter at like 25 yards, put a hole right through it, and I was like, damn, that was awesome. Like, that was a tough shot for me.
Yeah.
So, and that's what's cool about guns, right? Because it's a skill, and it's something you can work to get better at, and that's why it makes it a fun hobby.
Yep. It's just goddamn expensive with them fucking 308s.
Yeah, I like to try and explain to people when they're talking, well, why do you have guns, blah, blah, blah. I go, it's like my version of golf. You spend, a few $100s to get started on the equipment, and then every time you go to the range, it's, like $50. Well, that's like golf. You spend a couple $100 on clubs, and then every time you go play 18 holes, it's like $50. So that's the same thing. I mean, I don't go out all the time.
Oh yeah, I used to because I lived out of city limits and I had a couple acres behind my house, but now I actually have to drive an hour. But it is fun.
Yeah, I mean, I have an indoor range pretty close to me, but I haven't been there in a while. I've just been, we have a cabin up north, but it's about like a 4-hour drive, so I don't go up there just to go shooting, but when I go up there for the weekend, I bring all my guns anyways. And like that experience has kind of changed me from wanting to go to like the indoor range, where you have all the rules and you're always like looking at the clock. I better hurry up, my time's almost up, and all that shit. Yeah, sure. I forgot my neighbor's dog is anti-gun. He always barks at me when I'm on the chat.
Let's see what this is. Are you watching that video he posted?
No, what video is that?
Oh, Pink freaking posted it. It's a thing about gun-free zones. It's pretty funny.
I was going to say, what are you working on, Dead Horse?
I am attempting to fix the worst trigger on any gun known to mankind. The trigger that no gunsmith will touch. The dreaded Sig Mosquito. It's not every day you see a guy, making sparks doing a trigger job.
You better send that to California when you're done. Make sure it's still safe.
Oh, I almost bought one of those, and then I read a couple bad reviews about it.
Yeah, my dad has one, and he's not very happy with it because it's kind of picky with ammo.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
And then, during this ammo crisis or whatever, it's like you're lucky just to find 22, let alone the exact brand you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he hasn't shot the thing in 2 years.
Yeah.
He just got it a little bit before the whole stuff went down.
I have 22 ammo, and I don't even own a 22.
Send it to me.
I cannot do that. I keep telling myself I'm going to buy a 22.
From what I understand, the SR-22s are pretty reliable.
Yeah, those are pretty good. That's why my ex-wife has a pink one of those also. She's definitely one of those, pink everything type of girls. So it's funny, we'd go to the range, she's got her pink gun in her pink leather holster with her pink camel pants and pink ear protection and normally like a pink sweatshirt or something.
Jesus, man. I'm more of a Tiffany blue girl.
How hot's the trigger? Oh, that's not too bad. Are you just like taking chunks out of the side of it?
Yeah, I've lost it. What's going on with that? I'm not too familiar with the trigger.
Okay, what makes the SIG Mosquito so dreadfully bad is this is your hammer sear. This is what the hammer... Where's the hammer at? Here.
You were holding it too low, just for the record. We couldn't really see.
Let's see here. Is that better?
A little up.
Okay, this is your sear. Okay, yeah, this is your sear. And then the hammer pretty much locks up on the sear like this. Okay?
Alright.
And this is also the sear spring, because the bottom of the sear right here is pinched in between the frame, and actually in between the fire control group, actually. So the bottom of this is pinched in between the fire control group. So this is pinched, and this little curve right here in the sear,
I see.
That's the spring. So it's the sear and the spring in
So it
one
just pivots?
piece. And so it's just not like you can change springs. So what I did is I dremeled a slot and removed some metal out of this curve, which in theory, because I removed some of that metal, should weaken how much pressure it takes to bend right there. Because the trigger bar sits on the back of this sear up top here and just bends it forward off the hammer. And that's why the SIG has such a bad trigger. It does. I've done 2 polish jobs on this one, and yeah, I smoothed it out, no grittiness, but the trigger pull's horrible. So this is the issue, is the sear that needs to be fixed on those. So if this works, I'll be like the first one out there with like a YouTube video saying this is how you fix the SIG.
Well, dang, man, I hope it works. That's awesome if it does.
Like not even professional gunsmiths like will touch this trigger. They'll do like a basic polish, but anyone that knows anything about this trigger, because I've researched it online and even called around, they're like, no, I won't even touch it. It's like that dreaded of a trigger. But that's all. I think that's all I really got to do is just take some metal out of this, trial and error, stick it back in, pull on the trigger, see if it lightened it. Maybe then maybe take some more metal out. I think I'm gonna have to take more than this, but I want to be safe and just try it out slowly as I go. So it's gonna be a lot of assembly, disassembly, but I should be able to figure it out.
Yeah, hopefully the time's worth it, man.
Yeah, and I mean, I could either be doing this and putting a nice trigger on a SIG and probably be like the first guy out there that has like under a 5-pound trigger for a SIG Mosquito, or I could just let the gun sit and go to waste.
Exactly. I hate the freaking safety on my M1A. It's so stiff. I fucking took the trigger group out one day and I was just actuating the safety back and forth trying to make it fucking not so fucking rigid.
We should do a gunsmithing chat one night.
Like some do-it-yourself fixes.
Yeah. Get people who know what they're doing.
Yeah, that would help a lot.
Because I certainly wouldn't.
That definitely wouldn't be me.
Yeah, but if you get this to work, then you'll be the fucking case study expert.
No, I could I could join if the gunsmithing chat was about 1911s, ARs, and a certain couple other guns. Then I'd be able to join. But a lot of other guns, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about an MP5.
Yeah, but I think the more common guns are the 1911 and ARs, and of course Glocks are easy.
So that's actually that's kind of a cool idea of do a hangout where someone puts together like a lower parts kit or something. Because you can easily do that in like a half hour.
Yeah, I think mine.
I do that all the time just while we're talking, like just bullshitting.
Yeah, the first ever time I put one together took me like 38 minutes, and I was like, oh, that wasn't bad.
Now we're all just staring at you, watching you work. Does that make you nervous?
Yeah, very nice fingernails.
I like how dirty those things are from working on guns.
Hey, I used to work on helicopters. My shit was fucking nasty.
Never trust a man with clean fingernails.
Yep.
Well, it sucks because I was fucking... I don't have OCD, but if I was around... the ability to wash my hands, I would do it right after every job, so I just get like fucking, I was just like, dude, my hands are so fucking dirty. Covered in dip spit and fucking water and hydraulic fluid and shit.
Do you wash your hands every time after you take a piss?
Yeah.
See, man, I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Like, see, my dick is the cleanest part on my body, so I always wash my hands before I piss.
All right. Well, next time you're
Who
eating
wants
off
to
your
touch your dick with dirty hands? I mean, come on, dude.
next
You're
time
right.
next time you're eating off your dick, why don't you tell us the same story?
Now it's a party.
Just eating off your dick. That's funny.
I got in the habit of washing my hands before I take a piss because I
See?
work with a lot of
See?
I work with a lot of chemicals and stuff, and you know the stuff that can like soak in through your skin.
Yeah, you want
And
your
the
dick to
skin down
fall
there
off.
is- it actually soaks in like 10 times more chemicals than like on your hands. I don't want to get freaking penis cancer or something.
By the way,
That'd be fun.
Pink, that link you keep posting is like completely the wrong story. So here's the correct story.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that link makes it sound like they're replacing their main battle rifle. All they are, they're just buying DMRs.
Oh, well, I just saw that and posted it.
Well, this link's got a video too, and the New Zealand Army dudes are talking about the LMT. But it's just a DMR. It's not a. The article that you link makes it sound like they're replacing the Steyr.
Yeah, that's what I thought they were doing.
Nope.
You know, all the Aussie task force that I worked with in Afghanistan, none of them had stairs. They all had fucking L-85s and M16s. And Australian Shepherds.
But as I was saying before, I usually don't piss on my hands. So.
Yeah. Or yeah. I was going to suggest you guys could just sit down to pee so you didn't have to touch your wee-wees.
Sometimes I do just because I'm lazy. Like at home, I'm just like, yeah, fuck it. I don't feel like standing anymore. I'm too hungover.
What are you building, Dead Horse?
Exactly what I was going to ask just now.
Yeah, he just went through it with us like 5 minutes ago.
Well, I wasn't here, so he's got to go through it again.
I'm not asking you to go through it. What are you building? That's all.
Not building anything. I'm just fixing a sear for a Sig Mosquito. Fixing the sear spring, I guess. The sear and spring.
Oh, weird.
Oh, I got a mosquito also.
Eating something that's never been done or tried before, so we'll see if it works.
Wait, what hasn't been done before?
A good trigger job for a Sig Mosquito.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, like, they have the worst triggers, like gunsmiths won't touch them and stuff, but I think I came up with a fix. Like, if you would have been watching just a couple of minutes ago, well, you're going to see again here in a minute, but how many guys do you see grinding away at triggers, like throwing sparks?
Yeah, I'm interested because like I said, I have a mosquito, so I wouldn't mind seeing what you're doing.
Did you get that message I sent you, Dead Horse?
Oh, yeah, I did. I'll actually answer you here in just a minute.
Let
me finish this
I didn't know if I was sending it late.
I got it today, yeah.
Nice.
I read it today.
What the fuck?
I was going to say it.
I was waiting for that.
That's that Benford 6100.
We don't need the sound effects. You can subtitle that part.
Yeah.
And That's what we need a fire extinguisher for, right?
Grind, grind, grind.
He's probably talking right now.
Oh, whatever.
Pretty funny.
So what happens when you screw up the trigger parts? Are they easily available?
You would
For
think
mosquito?
you would hope.
Because I mean, I've only seen a few things that, like, you can find like online for the mosquito. Maybe if you're a gunsmith or you know somebody, maybe you can get parts for it. I know, like the firing pin, you can find that.
What is it for the trigger? Is that what it was? A sear or something like that?
Yeah, that's what it kind of said. I've seen people take and polish up like the trigger bar or whatever that's inside there and things like that, but
I've done all that twice, and they gave it a nice, smooth pull and took the grittiness out, but it didn't really lower it hardly any.
I got you.
So, because without, it doesn't matter how much you polish a turd, but without fixing the main problem, which is this sear, which is a sear and spring all in one piece. So it's technically, you can't really call it the sear or the sear spring. It's the sear and sear spring. And it's the weak point. Like, this is the weak point right here. This is the reason for the bad triggers in SIGs. Or in the mosquito, anyway.
Right.
Mosquito.
Thanks.
Would that be the SP 2022?
No, the mosquito is actually called the mosquito. It is a 22 LR. It's a 90%, I think, size of the 226. Like a scaled down version, sort of.
Yeah, the one place that I get parts from don't even have the mosquito listed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I've only found like a couple listings online for a few of the parts for it. I think that it may not actually be made by SIG. I'm not sure. I think there might be another company that makes it and then they put their engravings on it or whatever. I don't really know. I like it though. It's not bad. I mean, I wish it had slightly different sights on it, but it is what it is.
I'll do the sound effects for him.
That's cool. I need to find a.
We need to have an actual gunsmithing show, right? Just live chat where you're actually gunsmithing stuff.
That's what I said.
Yeah, we were just talking about that too.
See?
I actually suggested doing a hangout where, someone like builds a lower. So I think there are people out there that would like to be able to like ask live questions right then and there. And I know there's tons of videos out there that teach you how to do it.
What there is the need to know. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like pretty plug and play.
It is. I just built one a little while ago. I could have done one of those videos if we really wanted to. The one that I got the Spikes Tactical Lower from MGS Firearms, they sent me. Or actually didn't send me. I went there and they sent it to my FFL.
That is a subject that has very well been covered. That's, I mean, maybe a chat about like, nice tools that maybe tools that people.
Yeah, to make it easier or nicer.
Quality, yeah, like I found this and it's a tool for this, but it worked really good for that. That kind of stuff.
Well, you got to remember there are still people out there that haven't had an AR-15 yet or haven't really assembled one. There really is. I mean,
I know, but there's just...
I could do a build your own 80% AR lower. I've built my own 80% lowers. And I could show everyone how to do that.
There's just a million videos. That's
There you
what
go.
that's what I'm saying.
No, I agree. I
Right.
have. I think I have one out there maybe for doing that.
I just don't know if the live aspect of it would make it more interesting. You know, have a
Right,
handful
so
of
people can ask questions. Like
Yeah,
so.
maybe-
Yeah.
We don't care about people here at Gun Channels. Fuck the people.
Oh dang, he took a lot off.
Wow.
Yeah, and the only thing that scares me is if that thing's gonna snap right in two with all the metal he's taking off.
Yeah, that's my thought too. I don't know how this actually fits in there exactly, because I don't remember. Just it's been a long time since I've taken mine apart.
From my measurement, I've left about 60% of the metal there, between 50 and 60%. So I've removed about 40%. And but the trigger pull is so goddamn awful. I mean, it's.
So did you already check to see if that part's available in case you have
Yeah,
an issue?
I already called SIG and ordered a new one. And
Oh, cool.
it's already been shipped. Yeah,
Cool.
$8.50.
Cool.
And with like $4 shipping, so it was like $12.50, and I already ordered a new one just in case I screw this one up. So it's already on its way. I'm just gonna put the stock one in the factory case, and then so if anything ever happens to this one, there'll be a factory one right there ready to go.
Do you still have your magazine disconnect installed?
No, I took that out.
Yeah,
I took that out
that's
when I
like-
did the polish, and because I heard online that helped, and it doesn't. It doesn't do
No,
shit.
I wouldn't think it would have, but I just like the idea that, if I drop my magazine out of it, I still have a round in it. I want to be able to fire it. I don't
Oh,
like the
exactly.
magazine disconnect.
Exactly, and it was really easy to take out. You have to drill out a rivet. There's one little rivet in the fire control
Yep.
group you have to drill out to remove that disconnect. So you need a tiny little drill bit, but it's really easy.
I think I might have just pressed it out. I don't remember, or tapped it out. Or maybe I just drilled the top of the head of it a little bit.
Yeah, that's all you got
Tapped it
to
out.
do is just drill the very top
Yeah.
of the head, and then it'll press right out.
Yeah, because that's one of the first things I got rid of on it. But I haven't messed with the trigger stuff yet on it. I haven't really done too much playing around with it. Really, I probably only have like 500 rounds to it or something maybe now. I don't even know.
Well, if this works, you can send me your sear.
I know. I'll tell you what. If it works, I'll just figure out how to order one and then have you do it that way,
Yeah.
and we'll give it a try. That's kind of cool.
This is the start of a beautiful SIG gunsmithing company.
Yeah, with that gunsmithing hangout, everybody could just share their little fucking secrets of the tricks
That's
of the
right.
trade that they
Somebody
have.
could start out with one project they want to work on and just have it set up like this and just commentate on it.
My secret
Ask
is to buy
questions.
the right tools.
Oh, I agree. That's a nice Dremel setup too.
Don't fuck around with some cheap ass fucking Harbor Freight shit. Unless you're buying like a Vice or something like.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Some tool that usually doesn't break, like screwdrivers or something. If you really want to buy cheap stuff.
Hell no. I buy gunsmithing screwdrivers so that they fit the screw.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah. I didn't mean necessarily for gunsmithing. I just meant tools in general. But
Oh no, I'm talking.
There's some
specifically about gunsmithing.
yeah, I mean, there's some stuff you can buy and it's not gonna break and it's gonna do what you need it to do.
Well, there are power tools and stuff, but for the most part, like hand tools are what I'm talking about.
Right.
Maybe a mallet. Buy a mallet from Harbor. Rubber mallet. They can't fuck
Yeah.
that up.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say too.
I mean, there are good, but be reasonable. If you buy like the $9.99 screwdriver set and you fuck up your screw on your Model 686, I mean, you asked for that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's some things you gotta be super careful with not to scratch or screw up, and some things it's like a big deal. You know, it is what it is.
Here goes the reassembly to test.
Oh,
Watch that
okay.
to be full auto now or something.
No.
Well, didn't work.
So that's
like I thought it
actually.
would.
Have you guys
That's
ever
not-
heard of the Glock Doctor?
No.
Out of Phoenix, sell a bunch of Glock parts. He turned one of my Glocks into full auto accidentally.
Oops. So I have a question. So again, that's a sear. But what else does it do?
It's a sear and a sear spring all in one piece. Because this, yeah, the hammer. What did I do?
Oh.
Okay, here's the hammer. So this sear and sear spring gets pinched in between this fire control group.
Got it. Right.
Then it rides on the hammer up here. So it fits like that, and it rides on this hammer. And
Okay, so
the trigger disconnect bar sits back here on this lip, and it actually pulls and bends right here and bends this sear forward to release the hammer.
So basically, what you did was remove some of it, like 40% of the material, to reduce the spring tension of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got it.
Which is a lot like just like cutting a couple coils out of like a lot of springs, you know.
Yeah, I got it. The only downside is now it may possibly crack too, right? Because
Yeah.
there's less material to it. So you're putting the same amount of stress on the spring, but less material on the spring to take the stress.
There's really not any stress to take except for just a slight pull of the trigger bar. There's really no other stress that's applied to the sear.
That's true.
I thought about this. Trust me, I didn't just like all of a sudden go tonight like, oh hey, I'm gonna do it. Like no, I've actually.
No, I figured.
Like
no, I figured you thought it out.
Last couple months. So
my thought would be that somebody should make that sear / spring maybe with a how you explain it?
A thinner metal or a lighter spring.
Yeah, basically,
tension?
exactly. Basically, just to lighten up the spring tension of it, but still have the same width to it, so maybe it'd be less prone to cracking or fatigue or whatever. Because also grinding away at it, I don't know
Yeah.
how much you're really heating it up. Probably not that much, but
Oh no, I got a laser thermometer right here.
that's what you had. Okay.
I was showing everyone like
I
it
got
was
the
only
same
heating
one.
up by like 2 or 3 degrees. So I was
Gotcha.
being really careful and taking my time and taking breaks.
Cool. So you thought that out. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I've done this or I've done similar stuff. I've worked on a lot of stuff like this. So.
Yeah, I like that because I could even probably do that if I really wanted to. But I'd do the same thing you did. Order a spare.
Yeah, and I've been wanting to do it for a while. The only reason I haven't done it the last couple months is because before this, the Dremel I had before this was a Black & Decker one, and it was this a little like rechargeable with like a little 2 battery, and it wasn't very powerful. It would bog down, and it was only good for basically cutting plastic, not really getting into any metal stuff. And plus, when the battery died, I only had 1 battery for it, then I'd have to wait for it to recharge. So I finally got me a good Dremel today, this Dremel 3000.
Okay.
The box was damaged at Walmart, so I asked them to give me some money off. They gave me like 10% off, which was like $8.
That's cool.
Or no, actually no. She said she was going to give me 10% off, but when I went up to the register, it was $58, and she gave me $8 off. So I ended up getting more than whatever that was, like 15% off.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yep.
All for a crushed box, you know, that I'm throwing away anyway. Yeah.
Telling you, man, you gotta try that with ammo boxes.
Like I said yesterday, dinner cans are half off.
Yeah.
Well, $8 is $8. I mean, that's my, you know, that can be my like lunch tomorrow.
Well, the $8 paid for your replacement sear spring thing.
Yeah. Well, no, that was $12.50 with shipping because they charged me like $4.50 or something for shipping.
I was going to put it all together and dry fire it. And I go, oh, crap.
Snap.
Rim fire. Starting of dry fire.
If it happens, the Sear Springs, I ordered it tonight, right before SIG, this evening, right before SIG closed. And they said it'll be here by Thursday, so.
That's cool.
Just don't have extra parts after you put it all together.
No, I'm thinking I already took one part out and left it out the last time I did the second polish, which was on this hammer strut.
Right.
There's a little spacer, a brass spacer on this hammer strut that sits up at the top, right in between the top of this ridge on the hammer strut and that spring, and then this brass one sits underneath it. Well, I took that spacer out thinking that the spring wouldn't be under as much tension, and I think that worked a little. That lowered the trigger pull down by about 1 pound on both the double and the single just by removing that spacer. But when you're talking 1 pound by going from a 14-pound double action pull to a maybe 12.5 double, and then going from like a 9-pound single to an 8-pound single, that's it's not really a big difference,
Yeah. Is that what it is for that gun?
Yeah, 14 stock.
Holy
maybe
fuck.
14.5 stock for double, and 9.5 to 10 for single. Like, no joke. That's what it
almost
pulls
like
at.
my mother's 380.
Mine doesn't quite feel like that, but maybe it is that high. I mean,
It doesn't quite feel like that, but it really is that high. I not only did I test this one, I tested another SIG just to see if
I
this one
believe
was
you.
a bad one, and the other SIG was like identical.
Well, let me ask this too on your barrel. Where your firing pin contacts it, have you noticed that yours gets like a notch into it at all? Like on the breech face?
Oh no, not at all. Like, I don't know if you can see that, but this gun has about 600 rounds through it, 700 rounds through it so far.
It looks like there's a line kind of on the top of it. Is there not?
Where's my
It's
flashlight?
like the 12 o'clock position on it.
Where's my flashlight? Like
where the firing pin actually leaves like a
there's
flat
a
line.
very, very slight just mark, but it's not actually in the metal. Like, you can't feel it, like not even with your fingernail. It's just basically kind of where the metal's shinier a little bit.
Yeah, I'll have to grab mine and look at it. I thought mine was starting to get like a little bit of an indentation there. I thought about getting
Do you dry fire yours?
It has happened, yes.
Yeah, like when the slide doesn't lock back last shot or something, and
Exactly.
Yeah, that's just gonna happen, and realistically, it'll go to a certain tiny point. What you got to watch out for is it actually pushing a little metal down into the chamber, because that'll cause hangups. So once that
Right.
happens, you just file that off. But it'll only go just so far, just a tiny little bit, and stop. Most of these, most 22s now are timed right, the firing pins, to where they are safe to dry fire. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of the newer ones are, where you can actually dry fire them and with no contact at all.
Did you polish your feed ramp and kind of like smooth out that little hump that's at the top there?
Not a damn thing.
No.
This one's stock, and it loves Remington Thunderbolts, Fed Auto Match, Remington
'Cause
Gold. It
I
doesn't
did
like
that in
Winchester.
Really? I've done that in recommendation, like other people talking about doing that. I just smoothed it out a very little bit.
I was thinking about it if I had feeding issues, but I haven't had any, except for the Winchester. Like they kind of have a big hollow point on them. But a lot of semi-auto handguns I've found don't like the Winchester, so I just never really shoot that out of my handguns. So, but like anything, like even Remington Gold bullets, it loves Federal, CCI, anything like that. Aguila, it eats it up.
Aguila
just
seems to
fine.
work pretty well, surprisingly.
Yeah, it eats it up.
Now you're making me want to go shoot mine because I haven't shot it. I brought it with to the range the time before last that I went, and figured, okay, I'll run my 45, my 9, and my 22. Never ran the 22. But yeah, I'm very curious to see how that works out for you on this because, like I said, I'd probably try that just to see. So do you still recommend taking that one brass like sleeve off of the hammer spring where that goes between the hammer spring and the strut?
Oh, I don't know. See, I'm going to try it just the way it is. When I took that hammer spring, that hammer strut, that spacer off, I've noticed it fires great for single action, but once in a while, ever since I took that off, which was during the second polish, I've noticed that I'll have a couple light hammer strikes on just double action only. So if I'm shooting it double action only, I get a light hammer strike. If I cock it back, hit single action, it's fine. So and I'm thinking that was from the spacer being off that because when that hammer spring isn't powerful enough. So what I'm thinking,
sorry, go ahead.
What I'm thinking is I'm ordering a P226 hammer strut spring, and that is just a little bit longer, and you can get those in less power. And I'm going to get the lightest one, but it's a little bit longer, and that's going to make up for that space of the of that washer, of that brass washer. So that's what I'm going to do with this hammer strut spring, but I'm going to try it this way first. Because if this works just perfect and everything and I'm happy, then I don't got to worry. I'm not even going to bother with that if the double action goes back to working well. But
so
if I still have...
So you're going to put the spacer back in, though, is what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to put the spacer back in and try it just stock. And then if I have a light trigger pull and all that, then I'm not going to worry about it. But if I still think that the trigger might need to be messed with after this, then yeah, I'm gonna just get this Sig P226 hammer spring, the lightest one, which I think was 14 pounds. I think it was like 14 to 18 is what they had them in. I'm gonna get the 14-pound one, which is about 1/8 of an inch longer, which is about the size of that washer, and then that should make up for the difference. And theoretically, I should still get good hammer strikes in double action by doing that.
Is the diameter the same though, or no?
Yes.
So you've checked that then, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been researching this trigger job for 2 months, prepping for it. The only thing I've been waiting for was the Dremel, so I've had nothing to do to sit and daydream about it, exactly how I was gonna do this.
That's cool.
Because there's not, if you look online, there's not much, there's really not that much info out of it because everyone's like, oh, I polished it and it feels better, but and then they just kind of go away. They're like, it's impossible, And I was thinking, okay, a super good polish. I did it twice. I was thinking I'd maybe get it down to 10 pounds for double action or something, and maybe 7 or 6 for single, and not even close, man. So something drastic had to be done.
Gotcha.
Because I'm sorry, I refuse to own a gun with a 14 or 12 pound double action pole. That's just.
I don't even know what my P250 is, but it's pretty friggin' high.
My P250, its pole when I first got it was right about 10.5, and just by shooting it, right, and just literally shooting about 1,000 rounds, I would say to it, by itself it went down to 8, just by itself, just from using it. And then I did a polish. I could see where all my wear marks were, right, and then I just did a really simple, easy polish on it. That took it down to 7. And I like it there. It's 7. I think is a great double action trigger pull.
But it's still a very long trigger pull too.
Oh yeah. It's still long, and I took the grittiness out of it and stuff. It's still, it's not like the got one of the best double action triggers I've ever felt is the Daewoo, that cheap ass Korean pistol that came out in the mid '90s.
Yeah, I shot one of those.
Yeah, but that double action trigger, it's actually. That's what the Canik, the Canik double action, what is it called? The
TP9?
Yeah, the TP9, the double action one. I bought the SA. What's the double action one's name? The V2 or something? The V2.
I don't know.
I think it's the V2, the one that's
Or
double
SA
action.
or no, I forget what it is.
Yeah,
I think it's V2.
the TP9 or V2, yeah.
The double action only. That one is basically they copied the trigger out of the Daewoo for that, and it's like one of the best double action triggers you'll probably ever pull on its stages. So like you pull that double action in, boom, let go of it. You can let go of your finger. Stages right there at single stage. So now it becomes a single action pull, and it's literally like a 4-pound double action pull to stage it. And then once it's staged, it's like maybe a 3-pound trigger pull after that for single action. So it's like a double single kind of mix, but it's just an awesome trigger. Like I would really like to open one up and just kind of see how that trigger works. I was actually going to buy that double action Canik, but they didn't have it in flat dark earth, so that's why I bought the SA, or the SF, whatever the hell it is, right here that I got. It's because they had it in flat dark earth, the Striker fired one. Time to go get my paste. 1 second.
I'm just staying up specifically to see how this works out.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I kind of want to see how it actually all goes back together. I've never seen a gun rip that far apart in real life.
Yeah, I would be fucking stressed out looking at that shit. Like, goddamn.
Oh, see that doesn't really faze me. But that's because I come from a mechanical background. So like all those little pieces, they're all going to go together one way or another. You know what I mean? Well, only one way that they're going to work properly, I should say.
Yeah. I've been on helicopter jobs where literally everything was stripped out of it and it was going to the fucking boneyard, and I was like, holy fuck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and some people are like mechanically minded, and some people are not. People have different skills or different talents or whatever you want to look at it. I know, like, I see that with my friends. I'm like, really, you can't figure out how to use a screwdriver, and he's like, that's how it is. His mind doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mechanically inclined. Like,
cool.
I fucking did that shit. But looking at that, I would just be like, where do I start?
Yeah, it's not as bad though as taking apart like an automatic trans.
Oh yeah, I've never done that in depth of breakdown.
I did. I had one that my Corvette that I'd never taken one apart. As far as, well, I should rephrase that. I took one apart in school, but I never took one apart on my own. And when it started slipping and the 3/4 clutch pack went on it, my option was to either pay someone to do it or buy a kit for like way less and just tear it apart myself. So I just tore it apart myself, put it back together, and it worked fine. So I've done several of those since then, but it is what it is. It looks intimidating when you get all the parts and you start playing around with it. You figure it out eventually.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's an expensive path to figure out, though. I will say that. The way I look at it is, if something is broken and I'm taking it apart to fix it, it's fucked to begin with. So, I mean, yeah, I guess you can make it worse, but if it didn't work in the first place, at least you tried, you know, and then you take it to somebody else that's had a million of them apart before, and then you learn from it if you can't do it. But usually failure is not going to happen. You're just going to figure it out. I mean. Pistol shot filmed at 73,000 frames per second.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the guys on the guys at MythBusters just did that.
Did they? Someone just posted in our Illinois Carry forum.
Yeah, they're
it is on Discovery.
They're both Adam Savage and Jamie Heineman are both gun guys, so
right.
They have, like, you know, Discovery Channel money camera equipment, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
They cranked one of their cameras all the way up and shot looks like a 45 or something in front of it, and it's amazing. Like, apparently they figured out that it is the highest speed that anybody's ever taken of a gun firing. And you can see, like, their camera is such high quality, you can see, like, the particulates. And, like, it's amazing.
Oh, so, yeah, that is. I'm watching it now. I'll post a link in the side chat. But
yeah, I'd like to see that.
So
it's pretty cool.
Here's your only hint, Gavin.
Oh, yes, I see it. Is it going to be a mannequin fully dressed?
No, I'm just putting it, but it's going to be pretty cool. It'll be 1943 U.S. Marine Corps, correct, as far as I can tell.
Are those all of your accoutrements?
I have a bunch, but I'm.
So what I missed? What is he using for a polishing compound? Did he say?
Breast milk.
I don't mean like breast milk.
You don't want to know what I'm using for polishing compound.
Seriously, what is it?
I was gonna say it's what it looks like. Although it's a little bluish, you might want to get that checked out by a doctor.
It's Ajax.
Oh, cool.
So
well,
Ajax,
I know, like even like Comet and stuff has that.
Yeah, Comet, Ajax. They're supposed to like not scratch, but still be. They're supposed to polish. You know, that's what they really are. Supposed to be a polishing compound, but for like your bathroom.
What did you mix it with? Just water?
A tiny little bit of water.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. That makes sense.
I've used this little, backwoods recipe for a long, long time, and it's a really cheap polishing compound, and it does a good job cleaning my sink and bathtub. So
it's just Ajax and water, basically.
Yep. That's it.
Clever, huh?
So I use it on a lot of my gun parts, and it polishes up like really nice. I use it on my AR triggers, everything. I just make sure to dry it when I'm done, and then put a little bit of oil on it. And yeah.
That's awesome. That fucking what was it? 76,000 frames. That was awesome.
Yeah.
No. Okay. Now I was gonna say something about that. I don't know if they hold the record because that guy in Germany, you can look him up on YouTube. He's taken shots over 1 million frames per second, where like he does the bullet splatter, so bullets hitting steel and hitting glass.
Yeah, this is of the gun firing.
Well, I thought he had ones of the gun firing too.
I don't know. I'm just going off what they said on the.
Yeah, that thing's crazy to watch and like see that, like you said, particulate matter. It's not just the smoke; it's like little particles of lead that are following after the bullet out of the barrel.
The distortions and like you can see the wind currents or I don't even know if we want to call wind, but the
smoke like coming out of it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or airflow.
Yeah.
I wish they would have showed the whole thing with a slide coming back, not just like where it's starting to go back, and then all of a sudden it's like whips all the way back at full speed.
Yeah, I was a little let down on that.
But still cool. What is it that he's shooting? What gun?
I don't know.
Looks like a 45 of some type.
Looked like a 1911, didn't it?
I only saw it for a second earlier, but
It's like a. I don't think it's not. It's like some weird 1911 if it is.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know. I'm not really sure. I don't know.
Probably a high power.
No, it's not.
A high point.
Yo, that's a Glock 40.
High power.
There you go.
I used to have a pretty rare 1911.
Be a
It's
biker
an
Bob
assault
special.
pistol. It's black, so it's an assault pistol.
They're in California, so I hope it's on the registry.
Probably. Although, are they actually in California when they're filming this? I don't know. I can't hear the audio.
They go to Nevada a lot. to
Damn,
film shit.
that camera is probably like, in the $30,000 or more range or something.
I would probably say higher than that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like just
probably.
the regular Phantoms and all that start out at $100,000.
Yeah, he says later on in the episode how much that camera costs, and it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I can believe it. I mean, I just wasn't sure, but it's expensive. Can't get that for other YouTube videos.
There needs to be. Why isn't there like a Bayonet store? What the fuck, people? Like seriously, internet.
There you go. Start one.
Fuck that, dude.
I thought there was a Bayonet store. I thought I was looking at one with AKs that someone posted in the chat that had like pretty much nothing but like surplus bayonets of like Mausers, Mosins, AKs, like everything.
I'm gonna type in Bayonet store.
I don't think it was called something like that, but like it was called like something surplus, but like all they sold was bayonets. Like that's like the whole thing. One of these heavy AK bayonet collectors are the ones who posted it.
I don't know. Nobody's.
Dude, those the gun shows in Portland are always filled with bayonets.
Yeah, sometimes.
That's because all the hipsters, they all have black powder.
Don't. You're not DB.
Aw.
Sorry. Trust me, man. Hipsters don't have black powder.
Yeah.
That's a 1911.
That's because it's racist.
They have SIGs that fucking their dad gave them or something.
Yeah, I have a SIG.
They have white powder guns.
That just sounds racist.
White powder.
White powder guns?
Well, you said about hipsters having black powder. I said no, they wouldn't because that's racist. So I said no, they have white powder guns. I'm just so sick of that shit with the race stuff, honestly. Both ways.
Once you're in the military, I think it kind of takes the racistness away from people.
Bullshit, dude. I've seen some racist ass motherfuckers in the military.
Well, I mean, I learned some of my best race-based jokes in the military, but I did not ever.
Most smart fucking people, like, get over that shit because you're stuck with the people you're stuck with. But I've heard some of the most, not like funny haha racism. Like, I am mad because for the first time in my life I'm stuck with brown people and I was raised to hate these people. What the fuck? And like losing. I saw a guy get like, I don't even know how. He definitely got in a lot of trouble for he just wouldn't let shit go. He would not let it go, and finally like, we had one black NCO, and he was letting it slide for a little while, and then I don't know if they cured him of his racism, but they certainly tried.
I've deployed with all races, even gay guys, and I've never had any problem with them.
Oh yeah, dude. My fucking
It's
one of my best squad leaders I ever had was a black dude named Sergeant Edwards, Staff Sergeant Edwards, and he was fucking amazing. Like, that's the thing too. Is like it's like the only people that let that shit get to them are the people that, I mean, they're they're a lost cause anyway. If that's what they're concentrating on as being a problem, they're fucked anyway. They're fucked in the head.
Yeah,
It's
until
like
that one
bullets are
Asian
flying
gay
out
guy
of
pulls you out
space.
of a fucking ditch.
Yeah, there's a bullet flying in my face, but I'm not jumping in the bunker because there's a black guy in there. And I don't want to be next to him.
You'd be amazed, man. And that's a fucked up thing too. Like I saw some people. I don't know. I've seen some people be like flat out racist that I wouldn't even thought. Like there's this like I don't even know what he was.
Yeah, but dude,
I don't know if he's a ranger or what, but he was a fucking. He dropped the N bomb so many times that I was just like, okay, dude, like shut the fuck up, like.
It to the point where it like pisses you off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it even I don't like that shit even being said once, but this guy was like.
Yeah.
This guy was just a fucking.
Well, did you ever see that quote by that Air Force general or whatever about the Marine Corps?
No.
He's like, here, I'll try to find it. I don't want to misquote him.
Ooh, look at that. Oh, it's kind of beat up. Oh. Somebody knows of a bayonet store online. Message me that shit.
Bayostore.com.
Hipsterknife.com.
What is your fucking thing with hipsters?
I'm just fucking with you.
Not very well.
Okay, so here's the quote. It's by a General David James Jr., United States Air Force. He's a black gentleman. It says the Marines don't have any race problems. They treat everybody like they're black. Oh, did he leave?
I'm sorry, who are you looking to talk to? Or who are you talking to?
I was talking to PBR, but he got all hipstered out. I don't know.
You gotta assemble this faster.
Come on, man. I've been holding this shit in for a while. I really hope that PBR left because of a connection problem. Or does he get butthurt a lot?
He probably left because you offended him.
It's funny because we're both from the same area.
It's the part where I hit the fast forward button. And then I slow it down when I get to the part of the video where I'm like, I want to remember how that part goes together. You know? And I have to rewind back to it.
Excuse me.
This is cool, though.
I guess $1 million question would be, do you have a trigger gauge?
I don't myself. Ah, he's got one.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't estimate my trigger pulls, I know for a fact. There's that little brass washer I pulled out before the hammer strut.
Gotcha.
Like inside here, there's like the inside this bag, there's the trigger disconnect, what was left of it, and even the little piece that the little piece in there is still in there, the part of the rivet that I had to drill the head off of. And then there's the mag lock. I took the magazine, or the actual gun lock out of it, because there's actually a gun lock on this gun.
Yeah, there is.
And I took the gun lock out of it too when I did the mag release.
I gotta remember to do that, because I think that's kind of stupid to have in there anyway.
Yeah, I hate gun locks. There's that brass piece that goes up on the hammer strut there.
It's probably like a spring seat.
Yeah. And so...
I wonder if
the pull, the way to pull by about a pound and a half just by taking that little tiny washer off, but then I started getting light strikes and double action because the spring's not tall enough.
Right. So you start compromising the performance with the reliability.
Yeah. So that's why I say if I get that longer P226 spring,
I should be able to take that off, but then have a lighter spring weight because I can't get lighter weights in a mosquito spring. I can't find lighter weights. Where
I
could
would think that somebody probably makes one. I imagine like an actual spring, maybe for a different application that you could probably find. But the trick is knowing what spring, the way the spring itself is, and the relaxed height of it and diameter and all that kind of stuff. I have to imagine there's like a company that'll make springs. Then again, you're probably stuck buying it in bulk at that point, I imagine. If it was a more popular, I mean, they make a lot of these. I mean, a lot of people have them, but if it was like more popular in the sense of like people actually want it to perform properly, or perform better, you would think there'd be enough demand that someone would make the parts that we would need. But even now, the other option is too, if this is a scaled down version of a 226, you can just buy the caliber conversion for a 226 and run it as a 22. In fact, I think that if you're trying to get a 226 reasonably priced, if you buy the 22 LR version, which the frame is exactly the same as the say like the 9mm version or whatever, and just buy a slide, basically a slide conversion for it or whatever later on, you end up saving money, I think.
I've seen them. I've seen the 226 kits, on sale used like $150.
Right, that'd be the other way to go, is to buy the kit used. Huh, that's funny. Looking at my news feed on Facebook here, it's from the NRA, and it's like the title of this little article they've got. It says, "Latest anti-gunner demand slow down firearm sales."
How do you do that?
I don't know. It's just the title. I'm not going to read the whole article, but I was kind of look at this little thing. It says like with Americans buying firearms at record-shattering levels, the public opinion turning against gun control over the last few years, anti-gun groups and politicians are trying to convince firearm dealers to voluntarily refuse to sell firearms to some of their law-abiding citizens.
So they expect gun stores to basically ruin their business.
Well,
Right.
they're talking about the people that get put on hold, and then like after 3 days you can sell it to them anyways. They're asking them to not sell it until, the FBI comes back and says, yes, they've passed the background check.
I don't know what state that's in exactly, though.
Well, that's a federal thing.
That they'll sell to you anyway if the background check didn't come back?
It's a federal thing. If it takes more than 3 days, then the gun store is allowed to sell it to you. Because the point being, what if you say, hey, dude, I want to buy a gun? They say, okay, we'll do an FBI background check. And the FBI takes 6 months. I mean, they could just drag their feet and be like, oh, you're on hold. They could fuck us all over.
Right. What about state law, though? Does the federal law trump the state laws then? I mean, I'm not sure how that would work. I don't know.
I guess there might be a state law that could do that. I don't know. I think it's a federal thing saying, because it's a restriction on the FBI, basically saying, get your shit together, don't drag your feet.
No, I get that. That makes sense.
So,
I mean, if the state has their own level of checks, or whatever that they do.
Right, and that could be, if there's a state background check that could take however long it happens to take, you could have to wait for that.
I know I've gotten 3 guns in the past 3 days, so.
Well, and that's the thing. How many people actually get put on hold? I'd love to see that number. It's got to be like 1% or something. I mean, almost everybody, you do the instant check, and it is instant.
Is people who've had identity theft problems and stuff like that, if they've ever had anyone use their identity and get a warrant using their name, even though it might have been cleared up later on, which can be if you've ever had someone do that to you, it can be a pretty time-consuming process to get all that shit cleared up, and even years and years and years later, that shit can come up and still haunt you. But the people who do usually get put on that 3-day, that's usually people who've had those kind of issues with a relative or a brother using his name and then getting a warrant, and even though you clear it up, there's still a record, and it just still throws up a red flag, and yeah.
Or if your name is John Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and I just would be interested to know what percentage of sales is it? Because, I mean, they know how many checks go through every year. They should know how many get put on hold. And even more so than how many of them after a little bit go, oh yeah, no, you're fine, or how many do end up getting denied after being on hold. So that's what I'm saying. The problem is a super, super small percentage of the people buying guns. But it's all because that one kid got put on hold and he bought the gun anyways after 3 days, but turns out he had a drug conviction or something that wasn't reported or some crap. And so he would have been a prohibited person if they would have found that out before the 3 days. So that's where that's all coming from. That's why they're, it's the same thing they always do. Something happens and they retroactively try and make something up that may or may not have solved the problem. In this case, it actually probably would have solved the problem in a sense, because he would have been able to buy it from the gun store. Would he have then gone out and bought it from somebody else and still shot those people in the church? Probably. But at least it would have taken him more than a week or something. Of course, he had the gun for a few months before he went to do the shooting anyway, so that's why waiting periods are so stupid. Yep. It's you just buy the gun 2 years before and then you decide to kill someone. Well, the waiting period didn't help you any, now did it? Because that's sometimes that's the problem, right? Is some people are law-abiding citizens until the one day they're not. And that's the day they snap or whatever. And have fun trying to predict when that's going to happen, That's just part of the problem.
Love us to treat each other nicer and better.
Love thy neighbor. Especially if it's a woman.
I mean, I honestly wonder, how many of these shootings could have been, not that I'm trying to justify the people or anything like that, but just realistically, how many of these shootings, workplace shootings, I remember when people used to go postal and post offices and shit, how many of those shootings could have been prevented just by a coworker or something just lightening up on somebody, just been like, you know what, I'm just gonna leave this guy alone. Quit, getting on him. And
I strongly agree with asking how people are doing. I know it's saved me from losing a friend before.
Man, I really don't want to wake up in 2 hours. This sucks.
why the hell would you have to wake up in 2 hours?
So I gotta go to work.
I know, but like, I don't know. When it's that far gone for me, like, I don't try and get it like that kind of sleep.
Yeah.
I'll take like a half an hour power nap, and that's about it. And a half an hour power nap, I feel a lot better than if I sleep 2 hours, I just wake up super tired.
Yeah, I used to pull all-nighters and then sleep on my lunch break.
Well, I'm driving to Ohio tomorrow, so
Oh, fuck
I
that.
get a little bit of sleep. And I did take a nap this afternoon. I slept for, what was that, 2.5 hours or so? Around dinner time. So if you add that to the 2 hours I'm about to get, then I have like 4.5, 5 hours of sleep. I told myself I knew I had to get up a little bit early tomorrow, so I didn't go out. So at least I don't have any beer in me, so I should wake up easier. But then I stayed up super late. My body's just not good at going to sleep at night. When I worked afternoon shift, that was the perfect shift. Got out at 11. I went up to Denny's, hung out with my friends, because they were all like bartenders and waitresses and shit. So they were all getting out around midnight. Stay there till 4 in the morning, go home, go to bed. Wake up at noon. It was perfect. I woke up every day without an alarm, feeling super rested. I can get 10 hours of sleep at night, and if I gotta get up at 7 in the morning, I'm tired as shit.
Yeah, it's funny how that works, huh?
Shit, actually, I went to California for a week, my cousin's wedding, and that was kind of the same thing every night. We went out, we partied, had fun. I woke up in the morning without an alarm, feeling rested. It's like just that extra 4-hour shift really helped out. Because it's like I was getting up at noon, I was getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's just another reason why I should move to Arizona.
No daylight savings time?
Well, just those extra, it's like 3 to 4 hours behind us, so I'd probably do pretty good there.
Yeah, if I don't...
Too bad there's no car plants in Arizona.
Car plants?
Yeah.
Is that what you
I
do
work in
now?
automotive.
Oh, okay.
There's one in Mexico not too far away from there. It's like the northwest corner.
All the fenders come with Coke. Where are you at now?
Just outside Detroit.
Oh. The big D, huh?
Yeah, that's why I was so worried earlier when someone said that there was a tiger loose in Detroit.
One of the players
Did you
get
hear that?
drunk or something?
No, that someone was like using it in a photo shoot or something, and it got away.
Oh man. Somebody got
I guess they
fired.
caught it and got it back in its cage. But someone's like, "Holy shit, there's a tiger loose in Detroit." And I started looking at my backyard like, "Uh-oh."
You know, all the fucking dentists in that area just stayed inside. They're like, I'm not fucking dealing with this.
All right, guys, I'm gonna take off. So,
All right, man.
good luck with your project. You'll have to give us updates.
Oh yeah. It should be done here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make 20 minutes.
No problem. Well, you'll be able to watch it later if you want. Whoever's chat this is, if it's live, I guess.
It is.
Yeah, it'll be posted.
Yep. All right, you guys take it easy.
Yep, see you, man.
Good luck tomorrow. Or today.
Got positive engagement there. That's kind of nice. So it locks up positive. That's why you save your bread ties. They come in handy. Put it in some springs and stuff. And you can just slip them out. You pretty much kept that spring in place and strut in place the whole time on just half of that frame with just that bread tie.
That's pretty smart.
Feels nice and positive in there. Wow.
Wow. Wow, good.
I think so. The 3-pound or the single action pole seems to be phenomenal. It's hard to test the double action pole right now, but the single action pole. Can you see that on my scale? 3 pounds.
From what was it, like 9? You said?
Yeah. Wow. I'm pretty shocked right now. 3 pounds again. Like it's. I'm like really just flabbergasted.
It seems like it doesn't have too much fucking slop in it too.
No, it actually feels like really like I don't know, like, okay, can you see that good right there?
Yeah.
Watch.
That's
like
almost, that's almost instant, you know.
Yeah, it's like breaking like glass.
That's dope.
Yeah. Actually, I thought about this for like a really, really long time before I did this because, yeah, I just wanted everything to work right and. Wow.
No.
I'm just absolutely like flabbergasted and shocked right now that it was just that good, like first time. Like, so I'm gonna have to put it together to test the double action pole, but like right now I'm just like, wow.
That's what I was just getting ready to ask.
You need to just buy up all of those extra parts and modify them, and make them look pretty, and then just start selling them.
Selling on Instagram. I don't know how many people actually have a freaking Sig Mosquito.
I don't know. I would definitely.
Or the ones that do that would actually want to even try and pay money to get it fixed, or invest any money into it. Like I just can't see that many people.
Well, weren't you saying it was pretty much a paperweight?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Now you just gotta live fire it and make sure that shit don't break.
Oh yeah, I'll do that tomorrow. I've been going out and shooting every single morning for a while now. Like every single morning without missing a beat. So what's the next gun everyone's gonna buy? Scar H.
I'm not a fan of scars, but I definitely need another to either build or find another upper receiver for my other lower. And then,
If you want a really good quality one for a good price, look at a Long Dog Tactical. You can get blemished ones from them for $40, but you can't even tell they're blemished because they are so damn picky. Like you'll never even find the blemish on it.
is that just a stripped upper?
Yeah, just a stripped upper for $40.
Yeah, I was looking at a 14.5-inch barrel with a pinned flash hider because that I can't stand the carbine length 16-inch. It just looks ridiculous. You know, with the regular A2 front sight post and all that, I can't get over it. So that's what I've been looking into. I wanted to build.
I personally haven't. You know, don't really have a discrepancy against the carbine.
Yeah, I just think it's a lot of barrel, you know, but then the reason for it is I wanted to make a you know, kind of like a replica of what I carried in Afghanistan. So 14.5 is what you get for an M4. I mean, you get like a 14-inch barrel, but I mean, I don't know. It's just what I've been looking at, and it's not too expensive either. Other than that, I want to sell a couple guns and see what else I want. Freaking one guy last night was showing off his FNX 45 with RMR on it. That thing was sweet. I think I want to get one of those.
Oh, you and me and everybody in the world, buddy.
Yeah.
Now you just got to decide whether you want one in black or one in flat dark earth.
Oh, it's definitely the dark earth.
Okay.
I know they got one down at my local gun store for around $1,000, but.
What do you guys think of that? The Scorpion, the CZ Scorpion.
I like it better than the SIG.
The MPX or whatever it is.
Yeah, it looks kind of disproportional. But that being said, I haven't fired either of them, so.
Well, how come you haven't fired either of them?
I don't know. Oh, well, actually, I do know. I am the only one of my friends that spends lots of money on guns, and so everybody always comes to me to fucking check out my stuff. I never got no friends with the coolest shit. So it's basically whatever I own is what I shoot. And then when I try to sell a gun, none of my friends have the fucking money to afford to buy one from me. One of my friends owed me $400, so he just gave me a brand new Springfield XDM 9mm, the 3.8-inch barrel. And I was like, oh, that seems fair to me.
You got ripped off.
I haven't shot it since, and I've been trying to sell it since, so.
I don't. That personally, that XD. Not that I have anything against XDs or know anything about them, because I've never even owned one. Actually, I don't. I've never even shot an XD, honestly.
I've owned 3 of them.
They just look the full size with that 3.8-inch barrel. It just looks funny because of how short a barrel. I'm like.
Well, that's not the full size. The full size.
Oh, I thought that one was.
This one's like the same size as a Glock 19, but with the XDM slide looks fucking ridiculously retarded huge. Oh, somebody's showing some FNX porn. There you go. Hey, Pink, did yours come with like the whole like the little fucking box or the bag or whatever they got?
Yeah, it comes with it.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. It's nice to see them give you something other than a freaking plastic case that I never use.
Right. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, that's cool. I don't have the biggest hands, so I mean I've held one of those and it's kind of big, but I think I could deal with it.
If you put on the flat back strap, it, shrinks up quite a bit.
Yeah. How much to get that RMR cut and all that?
Well, if you get the tactical, it's already got it.
Oh, it does? Sweet.
Yeah.
And then that sight is like what, $500 or something?
The one I got was at the time it was like $419.
Jeez, It's just a lot for a little thing that just projects a dot,
Yeah. Well, trust me, if it was the one I got's the fiber optic RMR. If I would have got the battery, it would have been like $600-700.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's pretty expensive for a dot, man.
That's another
I
pistol.
can see it like, on your go-to-war rifle. I can totally see it, though. You know what I mean? But I can't justify it on every gun I own. Having a, $800 optic on every gun I own. I wouldn't own any more guns. I'd be too busy spending money on optics.
Yeah.
That one guy, Sean, I think his name is, he's showing video of his office. That guy had a freaking EOTech on every rifle behind him, and I was like, jeez, I wish.
Just imagine, like, for me, like, every one of those EOTechs, that's like another rifle I could have built.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, another pistol or something, or some gear. Because the way I see it is if something ever did happen, I can't carry 3 rifles and 5 pistols, It'd just be a waste. So, but what I absolutely hate is seeing these people. They post pictures of their AR-15 and then they got like a little $30 red dot on them every time. That's every time, just a fucking.
Yeah,
nice.
I got $30 red dots. Some of my best red dots that I own are like $30 or $40 red dots, and I own a couple. I own like I have an aim point that cost me $5.99. I have a couple nice optics, but I also have a lot of cheap ones, Tascos, True Glows, Sight Marks, and BSA makes an excellent red dot for $40. Sight Mark makes an excellent red dot for $40. Tascos are all right. They're not as good as the BSAs or Sight Marks, but Tascos for $40 are all right. I've had good luck with those.
Really? I haven't. I got a Vortex Strikefire too that was like $150, and that thing's rock solid. But yeah, I mean, these guys building like freaking $1,000 guns, and I don't know. Looks funny.
I ordered all my stuff from Kerry's Guns on Sunday. It was shipped on today, and in FedEx's hand, leaving Kansas today, and the payment still hasn't even cleared the bank yet, and they already shipped it. It still has, the money hasn't even been pulled out of my account yet.
Is that like a smaller business with an online store?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that with them. Like I shopped at this guy Joe Bob Outfitter. I ordered it one day, it shipped that day, then was en route the next day, and then the third day, it was at my house, and I was like, that's pretty awesome.
What I was so happy about with this is I used PayPal, who's like all anti-gun and shit. I used PayPal to buy it, right? To buy all this shit. And my PayPal debit MasterCard, and I get 1% back from PayPal. So I spent like $700, Kerry's Gun, so I get like $7 back, but out of PayPal's pocket for doing it, for buying gun shit. So now that's my new thing now, is I'm going to use my PayPal debit card for all my purchases of gun parts, because they just don't want you to buy guns, but you can buy gun parts. So all my gun parts now, I'm just going to use my PayPal card, so I get that 1% back from those bastards.
That's showing the man.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Why not? I saved $7, on a $700 bill, big deal, but that shit will add up eventually. You know what I mean? $7 is $7.
I agree.
That's that's why when I bought this Dremel today at Walmart, I sat there and haggled. Actually, took the time to go up and talk to the manager and said, "Hey, look at the box was just completely crushed on this Dremel, bad." And I took the time to go to the manager and was like, "Hey, you're gonna have a hard time selling this. Give me a discount."
da-da-da. She's like, oh, I'll take 10% off of it. I was like, okay. I went up to the counter. It rang up as like $57. And she was like, oh, it's only 57? She's like, okay, well, just take $8 off. So I ended up getting like 15% off this Dremel just because of a crushed box.
Yeah.
I had this thing almost all together, and then I forgot to put that. I wanted to put that little brass washer back on top that I had taken off last time.
Oh yeah.
So I had to put it all back together. Yeah, I see where SIG got the idea for their like P320 with the fire control group. The removable fire control group. Yeah, I see exactly where they got it from. They got it from this damn mosquito. Like, no joke. Like, that's what this is like the first like removable fire control group, or the serial numbers on the fire control group.
Do you own a lot of SIGs?
Yeah. Well, not a lot, but I like them, and I own a couple.
I got one. It's a 1911.
Yeah, I got a 1911 reverse two-tone from the custom shop.
Yeah,
I paid to have all their custom performance packages done to it. Cost about $300 extra for all three.
You know, people talk a lot of crap about those, but I haven't had any problem with it.
Oh, they're awesome. They're absolutely phenomenal guns.
Yeah.
I'm really into 1911s. I've owned a lot of 1911s, and SIG does a lot of things to their 1911s that a lot of other companies don't do.
Yeah.
And they take a lot of time internally until you start getting into like Performance Center Smith & Wessons. SIG does that on all their 1911s. You know what I mean? And you got to buy like more of a custom shop gun to get the same same options and same features. So
yeah, I've only had one malfunction, and that was because I lubed it too much, and it got sticky. That was my fault.
That's the number one thing, man. That's the number one malfunction there is on all guns, is too much lube, really. Like,
yeah, now I barely put any on any of mine. It's funny because in the military you just take a paintbrush of fucking lubricant to your gun, and then you just take a rag and wipe the excess off, and I'm like, fuck that.
I was going to say, can you really over lube a 1911?
Yeah, with frog lube you can.
Oh, okay.
I like frog lube because I can put it on stuff in the field, you know, and eat it. But yeah, that thing's been, I've had that. I bought it before my first deployment, 2012. So yeah, I've had it that long. I haven't shot it much, but when I do, it is awesome. I enjoy the hell out of it. And my girlfriend, that's her favorite gun of mine to shoot. So.
I know my girlfriend's really got into my 1911. She's like, oh, that's what I want. That's what I want. I'm like, no, you don't want this for like, you know, your first center fire.
Yeah.
Trust me, just trust me, honey. This like, because I want to get her like a 226.
Yeah. Plus taking it apart for people that don't really know, you know, it's not one of the easiest to take apart too.
Yeah, the only SIG I've got's a 938.
Oh, and see that's the one I want. See, I never wanted the 238 because it was 380, and I just don't believe in 380s. But when they came out with the 938, I've wanted one. Like, oh, like you're lucky, dude. I really want one of those.
Yeah, I got mine last. It was November? Got it Black Friday from PSA, $4.99.
God, dude. Oh.
That's a good deal for a SIG.
Yeah. You could turn around and sell it for $600, make $100, no problem.
Yeah.
Wait for another gun scare and sell it for like 1,000.
I thought I had a picture of the original. Yeah, right there.
Now that's a 9mm?
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen those.
CSAS.
I like the P226 Mark IIs. I need to get rid of one of my Glocks and this XDM. And then
Yeah, there's the grip I got on it now.
oh dang, working for the cartels, huh? And that's something you'd see. That's awesome though.
The only thing I found about this is it's real picky on ammo.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, it'll shoot range ammo all day long, but you start getting into hollow points, and yeah, it's real picky.
You know, that's one thing they told me about my 1911, that it'd be picky about hollow points, and I have never. Everything I put in it, it's shot and fed properly.
Yeah, Yankee told me to use the Hornady, and I shot some. The Zombie Max through it, and didn't have a problem. So
I don't even know which ones I have. I know.
I think that's what, the Critical Duty or something like that, or.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's just green is the only difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Green and color of the case.
Yeah, my local gun store has that RIP G2 fucking stuff. It's fairly decent price. I think it's like $38 for a pack of 9mm.
Yeah, that's because they can't get rid of it.
Which online it's 40 something. Have you tried it yet or anything, or?
Nah.
It looks cool, but I mean.
Now it would feed the Liberty USMC 49 that I carry in my other guns, but I was getting light primer strikes on it. So I just cocked the hammer back and fire it again, and round would go off.
I have not used Instagram on my computer ever, so let's see how this goes. Because Instagram I tried it a while back, and it used to not be as user-friendly as it is now. It would only let you look at pictures. You couldn't do anything else. But this was like 2012.
Yeah, there it is with the TR.
Where'd it go? Oh yeah, that thing looks awesome. And it just the gun itself just looks,
intimidating.
I think it's just a fucking nice look. It's like a piece of art,
Yeah.
The grip looks good with the fucking slide's not too bulky. And then should have bought a Glock, huh? Man, people always hate no matter what you buy, You're always going to find somebody that doesn't like something.
And you see who said that, right?
Yeah, I know. He's just flicking you shit.
Yeah.
Everybody's got the ball buster friend, You could have the same truck as them, and they'd be like, "Why'd you get it red? That's fucking shitty." Let me see if I can do this without messing it up. Screen share. Can you guys see mine?
I see a screen share. No, you're screen sharing everybody else's. Wait a minute.
Oh, did I mess it up?
Hang on. I think you got it. There you go.
Yeah, I just got these guys. Those are all the pistols I have. And then I got this trigger here.
Did I say CMC 3.5 pound?
Yeah. And I got it discounted. It was like $150, and it came with a lower parts kit. There's like some website deal. And that thing is freaking awesome. And then CMC Trigger said thank you.
Cool.
It's always crazy how freaking. And I got this little thing that I picked up for $100. It's a little 7.5-inch upper.
$100?
Yeah.
You can't beat that.
Nah. This thing sure shoots a fireball too. I don't use it ever though, so I'm probably gonna sell it soon. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's crazy how Instagram just connects you to companies so easily, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, and then I got this thing. I don't know if I have a better picture of. This was like a commemorative lower receiver we made for my last deployment. It's got the Eagle Globe and Anchor, freaking, what do you call it? Etched into the side, and on the other side, it's my unit's fucking logo is laser etched on it. So we had those get made while we were out in Afghanistan.
There you go.
Yeah. I got an AK somewhere in here. I just got a lot of dumb selfies from when I was in the military. Sure, you guys don't want to see that. Jeez, I really don't have any pictures of my AK on here. It's just a Wasser 10 underfolder with some freaking olive drab foregrip and pistol grip. It looks pretty cool.
You know what? I don't have any on mine either.
I got a picture of my desk in Afghanistan with my M4 right under it.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I do. There it is.
Was that Yugo?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's my trusty M4 under my work desk in Afghanistan. In case somebody want to fuck around and get dumped on. I don't have any AK pics on here, so I will have to change that. Have you ever seen that movie Hidalgo about the horse and race or whatever? It was a while back.
Nah.
Great movie.
You said you've seen that?
Yeah, it has Viggo Mortensen in it. I'm a big fan of his. I think I've seen all his movies.
You know how they got that sweet sandstorm in there? Or like the Mummy where they got that sandstorm and it looks unreal.
How's that? CGI?
Well, yeah, it was CGI in the movie, but it actually looks like that in real life. I'll show you a picture. There's a picture of it. It rolls into. You can watch it, from miles away, roll in, and then yeah. So that, if I were to judge, that sandstorm's a mile away in this picture.
Damn.
Maybe a little less. And then as soon as it takes over, everything turns fucking weird orange, and it goes from like 140 degrees to like 70 or 60 degrees. It's weird, very cold, and then you're constantly getting pelted with sand. And here's the camel spider I found.
So did you get that mosquito put together yet?
Did you forget a piece again and had to go back to?
Can't hear you.
Yeah, I did. I forgot a spring for the disconnect. This little teeny tiny sucker is. It was hiding on me.
That's gonna stiffen up the trigger, isn't it?
All of a sudden, everybody's a diehard NWA fan these days.
Not me.
I was listening to that when I was like 6 years old.
Not me.
See, my brother's 9 years older than me, and that's what I listened to when I was with him, and then classic rock when I was with my mother. So I got the best of both worlds. And then for my 10th birthday, my mom bought me Eminem for my 10th birthday. I was like, looking back, I was like, man, I'd never do that for my kid.
Your mom bought you Eminem for your 10th birthday?
Yeah, his second CD, the really bad one.
So how old are you again?
I'm 26.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I sound real young, huh?
No, I didn't think so. I wasn't sure. I figured you're younger, but I didn't know how young.
Man, I bet Moon would love to see these.
Oh, wow.
Just buy them and smash them on video.
Yeah, it'd be well worth the $22 plus shipping, huh?
Man, Palmetto State, they're really decent prices on that website, but they're always out of stock for what I want.
Well, that's how they get you to go look at it, you know? They only have so many that they're going to sell at a low price just to get people there.
Well, I made a whole account just so I could be reminded when something came in stock. And then I checked the next day, and they totally deleted the listing. So now it doesn't even say out of stock. It says does not exist.
Right.
So I'm like, what the... No, I almost bought one of those 5.7 pistols.
Did you?
But that ammo was expensive at the time. But that's not bad.
No, it's not. This is where I got all mine.
That's not bad at all, actually. How much are those pistols nowadays? They still around 1,000?
Yeah, they're about 1,200.
Jeez.
For the 5.7?
Yeah.
I want the PMR 30. It's like the poor man's 5.7.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
I really want to get a Lee Enfield rifle.
30 rounds of 22 mag? Yeah. I could go for that. I'd carry that gun.
Won't that shoot 22 long rifle as well? Or
What's the PMR?
yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Nah, not 22 long rifle.
Okay.
Yeah, they're expensive on the PS90 mags.
Still cheaper than a Glock factory mag.
Well, I got my mags for $25 a piece.
Oh, really? I just buy a Magpul now.
Well, I meant for the PS90.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's a good deal then.
That's why I bought so many of them. $4.99 for a 308 upper. With
Yeah.
Bolt Carrier Group and charging handle.
See, yeah, Palmetto State, they got the frickin' gotta have it prices. Got me on the website.
That's who I went with to build my first AR.
One of my staff sergeants owned a gun store, so he got all our business, a whole unit's worth. But then I got a Spikes tactical upper.
Let's see, clearance.
So are you gonna finish putting that mosquito back together tonight? Or this morning, I guess, as it's almost 4:30.
Oh yeah. What is it? What time is it? 3:30, 4:30?
It's 4:30 here.
5:30 here.
I got 222 where I'm at.
Nice. I might just have to wait till tomorrow or later today, I guess, or whatever, tomorrow night. See how it came out.
No, I've tested it a couple times. Every time I have slapped it partially back together, I keep testing it, and I'm getting, when I had it almost completely put back together before I found the brass thing, it was coming in at 3.5 pounds. So
Wow.
I think, but I'll put it back together and like video it for sure.
That's cool.
There.
Then you gotta go put it. Then you gotta go shoot about 1,000 rounds through it to verify that it's not gonna fail.
Well, I'll go shoot the hell out of it tomorrow.
Awesome. How close are you to a range, or you just have one nearby somewhere? Or?
5 minutes.
Cool.
I
Nice.
miss the days of shooting in the backyard.
What's that?
5 minutes and I got 1,000 yards.
Jesus.
Oh, 1,000 yards. That's cool. Is it like what is it exactly? A sportsman's club or like a private range or public property? It's what?
Private property.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I have access to a 600-yard range, but I have to get certified to use it.
What?
Yeah, I have access to a 600-yard range, but I have to get certified to use it.
Like,
because it's part of a sportsman's club, so their rule is they just want you to be proficient with it, so no one shoots over the berm into someone's house. Because there's like houses in the distance.
Yeah,
It's no big deal. It's basically like if you know how to shoot, and I still got to learn more of the long range stuff myself anyway. I'm probably going to be taking a class pretty soon. You just basically go with one of the, I don't know if it's like one of the board of directors or whoever it is. And you go out there and you just basically show, you kind of like demonstrate your proficiency in it. And then they say, okay, and they add it to your badge for the club, and you can go use the 600-yard range. Otherwise, I think it's like up to 200 or 400 yards you could do. Not sure.
that's kind of weird. I never heard of a place like requiring you to be so proficient.
Well, I mean, it does have a situational reason, though.
Exactly. Yeah, well, let me put it this way. We had, from my understanding, like years back, somebody who wasn't a member was there as a guest, and they allow cannons as well. So they lobbed a cannonball over and through a garage that someone had in the distance, and the people were actually moving in that day, like they're renting the house, and so they were like really upset, obviously, because they were like, well, I could have got killed by it or something, which is
Yeah.
understandable, and that's a good way to get a club shut down. So certain activities they want you to have like at least show that you're proficient with it, especially when you have 1,700 members in a club. You know, you're gonna have some people that are not, you know, not as educated, not as experienced, or whatever you want to say, as others. So it's reasonably an expectation. But we get to do a lot of things there that you can't do anywhere else in our area. That's for sure. And I think we might have the longest distance range in all of Illinois as well. There may be one other one that's about the same. I'm not sure, but it's definitely not open to the public. And our club is not necessarily open to the public, but it is at some certain times, like during special events, like 3-gun or practical rifle, or we have a whole long list of different events that you can come out to. But you can't just come out and like open shoot unless you're a guest of somebody or you're a member, of course. I tell you what, for having 1,700 members, a good portion of the time I get my own range when I go out there. But there's no guarantee with that. Sometimes I end up shooting with 1 or 2 other people. I've been out there too, where especially when it's wintertime, there'll be like 2 people out there when I get there, and when I go to leave, I'm the only one in the whole place.
Yeah, here I go to like a mine / like rock quarry type place.
That's cool.
And I talk to the owners, and they usually don't like people shooting out there because they don't want holes in tractors or mining equipment and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually like a no shooting area, but they let me shoot out there because, well, I'm safe and stuff like that, and I take out their prairie dogs and that get inside a lot of their equipment and build nests. I shoot the field mice out there, jackrabbit. I just kind of keep some of that stuff down,
Gotcha.
A lot of like the starlings and finches that build nests and stuff, which are like invasive species.
Okay.
So they let me
Well,
kind of
that's cool.
they let me shoot all that kind of shit out there, and coyote, and then just go out there just to target shoot, and and plus I always pick up my trash, stuff like that. They know I'm all like professional. They've kind of checked on me a couple times shooting out there, and now they're just like, yeah, they don't bother me, don't even care. They're just like, oh, there he is,
That's very cool. Yeah, it's always nice to make friends with people like that. Yeah, I was just working on some video editing here.
For your YouTube channel?
No, actually not for my YouTube channel, surprisingly. This is for, well, it's kind of hard to explain, but I put the links in the side there. You can actually see some of them. There's like, a couple weeks ago, I went to go do some video work. I'm kind of like new at this, so it's not the greatest in the whole world, but at least at doing this kind of stuff anyway. It was kind of like a pro-life convention thing. I kind of, I mean, some people are for it, some people are against it, but I'm just saying, like, I just went just to more or less, not so much for the political aspect of it, but just to get the experience of filming. And we were supposed to have 2 presidential candidates, but we only had 1. We were supposed to have Dr. Ben Carson, but he had plane issues and couldn't make it. At least that's the blanket reason, I guess. I don't know, but we had Mike Huckabee show up, so I videoed him, and we got a little interview in the hallway with him and stuff.
Mike Huckabee, where do I know him from? Is he a Utah guy?
Mike Huckabee, I think Arkansas, former governor of Arkansas.
He sounds really familiar, that name Huckabee.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a presidential candidate. So it's kind of cool to be like that up and close and like in with like media people and stuff and do that for the first time. But
that's cool.
I learned a lot of stuff from doing it. That was the cool thing. So I filmed their whole event. It's like 8 hours of video that I'm going through, and it's all in HD, so it takes a long time. I've got 76 gigabytes of like video to work through.
76. That's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
That's
I originally wasn't going to be editing it either, and like, cause I don't really have any high-end software for editing at this point, so it just kind of fell to me to just basically put a couple logos in there and like make some small edits and stuff and titles and things.
Jesus.
What's that?
The Trigicon SRS is fucking $1,100. I thought it'd be in like the $500 range, like every other freaking red dot, but I guess the solar panel makes it more expensive.
Are you talking about those HoloSens?
No, I said Trigicon, I thought.
Oh yeah, the Trigicon. Okay, yeah, they got a solar one too. HoloSun makes a pretty nice one that's gotten pretty good reviews.
HoloSun?
Yeah,
Yeah, I pulled the trigger on buying one of those just a few
Well,
hours ago.
They're made in over in China.
You
can
just
check out-
bought one?
Yeah.
Me? Oh no.
Make sure you give me a review on that because I've been thinking about one seriously.
Well, I think that it's actually the same pretty much as like the ATI, the Ediball stuff, honestly.
Is it
At
the
least
one that
some
looks
of
like
it.
it looks like a Aimpoint T1?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should take a look at like the Ediball optics. They have a lifetime warranty as well.
Adiball?
Yeah, ATIBAL.
There's the one I just
I think,
bought.
see, HoloSun, there's like, most optics are all made overseas anyway, as we know, but like I think HoloSun actually is the same company that produces the Ediball stuff as well. They just basically, you get like one manufacturer, well there's more than one manufacturer, but you get like one that'll like supply like multiple companies, and they'll just rebrand it, or they'll have them like tweak the design slightly so it's like supposed to be like their own special thing, but it's not.
Yeah, Six String was the one that put me onto this one. He did a review of
Tactical 6-string or?
yeah.
Yeah, I watched his stuff too.
Yeah, he did a review of this one, the Aimpoint, and another one. He did a comparison between all three of them. And he swears by this one, so.
Yeah, I've seen pretty much nothing but good reviews from it too. There was even one guy who got his, and I can't remember what the problem was. Like the dot was just kind of blurry, I guess. He sent it back to him and to see how the warranty was, and I guess he got it back in like a week and a half, and or a brand new one, I guess they just sent him. So.
Yeah, I needed something on top of that PS90, so.
Oh, nice. I put the link to the Ediball sites on the sidebar there. And I also do a video of me testing it. The only issue I had with my micro red dot is it didn't seem to stay watertight. The first one was like, well, I left it sit in the water a longer period of time, and it took water on pretty good. The second one, it took a couple little droplets inside of it, but I think what we found out was that when I took and put the battery in it and all that, I probably over-tightened the cap, so it destroyed the O-ring. I wanted to just submerge it just to see, but chances are, if you're in the rain with it, it's fine, And it's got a lifetime warranty, so like the first one, they right away sent me a new one before I even sent the old one back, and the second one, I just put it in a dehydrator overnight and just left it at that. And he says, yeah, if it's an issue, send it back to us, or let me know, and we'll get you another one, and we'll exchange it out, or whatever. So, super awesome customer service, definitely. They're pretty reasonable. They have some deals too out there.
Why does this whole follow us? There we go.
You'll see. Well, this one actually looks very much like the Holosun one. Just the mount is a little different. Huh?
But it's not solar power though, right?
Was the Holosun solar powered?
Some of them are.
Yeah, the one I linked is solar powered.
No, this one's not. But this one does have an auto dimming feature on it too, and an auto shut off.
Yeah, the Holosun has like battery backup and then solar powered, and it automatically switches between the battery and solar powered. Like
that's cool. How much is it?
Like $250. How much did you pay for it?
It was $219.
Yeah, $219. Okay. I was gonna say I think it retails for like $250.
So it's close to like $100 more or so. I think they have these things on sale too. Sometimes it sends out like discount codes and stuff. I might even have a discount code on my thing. I don't remember that he gave me when I bought mine.
It gave me a discount code called free shipping, I guess, is what I type in, and then it gives me free shipping. So for Adaball, just type in free shipping, and you'll get free shipping.
Yeah, I thought there was another one that they had given me as far as a percentage off or a special price on it. That was probably even better than that, but I don't remember. I'd have to go back to my emails. I guess I didn't actually put it in with my description of the video like I thought I did. But I tell you what was actually impressive. Well, my video is okay, but
okay. And it's free shipping only on Strike Industries products.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to go back and find it later on, but I just put the link in the sidebar there, the video that I made, but I'll find the one for my new friend here. Patrick for One Shot Kill It Media. He's got much better reviews. And this of he actually like beats the crap out of these things. And actually hold on.
I got you beat on power consumption.
Well, you said it's got the solar power deal.
Well, I mean on the battery too.
Oh, okay.
This one's what, 1,000 hours, that edible?
No. Or I was gonna say the Holosun one. What was it, like 30,000 hours?
50,000.
50,000. Yeah, it was like I was like, wow. Like, there's a guy on there who has one of the old Holosuns. I think that one was only supposed to be rated for like 25,000 hours or something. He did his review like 6 months ago on it, and people keep asking, well, has it died yet? Has it died yet? Like, if you look at the comments, like 6 months, like just like a week ago, he's like posted, oh nope, it's still running. like sorry for the long thing, it just hasn't died yet for me to update. I was like, holy
nice.
crap. Like 6 months nonstop, like, still on.
Their magnifier is pretty cool too, but the mount.
Their magnifier is like $300. It looks like.
No, this one that's from Adaball, the 1.5 to 5x adjustable magnifier. I like that. And they told me, yeah, the mount, you're gonna want to buy a different mount for it because they're not even gonna be selling them with the mounts pretty soon here. He said because the mounts are not very good.
No, I was gonna say for the magnifier and the dot, they want $500.
Oh yeah, together, sure. But is that also comes with the mount too? Doesn't it? I think.
Yeah, the red dot with the co-witness mount, and then the magnifier and mount.
The co-witness mount is what's really expensive in that. I think it's the what is it? American Defense Manufacturing. That mount, I think, is like about the same price or more. Oh, it's about $100, I guess now almost. But you figure the mount is almost as expensive as the red dot itself. It's kind of crazy, but it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty decent optic. I mean, I took it and threw it and stuff on the concrete and everything. Didn't have any problems with it as far as zeroing and all that kind of stuff. But I just got it just for an extra optic, either for my shotgun or my pistol, my AR pistol, and I put on the AR pistol. Oh, that's pretty freaking cool. You know how some people make artwork out of old brass casings?
Yeah, I've seen them make like airplanes and stuff.
Yeah, there's one that someone just posted a picture of on AR-15 Gun Owners of America, and it's a tank that they made out of those casings. Pretty cool. I think it looks like maybe like 5.56 casings, and I think also some 45. And then he put like at the back of the turret or whatever, he put like at least one with an actual bullet still in it, so it kind of looks like a like a rocket or whatever, or a missile, whatever you want to call it. I don't know, I can't even think straight, but it's pretty neat. Yeah, cool thing that Patrick does at One Shot Kill It Media, he's got this Picatinny mount adapter that you can mount like your camera, like a cell phone onto, so you can actually see the sight picture of whatever sight you have mounted on it. He's got an interesting video too, where he's shooting from inside the house and also shooting in the dark inside the house. To kind of give people an example of what it's like, for different guns, like handguns and rifles and all types of stuff. I would say check it out.
Definitely.
Yeah, I kind of met him through like the whole Ediball thing. I saw his videos and stuff, and so I started talking to him because I had bought one out to review as well, and because I wanted another optic that was reasonably priced, and so yeah, we just kind of became friends, and he's been on my live show a lot, and went up there and met up with him and up in Wisconsin. Him and his dealer, MGS Firearms, which set me up with that Spikes Tactical Lower for free. That was pretty awesome.
Hey, Dead Horse, you get that all together yet?
Oh no, I took a break. I took a break. I'm eating.
Well, boys, I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna wait to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll catch
I'll be on tomorrow. I'll be back from shooting probably like about 9, and then I'll probably be up for an hour before I go to bed.
Do you post like your any videos of the stuff that you're doing or no?
On YouTube?
Yeah.
No, I haven't started doing YouTube. I do Instagram. I post a lot of stuff on Instagram of what I do.
Instagram does videos too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
17 seconds.
I'm still new to it. 17 seconds to what?
That's the video length.
Yeah.
Oh, I got
yeah,
you.
but it is the best social media with the less bullshit and the less hoops.
It is. It's straightforward.
I got you. Yeah.
It's easy, man. It's
like I said, I just started using it, so I'm still kind of learning about it. But
what's your Instagram? I'll follow you.
What is it? It's either Big Gunner 81 or Big Gunner 81 TV. I gotta check because I forgot. Sometimes people have already taken my name, surprisingly, but I think
Big Gunner 81. I was already following you.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I started doing that like not too long ago. I forget when, like a couple months ago or something. I think the first time I started posting pictures, I was out at the Illinois State Rifle Association range for their NRA day that they had. I took a bunch of pictures there and was posting them up. That was kind of a cool event. They what they do is they kind of like open up the range for people to come out and check it out. It's open to the public. Normally it's like a private range. Like if you're a member of Illinois State Rifle Association, you don't automatically get access to the range. The range is a separate like membership. But it's a nice facility. Not quite as nice as the one that I belong to, but it's just different. It just doesn't have as long of distance ranges and things like that, but it's still a nice facility. So yeah, they open up the place to the public, and then what you can do is if you want to shoot something, you go and you buy like tickets for like ammo, like 5 rounds of this kind of ammo or that kind of ammo for rifle, pistol, whatever, and this and that. And then you can go, like, for example, if you want to shoot handguns, they got the range all set up for handguns, and you can basically walk and you don't get to shoot your own stuff, but they have like all the main big name manufacturers, and a lot of them are there, and they have a booth set up, and basically you look over the table, pick out whatever kind of gun you want to shoot, tell them, hey, I want to shoot this one, okay. They get a range safety officer over to grab it and walk over to the range with you, and you pick up your ammo, and you have any rounds you purchase with tokens or tickets or whatever, you get to shoot off. And the cool thing they did is I was wondering how they had like over 1,400 people, I think, come and go over the day. At least that was like in the afternoon, maybe more than that. I don't know. Well over 1,000. It was like I think it was 1,400. He said, and it was about 3/4 of the way through the day. But anyhow, I was wondering how they were going to do that with the targets, and like, are they going to be shooting steel, paper? What are they going to do? Because resetting paper is going to be kind of a pain in the ass. So they actually took like I don't know, like a 4x8 section, sort of, with like I think it was like a wire mesh or something, like real thin wire mesh, and they took and put clay pigeons, like probably like 100 of them on each board or something, and they just basically had them all set up in like all the way down the range, and as one got totally, or as a lot of them got totally shot up or whatever, where there's not a lot of clays left on them, they would just like take a quick break, and they'd pull all the boards down, and they had ones ready to go, already loaded up to swap it out with. So they kept it like they kept rotating them out like pretty quickly. It was a pretty neat idea the way they set it up. That and like all the brass that they had to collect too. They had people sweep up the brass like crazy. But yeah. So anyhow. Forgot how I got on that topic, but it was Instagram. I was taking all the Instagram pictures of that whole thing. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. Hey, I posted my Instagram name on the side chat over here, but I'm gonna head out, guys.
Okay. All right. We'll see you later on.
See you.
Yeah, I'll hit you up on Instagram, man.
All right, man. I'll follow you back. Take care, guys.
All right. Take care.
Take care.
See you.
Sleazy Firearms.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Did I mistype it or copy something? It didn't come up.
I just typed it in the
search. I'll do that. Yep. There you go. That's pretty cool. It's a nice little meal layout that he's got.
I do that too. Like, I'm not like a gun channel. My stuff's just about, like, my Instagram's like my social media. It's about my life. It just so happens that my life involves a lot of guns.
Right.
I'm not like a dedicated gun channel. Like, if I go out to eat and I have a nice meal, I might post a picture of it, or I might,
I got you.
Channels there are 100%, straight up guns. And for me, it's more, no, this is like me.
What's your thing on Instagram?
I just tagged you on your last picture. I just commented on your last picture, and I went and liked. I'm the guy who just liked all your photos.
Okay.
Yeah, Crimson Hawk 69.
Yeah, I got that. I clicked it. It's good. Nice.
So, and I don't take that nice of photos at all. Like, I just use my phone, and it doesn't have the best camera.
I
And
used to do the same thing.
I'm not too like I don't know. I'm not too into it. Like I don't do like I'm not like professional about it. I don't like I heard like Yankee Marshall, he takes pictures with like a really nice camera, then puts them on his computer and edits them, and then transfers them to his phone to upload to Instagram. And me, I'm just like click done. Like I just throw it on the floor and I'm like click done. Like they're like.
That's weird. You can upload to Instagram, I think, from your computer, can't you?
No, you can't.
Yeah.
That's the
No,
whole
you
thing is they want you to have it on. You can have Instagram on your computer and look at
Oh,
people's pictures.
that's what it is.
You
Okay.
can like them. You can comment on them.
Yeah.
You know,
You can
but you
edit
can't
like stuff
post-
on there, but you can't post them. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the whole thing is they want you doing it from your phone, because then it's like you and like your even though you can download shit to your phone and but they don't want as many pictures of people just downloading shit from Google and then posting it. They want like actual photos,
Mhm.
I got pictures of my new Canik on there shooting it. I don't know. I got all sorts of weird shit on there. I blow a lot of shit up. I shoot a lot of stuff. Like I just did a lot of cleaning out of my garage. I got like a whole Tupperware tub full of shit to shoot, like old phones.
Nice.
I got a black and white TV, an old Sony Walkman TV, like the
Oh,
black
wow.
and white little one that's like that, has the antenna and stuff. And
Does it work?
yeah.
So is it not worth anything to anybody?
Well, no, because now everything's digital, and you need a digital antenna to pick up like TV.
Yeah,
you know?
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
So,
You
it-
can't.
so now it doesn't pick anything up. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. I
but
thought
it
maybe
works.
someone wanted it for the whole collectability factor, or something like that.
They trust me, they still want it. You could probably put that on eBay and get a pretty good price.
That's what I was thinking.
I was thinking about like I want a better camera. Like I don't want a GoPro, but I want something kind of nice that I can like start doing some YouTube videos with. But and
I just bought a Canon Vixia not too long ago.
I want one that I can do somewhat slow motion, like maybe 240 frames per second.
Yeah, that would be nice.
And
'Cause
then,
mine was 50, I think.
because if I could do that, then I could like start doing like a lot of slow motion blowing up shit vids. And
What phone do you have?
HTC Desire.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say
And
I
mine
know
does
the iPhone does.
Mine does 60 frames per second in high speed HD. Because normal's 30. Mine will do 60, so it's somewhat good. Most of the average GoPros will do 60, but then like the white I think does like 120, and then they have one that'll do full 240. But I want like a camcorder that'll do like in 240 or something. So then I can just do like normal YouTube videos, but then I can use the same camera when I want to go out and shoot and record at high speed and blow some shit up, and then play it back in slow motion and see all that cool
Yeah.
shit.
Absolutely.
But I don't know. They got like a Samsung one at Walmart. I was looking at. It's like I think it's like 139, and it's supposed to do 720 video. I don't know how many frames per second, but it's a little compact type of camera, and it has the screen that like flips all the way around. So no matter what angle you're at from the camera, you can see the screen and stuff like that. And I don't know. I was thinking about maybe just getting that as like a starter one, and then I'll build up from there. Because it kind of does suck just doing everything from your phone.
I was gonna say that's what all my videos are from, my phone.
Well, that's what most of mine are from too. Mine initially, up until not know how long ago, was I got.
Well, if I had an iPhone 6, I probably wouldn't care because, man, they make so many different accessories and mounts, and you can buy like camera mounts, like tripods for them, and like you could, and they have such good cameras, and like, and video, and they have all the cool shit. If I had an iPhone, I probably wouldn't even need a better camera. I don't know, maybe I'll get a Galaxy, whatever they're on now, a Galaxy number 10 or whatever.
I don't know what the heck mine is. I forget. It's something. I guess I don't know if it's a Galaxy 5 or what. S5 Active.
I had an HTC One before this Desire, and that was like a really nice phone. Had a really good camera and stuff, but that was like through the old Cricket. And then when AT&T bought Cricket, like we all had to buy, all the Cricket customers had to buy new phones by last January or last February. We all had to buy new phones, or they just would have turned them off. So I went to the new Cricket to buy my new phone, and I was like, okay, I got an HTC One. They didn't have any of those, but I was like, oh, they got an HTC Desire. It should be like about the same type of quality, same company, and no, it's like not even close to the same phone. Like the pictures it takes, like nothing is even close to being as good.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna go get an hour of sleep or something, maybe. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Yep. See ya. Yeah, I'll probably go ahead and shut this down.
All right, Pinks. Good chat, man.
Yep. See you tomorrow. Yep. See you tomorrow.